Hello everybody, my name is Brooklyn, otherwise known as the Dramatic Otaku, and welcome to the 2023 Mega Weeb Wrap Up compilation. Tomorrow will be the November and December Weeb Wrap Up, so this will not have, straight off the bat, the November-December Weeb Wrap Up in it, nor will it have any of the standalone otaku reviews, so it won't have my Barbie review, it won't have my FNAF review, it won't have my review of Suzume in it, nothing like that. If you want those, the playlist of the actual otaku review and Weeb Wrap Up series is in the iCard above, as well as this video itself being in that series. I think I can't remember if I put last year's in, but speaking of last year's Weeb Wrap Up compilation, it was over 6 hours long, and by my calculations before editing this video, and with the fact that the official manga review document for this year as of the end of November is 31 pages long as a PDF. I can't reference it with the anime one since it got snapped out of fucking existence. I wouldn't be surprised if this year's video was over 8 hours long, also simply because last year's anime and manga review document was roughly 30 pages, so so I wouldn't be surprised if this video was more than that. Without further ado, let's get into what I have watched throughout 2023. Hello everybody, my name is Brooklyn, otherwise known as the Dramatic Otaku. The dramatic otaku. Please appreciate this. This is the worst joke I've ever made with merch. Merch? Welcome to the January-February Weeb Wrap Up, where I'm fixing the Weeb Wrap Up by doing January and February. Hello everybody, welcome to the January-February Weeb Wrap Up. If you do not know what this series is, it is me, a bi-monthly little series where I share to you all of the anime and manga that I have read in the last 2 months, usually being in 2 parts, the first part being filmed at the end of the first month so that I have collective thoughts of what I have read and watched, and the second part being what I have read and watched in the second month. I have a long list of videos in this series, and this is the first one of 2023, so I hope you guys enjoy this video because we have a lot to go through. I don't know why, but somehow January just seems to be a lot of anime and manga for me, and especially for me this year, as I may or may not have picked up a lot of manga. So I got a lot of manga for my birthday, so we have a lot of manga to talk about. So yeah, I also surprisingly watched a lot of anime in January, and not so much in terms of how many series I watched, but the volume of episodes I watched. I guess also in the amount of series I watched, but this is just in January, babe, so yeah. Also the shirt, this was a joke. Me and my friend went thrifting, we found the shirt that said dramatic on it. I had to add the other two. It's a little too perfect, so you will be seeing this in other videos. Also glasses, these are my reading glasses. I have a huge fucking thing right here of everything I have to say about these fucks. Also, technically some of this is late December, as I was trying to get the December Otaku review, one of those 2 names, whatever the fuck I called it, out as quickly as possible, and I actually read some of the manga after I actually uploaded that video. Not after, before I uploaded that video. Now that I've waffled on for a bit, let's get into the actual review. As always, there is a spoiler warning at the start of this video. Now, I have decided to put content warnings before each book that I talk about, or any series, except for Junji Ito, but it's Junji Ito, so there should be evident content warnings because he is like the king of gore. Anyway, spoiler warnings for all the series that I talk about, be this in manga or in anime form. January manga. Now, as I mentioned, this is partially the manga that I read in December, starting off with these 2 lovelies. So, first of all, Yakuza Lover, got this at Christmas. There's more plot than plot in this book, so honestly it wasn't that much interesting. It's less spicy than the last 2 volumes, I can say that. That's all I have to say about this. We have another volume of that to talk about in a little bit. But my favourite series, I Think Our Son Is Gay. So I have a couple notes. Now, I know I mentioned in the last one that I thought Yuri was some form of queer or trans in the last review of this last volume. This volume, however, has made me realize that I completely analysed that character wrong and made a wrong assumption in probably the most like clarifying way possible that this book could have made it. That making assumptions of certain characters and stuff like that is wrong, obviously, but it also made me like adjust my thinking around Yuri's character. So this volume goes through a few plot points that are important to telling the story, and through these stories you'll sort of see how I misunderstood Yuri's character kind of, and how I'm as bad as the father character a little bit in terms of assuming sexual orientation and gender of Yuri. So the first plot point is Hiroki and Daigo going into the choir club. The second plot point is Yuri getting a haircut. The third is Hiroki protecting Yuri from bullies. Number 4 is Mr. Tono's boyfriend, which is a little bit of a diverging plot point, but is still very valid to the story. And 5 is Hiroki's father is back for longer in this volume than he was in the last volume. Excluding Mr. Tono's point for a second, we look into the dynamics of how the kids are living their lives, with Hiroki joining the choir to be with Daigo as they're in separate classes, and Yuri having a haircut. These by themselves are harmless and essentially mean nothing until the father is brought back into the plot. And what he does when he's brought back is he essentially harasses his kids, thinking that Yuri is gay because he only hangs out with girls, and Hiroki is gay because he only hangs out with boys. It's a little bit of a double standard there. The story basically goes that making assumptions on someone because of your predetermined perception on what is feminine and what is masculine, and what is gay and what is straight, are baseless and stupid. And I love that message specifically for this book. Is honestly something that, while in this book it's suggesting it to fictional characters, the application into real life, and like these books actually like showing you how to like apply this thinking into real life, I actually admire a lot in this book. And it's this plot point that really made me rethink how I perceived Yuri's character in the last novel. I would admittedly like him to be also queer. Yes, that is my own little thing. It's a book about a gay son. I would like both sons to be gay because it's my happy little gay book. But that's not necessarily what Yuri's character is, and I don't think that's the way he's trying to be written. He's just Yuri. So that's something I absolutely adore about this series. Honestly, if you gave this to like a fujoshi who's straight, they might not be as fond of this series. But honestly, if this can like change the mind of someone like that who's like a fujoshi because it's like, oh my god, everyone has to be gay, and
everybody has to be gay, they all have to fuck, and only like men can fuck, and there can't be any male best friends, that sort of stuff.
I think this book would be very good to show them, especially because our next plot point, Mr. Tono, particularly Mr. Tono's boyfriend. Honestly, the Mr. Tono's boyfriend plot point is a really good story in demystifying gay relationships and mentioning queer words in regular conversation, such as clocking, to make this sort of slang more normalized. There isn't like this huge tizzy and fuss about Mr. Tono wanting to stay secret and going, oh no, I'm not gay. He literally comes out and just goes, yeah, I'm gay. And then they move on. Then in a later chapter, another fujoshi co-worker mentions it, and the message is just reiterated with them being disappointed with the lack of spectacle. That character comes to the conclusion that gay people are just like everyone else, and thus leaving her Fujo fantasies for her books. I honestly really love this story. I think this is like amazing, not only like in the message that it's sending, but it could also be like a good like educational, it's still fiction, but it's a better look into queer representation and how allies should act around like queer people, demystifying the spectacle that is gay relationships and all that sort of stuff. I adore this so fucking much. And I did get like caught up into myself into thinking that, you know, Yuri was queer as well. And this really brought me back down to earth as well. Like, just because it's fiction, I'm like jumping on assumptions. This is like, I don't know, I feel like I can like apply a lot of these to real life situations and it just makes me really fucking happy. I can't help it. I absolutely adore these book series, especially Volume 3. Volume 3 is amazing. Honestly, if you are queer, I would highly suggest these. And if you want to like put these in front of your friends and go, this is how you should be acting, that sort of stuff, I guess this is a good tool to help. It's still fiction, but it is actually a decent look into how to demystify the whole gay thing that everyone's the same pretty much. I like the themes of this book. It's really cute. It is like one of my favorite books. It is definitely my favorite queer book, especially in the terms of like demystification of like gay people. And it doesn't like say, oh, fujoshis are bad. It literally calls out fujoshis and say that, hey, your big reactions, romance stuff between men stays in the books. Don't bring that out into real life. Don't ship people in real life. Keep that in your little book corner over there. So that's something that I like as well. It's not attacking anybody. It's actually quite like mature with its themes as well, and I adore it. And yes, so that was December, or the last 3 days of December, but we move into January. Now, 23rd of December, I went out with my friends and I got Blood on the Tracks. This is a horror series that I got a recommendation from YouTube as I was looking for more horror stuff on my little horror list. And I can safely say that I've crossed off Blood on the Tracks for as much as there is currently, because Blood on the Tracks surprisingly is still ongoing. Also, look at how nice and like thick this volume is. I really love it. I have like a notes section that's like per chapters. I read part of this online as I only have volume 4, so I read the first 3 volumes online and read volume 4 in book form, and then read the rest of it online. As I said, it is still ongoing. So this is the course of me reading it. It is a psychological horror. I would say there is a strong content warning for this series. So I didn't add a content warning, but there is mentions of abuse. There is psychological manipulation of a child. Obviously, there's a child character and a mother character. It is solely centered around these two most of the time, so it can get pretty uncomfortable seeing as it's psychological horror. There is, like with most horror themes of death, I don't think there's gore. From my memory, there's not gore. Also, Blood on the Tracks is the English name. There was a translated name that made so much more sense with the online translations, and I can't remember what the actual translation's name was, but Blood on the Tracks doesn't make as much sense as those like translated names do, which is something that I want to point out off the bat. But yes, there is also themes of murder, psychosis, abuse, as I've said before, weirdly sexual elements. Like, there's uncomfortable moments between the mother and her son, first of all, but there's also like this kid is 13 and he hasn't been told about sex ed and his body is going through changes. That's all I'm gonna say in terms of sexual themes, because they're not sexual, but they're really fucking weird. Okay, so let's go into my notes for Blood on the Tracks. This was as of me reading it. So, holy shit, this story is fucked. But like, in a compelling, good psychological horror kind of way. Seiji Osabe is a 13-year-old boy just living his life, very normal, has a crush on a girl, has some friends, but the odd thing about him is he's weirdly loyal to his mother, this bitch right here. a regular old mama's boy who does whatever his mother says. His mother is a little strange, helicoptering around her son, only wanting his attention and caring for him. In the first couple of chapters, Seiichi and his cousin Shigeru hang out all the time with their mothers, talking during these encounters, planning a little hike getaway for the two families. Shigeru makes it clear to Seiichi that he finds Seiichi's mother incredibly strange, and this ends up coming back to get him when on said hiking trip that their mothers planned and joke tripping Seiichi, Shigeru gets launched off a fucking cliff by Seiichi's mother. This starts the fucked up events of Blood on the Tracks. Okay, so first of all, the mother felt super fucking weird before that instance. Obviously, it's meant to be this weird dynamic, it's horror, it's meant to feel off-putting. Also, I was getting very much emotional incest from, this kind of actual incest vibes as well, though none of that is really there. And right after our mother character launches Shigeru off of the cliff, we get to see some fucked upness going on in the mother character. So what this story is Seiichi, our mama's boy, and his extremely traumatized, emotionally incestual mother who is willing to murder as long as her perceived world is kept intact. Now, this was when I was like halfway through the second volume. Sometimes this changes later in the series. Seiichi becomes so traumatized by this event and by his mother outright saying that he can't date the girl that he likes in a only slightly less traumatizing rant that he develops a nasty stutter and becomes essentially non-verbal from stress. The stutter is sort of the main evident part, but there are some points where he just can't say words, and this is mostly a stutter, but it also appears as non-verbal in some panels and some. That's how I interpret it anyway. He becomes just frozen from stress and can't say what he wants to say. Some kind of really deep, dark postpartum depression is going on here, as the mother has nothing to live for but Seiichi, and has gone off the deep ends. Chapter 24 is so fucked. Why would you ask your child if it's okay if you die? Which I'm pretty sure is in this fucking chapter. No, it's the chapter before this volume. And I will say, it does have a pretty traumatizing start to volume 25, to chapter 25, where Seiichi's mother is strangling him. Anyway, the whole part with Fukichi feels inappropriate, but given the character's backstory, it makes some sense. She desperately wants someone to love and take care of her, so the character of Fukichi is where the whole Seiichi is feeling changes in his body. Thus, it feels incredibly inappropriate for this story, but again, given the character's backstory, she desperately wants someone to love and take care of her because of her home life, and she feels synergy with Seiichi on that front. However, both of them being 13 and Seiichi still not being able to come to terms with his mother being in the wrong, unlike Fukichi, who came to that conclusion long ago, essentially on her first meeting with Seiichi's mother, it also makes sense why Seiichi went back to his mother. But the whole point of Fukichi getting closer with Seiichi was extremely uncomfortable to read. Like, I wouldn't say it's Shinsekai Yori uncomfortable, but it's still nearly on par with Shinsekai Yori uncomfortable. And what makes it even more uncomfortable is the character of Fukichi just kind of feels like a mini version of Seiichi's mother. Spoilers, but chapter 70, she was arrested. And then chapter 82, the dead mother image was unexpected and gruesome, and I love it. This was then followed by a fucking plot twist. So the obvious plot twist is that Seiichi has been highly abused by his mother for his entire life. I'm not gonna spoil the reason as to why, but he has, and because of the love bombing she's been doing, it made him dependent on her, as well as severely fucked him up. This psychological horror is really interesting, and it has elements of our protagonist being an unreliable narrator, because you think you have the whole story, and then when it's actually all revealed, it just feels so impactful and interesting. Is actually something that doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere like in other horror freaking manga that I know. Little things that were like visibly shown throughout the series but not necessarily drawn upon, and it just added a layer of depth that avoided that tell not show aspect of certain manga such as Until Your Bones Rot. And as someone who personally has a mother who listens to a lot of true crime, so I'm usually just sat there also watching true crime with her, this feels eerily similar to a lot of mother-son abuse cases. I wouldn't say she's necessarily a narcissistic parent, but she's certainly something very similar. And then there was another fucking plot twist. The role reversal is so fucking weird and definitely unexpected, because I did that whole like mini analysis of the psychology of Seikichi, the psychology of this young child who I thought had been so clearly emotionally abused, and then there's just a weird role reversal where it was Seiichi sending beams into his mother's brain to make his mother do the stuff that she does, like fucking punching her off of the cliff. The role reversal, again, so fucking weird and completely unexpected. I low-key like it and also low-key fucking hate it. The part of me that wants a simple story is really annoyed, but like, I noted mentally that Seiichi's mother is constantly changing faces, and sometimes so is Seiichi, and the switch up actually made some sense as to why that happens with this other plot twist, and I genuinely actually kind of like it, but the fucking flip-flop fuckery of it all is genuinely messing with me, which is pretty good for a psychological horror, I'm not gonna lie. It's supposed to mess you up, it's supposed to make you think and question what the fuck you're reading, but keep you engaged. That's the most important part. It's supposed to keep you engaged. And I am now up to the point where there's recent updates, and what do you fucking mean it's not finished? I got into this series thinking it was finished. It is not. And I'm really unhappy that it's not. It's genuinely, if you are a horror fanatic, this is something to pick up and read. It is like so uncomfortable, and like it like sends you through a loop. It's like psychologically like ooh, and it starts off like it's gonna be a simple horror novel, but it's not, and it's really, I really adore it. Personally, instead of Blood on the Tracks, I would like to call it Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Manipulate Your Child, but with the last little section that I've read that I've purposely kept out of the video because it's still updating, so things could constantly change. That tagline doesn't quite fit as well as Blood on the Tracks. That is not to say that Blood on the Tracks necessarily fits. But yes, that was the first horror manga of the year. Yes, Blood on the Tracks, I can't recommend this highly enough if you are a horror buff, or especially a psychological horror buff. This is genuinely really good. I really love it for its like ooh kind of effect. I'm very tired, so this review is going to have some sounds. I'm gonna sound a bit like Hinata from Haikyuu, just making sounds and be like, this is how you should feel. Next is the next Yakuza Lover volume. So, number one, I didn't realize there was a 10-year age gap between Oya and Yuri. I also hate that her name is Yuri, but if you didn't think the relationship was predatory before, it certainly feels more like it now. I shouldn't have read this after Blood on the Tracks, personally, because with the dynamic, it's making me like this less, and this is supposed to be my guilty pleasure book. I read this because it's horny, and now you just feel weird. Now, yes, it does feel predatory, but this is a Yakuza smut book for straight women, so I could care less. To be quite honest, I really won't take this series more seriously than it being a smut book, especially when I thought originally it was going to be a gay smut book. Anyway, to the second point, and I swear to God, this is so fucking weird, but the weirdest but simultaneously nicest euphemism for sex that I have ever read comes from this fucking volume, and it also comes from the worst fucking character. A character that straight up tries to kidnap and attack the main character so that she can manipulate this character into getting with her. They belong for each other, clearly. The euphemism is dancing like a butterfly on top of him, referring to bouncing on a guy's dick. Now, I don't know why, but that phrase like really struck a chord with me, and I don't like that it did. It's just like weirdly like fruity and floral and feminine, and I like it weirdly enough. Would I fucking use it as a euphemism for sex? Absolutely not. Not in any context. That wasn't me writing a fictional book, but I don't write smut books. I've never written a smut book. Maybe this is my sign to try reading smut on AO. Reading? Bitch, that is my day-to-day life. Writing smut on AO3. I don't know why, but it's just an oddly romantic term for something that's like such a carnal act of love, you know? It's like some just weird high femme shit, and I'm kind of living for it. Anyway, that's the biggest point that I got out of Yakuza Lover. The age gap is fucking weird, and butterfly bouncing on that dick. Okay, next, more gay books. First technical gay book of the year was Me Love Song, Volume 4. Now I was, you probably saw this in the last in the first video of the year actually, when I did my clean out, when I was putting it in this little section here. First of all, chapter 16, which is the first chapter of this novel, is so fucking fluffy and cute. I am in love with it. I love women, and I love this book. See, that sounded like it hurt, but it did. Volume 4 sort of veers away from the romance element after that first chapter, and is more so about our band for this series, the SS Girls. The former singer of the SS Girls is back and coming for their spot in the cultural festival performance, with a smidgen of a date between Yori and Himari in the volume after volume 16. The volume mostly revolves around the B plot turned A plot of the SS Girls and their rivals as they get ready for auditions for the cultural festival, and Himari gets ready with her own club. Honestly, I really like where this is going. This is actually going in a really interesting direction and is more than just, you know, relationship drama. It's like actual drama. It's like turning into just a music manga, and I'm actually really enjoying it. I want this to be animated so fucking badly. It has a good romance to drama ratio, nothing super cliche and nothing too over the top, because I'm starting to get sick of over the top romance, and I honestly love it so much. And there is also another cool cute girl coupling, and the cool girl coupling is like in the rival band, and the cute girl is like Himari's club member. And I want them to date so fucking badly. I will be continuing this series religiously because I love it. It's my cute gay, this is my cute gay romance book. I've got my smut book, I've got my good gay just representation book. This is my cute gay romance, okay? It's my lesbian romance and I love it. And it's only women. If they, I swear to God, again, if they bring a male love interest into this at any point, I will cry, okay? And I will ditch the series in a heartbeat. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Chainsaw Man again, but this is a disclaimer. Pretty much up until part 2 finishes, I will not be talking about Chainsaw Man unless there is a like detrimental plot point, like within chapter 117. Now I have also read 118, so this plot point doesn't really go anywhere. The ending of chapter 17, first of all, they took away Denji's penguin. Denji got a penguin and they took it away from him. Give my boy back his penguin. He needs the penguin. But also, Yoru taking charge when Asa finally develops feelings for Denji and tries to turn him into a sword. When I tell you, I was on the edge of my seat. Now again, this doesn't go anywhere in 118, but I wanted to talk about it because I was so fucking hyped by it happening in the series. So again, I will not be talking about it until probably the end of part 2 and doing a mini review of part 2. But that being said, let's move on to this clusterfuck. Now, Idle Dreams. I have done a review per volume, mainly because I read these kind of in one go, but also because I basically did a combined review of the last 2, and it's been a long time since I actually read the last 2, and I got all these for Christmas, and I kind of needed to read them all in one sitting, otherwise I could not stand still, and that's not me, like, making that shit up. I literally bought Boys Run the Riot, and like on a whim, because I really fucking wanted it, and I couldn't read it until I finished this fucking series, so... And I do kind of mean finish because there is currently only 7 volumes, but it's not finished. We'll get to that. So where we left off in volume 3 was Chicago was fucking dating a 15-year-old and she is 31. I was so upset, so unbelievably upset that they took the series where we didn't want it to go. Now I will say, overall with this, they fixed it. They fixed it. Spoilers, she breaks up with the 15-year-old, as she should. Some more drama goes around and it switches from the drama with the 15-year-olds to her actual adult life. And I like that. You set the record back on track. But like, did you have to include the 15-year-old shit? Because I initially picked up the series and like said, hey mom, I want these books because like, this is like the drama. It's uncomfortable, it's weird, it's the drama. This is my actual guilty pleasure series. But I was pleasantly surprised about how they finished the little I'm dating a 15-year-old arc for Chikage. So I start off my review with jail. Actual jail for this woman. I really don't like her being in a relationship with Rue. I hate the notation of don't hurt your fans. I don't know if it's because I've been a K-pop stan and know how toxic idol culture is in both Korea and Japan, but I hate it because it pops up again in this fucking book. But I hate it. The idols should be worried about themselves and their safety, not the personal relationships of offending their fans. It's hard to describe. I think if you want a more eloquently spoken reason as to why I don't like the notion of don't hurt your fans, then you should watch my review of Heroines Run the Show in my June-July weeb wrap up, because that does the kind of complete opposite that Idle Dreams does, and it falls into don't hurt your fans and fucking forgives the fan and rewards the fan for harassing the idol group. So that doesn't do it for here. They diverted this pretty much with the character of Rue, which is the 15-year-old that asked out Chikage. I love the fact that Rue was pretty much of the thinking of the don't hurt your fans thing is in the wrong. That they're human, they should also be allowed to do the things that they want to do. And then in this volume, Chikage actually fucking tells Rue that she's 31, which Rue clearly doesn't believe, obviously. But like, why the fuck would you tell the 15-year-old you're with when you're 31? How fucking stupid are you? And then she proceeds to say, I think there's something between Rue and I that's just not clicking. You're 30 fucking 1. That's what's not clicking. You are double his fucking age. That is the reason why you are not clicking. Stupid fucking woman. Oh my god. I'm glad she's not dating a fucking 15-year-old at the end of this book, because dude, I do not think I would have been able to read the rest of this goddamn series. Fuck me. I hate the plot point with Chikage and Rue dating. I hate it so much. Also, the character of Piccolino is trans. I will not say otherwise because she literally said body of a man, heart of a woman. I am taking it and fucking running, okay? I know I just had that whole bit of don't assume a character or don't assume a person is this and this. Piccolino is trans. That is my headcanon. But Volume 5, a drastic improvement because Chikage is no longer dating a 15-year-old. Okay, so in Volume 5, Chikage standing up for Tokita I love. When the fuck are they going to get back into the original B plot, which was Tokita's feelings for Chikage? You know, Tokita is the one who is the tall blonde guy that she went to school with. Also, I love the first chapter where Chikage as Akari performs for this weird fucking C plot that was going on. Honestly, if Idol Dreams was an anime, I would love for this scene to be animated, but only that scene in particular. I honestly prefer this volume because it's going into Chikage's adult life and adult drama. About fucking time they did, because I'm sick of the 15-year-old shit. This is something that I've wanted to see more and less of dating minors. Honestly, this series is just kind of fun, just to be like, why the fuck would you do that, you stupid woman? And for the drama. And Volume 5 is honestly the best one because it actually feels like a decent story that doesn't involve a person dating someone half their fucking age. I am also fully waiting for the world to come crashing down around Chikage, and I'm not gonna lie, she should not be rewarded this much. Chikage is very good at being a toxic friend. Being in love with Tokita, but getting him back together with his cheating ex, pretty much before this point, it was clear that Tokita was the only one who had feelings for Chikage as well as Haru. And I thought that the direction of this manga was going was Chikage and Tokita. Fuck it, it still could go that way, it does. But yes, I was actually happy that Tokita got his happiness by being together and proposing to his ex. And the little scene where he proposes with milk tea is really sweet and kind of amazing. But dude, did you have to make Chikage fall in love with him just right after all of this shit? She was dating a 15-year-old literally last volume. Chikage is just such a mess, and this manga series is actually a fucking mess as well. That's why I love it so much. Now Volume 6. Now this is the cheating ex. You would also recognize her as the bitch from Volume 1 who likes to bully Chikage. Cool. So last volume was amazing, super good. This volume, you kill off Hibiki's 5 to 6-year-old sister. We love that. You just killed off a fucking child. It's not like I had an emotional attachment to that character and thought she would be more important to the entire fucking plot, but okay. Hina is pregnant, but not with Tokita's child. Oh, that's her name. Her name's Hina. I feel like Hibiki's little sister was killed off for absolutely no fucking reason, and it didn't really add to the story, except now Akari and Hibiki have another thing in common, another trauma and another bond, which we don't want. We do not want to fucking start shit between Hibiki and Akari, aka Chikage. We don't fucking want that, because that's weird, and we just got over the fact that Chikage dated Ru. And this drama occurs as Hina runs away. Yes, these two things intertwine a fuck ton. And going back to the fact that Tokita and Hina are getting married, and that Hina has a secret baby. Drama occurs because Hina runs away at her own wedding, runaway bride, because of the baby, because she feels so incredibly guilty that she's pregnant without Tokita's child. This does, again, have a look into Chikage's life as an adult, so I do like this volume, but not nearly as much as the last volume. Speaking of last volumes, Volume 7. Haru is an underhanded as shit individual. This bitch, underhanded. We hate him. All my sisters hate Haru. Haru is just an underhanded little shit because one of his best friends from high school is heartbroken and in hospital. And he takes Tokita's first love, equally his, but his first love, on a fucking date. This date is also as equally as stressed as Tokita is. I like that the idol stuff has become the true B-plot of the series. I will also admit, the Haru Chikage kiss very cute. I adore it. But Haru was turned down by Chikage. I like that the series returned to being about the adult Chikage and not the teenage alter ego Akari. I am assuming that with the eye dream taking effect more and more on Chikage's body, there will probably be only 1 or 2 volumes left in this series. I say that as the first volume, or rather the first chapter, was released in 2013. It has literally been 10 years since this series started and there's only 7 volumes. I worry I won't get another volume of this, but suddenly it makes more sense at a lot of the tonal shifts that happen in the series. I really do love that the manga came back around to the romance of Tokita and Chikage in the end. This manga is a bit of a mess, but if you're like yelling at your characters and being like, what are you fucking doing, then I would actually recommend this series. Again, this is more of a guilty pleasure than Yakuza Lover, because it's like, I fucking hate what this bitch is doing, but it's interesting, I will admit. And it also dawned on me that the mangaka is the exact same person who made Sakura Hime, which is a manga that I'm currently selling. Oddly made a lot of sense as to why there were certain points that sort of turned me off this series, and once again, it made sense with the tonal and story shifts. If another volume was to come out, I will still read it. Currently my predictions is that she'll confront or transform in front of Hibiki, breaking his heart, and that's how the B-plot will end, and Tokita and Chikage will end up eventually together. Maybe even fucking adopting Hibiki and his brothers, who the fuck knows? I don't, honestly, I don't put it past this goddamn series to go with that fucking plot point. It would weirdly make sense. Would it be fucking weird? Yes, but that is this series. So, finally, moving away from idle dreams, I was able to read Boys Run the Riot. So, our protagonist Rio knows he's transgender and faces every day with anxiety knowing that he won't be seen how he wishes to be seen. The nail that sticks out will be hammered in as he antagonizes. Everything changes, however, when he meets Jin, a third year who had been held back a year due to poor attendance. After a fateful meeting in a fashion pop-up and some inner soul searching, Jin and Rio become friends and start their own fashion brand, Jin being the first person to know that Rio is trans, let alone that he's a guy. Along the way they pick up another friend, but this book is only the beginning of their story. Now I heard about this story online when I had been looking for some more LGBTQIA+ novels to peruse and to read. This one came up. It is also apparently really good for people who like street fashion, which is just another plus for me. But a funny thing about this, and the reason why I have it, seeing as I got so much manga for Christmas, actually something funny to note in terms of Christmas. So pretty much I got money for Christmas, so I bought more manga, and when I went into the city with my friends to go see the new One Piece cafe or One Piece restaurant burger joint that's in Melbourne Central, we had to walk past Minotaur. Basically, we were already walking past Minotaur, so we decided to go in because they wanted to buy some manga. And I had been agonizing and complaining that during Christmas I had wanted to buy The Drifting Classroom with the money that I had gotten for Christmas. However, Dimmix didn't fucking have my book, so I was pretty upset. I was also complaining about, what other book was I complaining about? A Junji Ito book. I was trying to find No Longer Human. That was also not there. So that's how I ended up with the 2 Yakuza Lover novels, as well as I Think Outside is Gay, because I bought those with Christmas money when I had really wanted The Drifting Classroom. I had also mentioned Boys Run the Riot as well, because I really wanted this book as well, but I couldn't fucking find it anywhere, at least in store. Online, everywhere. In store, nowhere, you know? So we go into Minotaur, and wouldn't you know, all of the manga that I had complained about was in Minotaur. I'm not fucking joking. There was 2 shelves worth of the fucking Drifting Classroom, something that I had really fucking wanted to buy when I had money for manga. And then I saw this and I was like, I need to buy one of these bitches. I'm either buying the Drifting Classroom, No Longer Human, or this book. and this was the cheapest because I couldn't live with myself if I walked out of that goddamn store without at least one of these 3 books. So I got this. Now, my honest feelings after that little story, my honest feelings is that I kind of actually do have mixed feelings about this book. It's a good start to an ongoing story, and the vibes that I get from this are kind of a mix of Psyche K, mainly because Jin reminds me of Nendo, but slightly smarter, and kind of like Chainsaw Man because Ryo reminds me of Denji. Not one for one reminds me of Denji, but gives me similar kind of vibes. Especially when Ryo and Jin are getting into their brand. I'm not gonna lie, I would have liked some more like romance between Ryo and Jin, at least to like establish a decent friendship, because just starting a partnership for selling clothes immediately in a story feels kind of unnatural, even despite how welcoming Jin is. I do also like that Ryo is clearly in love with his best friend, but is scared that he will lose her. I can see that coming back in future chapters to be super important. Overall, I liked it. I wasn't immediately enthralled, and that's sort of what threw me off. It might take a few more chapters, and I will say Ryo's art, realizing them as a guy in a girl's body, was so fucking sick. So hold on. This art here, super fucking sick. I adore it, and I can't wait as a person who loves street fashion to see, and I can't wait for a person who loves street fashion and street art to see art like that in clothing designs, especially in a series like this as well, and I can't wait to see this story evolve. I do really like it, and I absolutely would recommend it. It's just that there's a little bit of like growing pains with this series personally, and I don't know if it's because I was in burnout mode or what, because after this I went into fanfiction mode. We'll get to that in a minute, but I now want to talk about my latest read, which was completely online, and that is Rocket Girl, which is a short Yuri comedy series. So this was a short 12 chapter, obviously comedy romance series. It is a Yuri manga, and it's about some girls in a band, not K-On, and the romance between our protagonist Kaname and Seira. Kaname is a street performer who is an awful singer, but an amazing musician and songwriter. After a frustrating heckle and a spark meeting between her and Seira, Kaname is approached by a giraffe who is a music producer. Her name's Maggie. That's about it to her character. This is the love story and partial heartbreak of Kaname and Seira, the songwriter and the singer muse. I actually found this on Pinterest when I saw this art from chapter 9, and I was immediately invested. First of all, because it got Nana vibes, but it's nothing like Nana. Not that I have started Nana yet, but trust me, it's nothing like Nana. This also introduced me to the Yuri magazine, Comic Yuri Hime, which I shall start be looking more into after this event. I don't think that was English, but I am tired. Now, the actual manga itself. I loved it, and I also didn't love it, which is slightest bit of a contradiction, but I did and did not like it, personally. Now, for some reason, because it was women, I enjoyed it a titchy bit. Some of the moments are really cute, and I haven't read enough Yuri manga, so seeing women be cute and kind of romantic kind of just warmed my little gay heart. As I said, Listening a Love Song is like my gay romance, my romance. Why is it always bands? Why is it always the gays in bands? I mean, bands are pretty gay anyway. But yes, seeing women in love is really fun. I also did mention this was comedy. I did openly laugh a lot at the small moments, should I say, in this manga, such as the duo Haruko and Katsura, 30-something-year-olds that act as comic relief, who enjoy drinking and loving others. I swear like a fucking bitch. Why can't I just say they fuck? But then is the thing that I hate about the series, and that is the disjointed time sequence of the entire series, which could have worked if it had been longer and not 12 chapters long. Especially when the wispy plot points brought up could have gone somewhere really, really good, but it had nowhere to go within only 12 chapters. The romantic moments also were kind of rushed and sort of you're done. That sort of thing. Honestly, because of the speed the manga was going, felt a little bit forced, though I won't say that they weren't somewhat enjoyable at the very least. With more development, it could have been really, really something, but romantically, it just wasn't. But if you want a cute comedy series with a bunch of lesbians, and love like music manga, like K-On!, like Whisper Me Your Love Song, like Given, and like fan fiction that plays on the motifs of old rock songs, I would actually suggest Rocket Girl, cause it was definitely a fun and enjoyable read, more so as a one-shot comedy series with lesbians than a romance yuri manga, if that makes sense. So yeah. So, anime. So despite the fact that I've read so much fucking manga, I actually went on a little bit of a, fan fiction binge as well, because for a period of time I didn't actually have manga, or I was waiting for Chainsaw Man to update, or I was waiting for Spy Family to update, so I wanted to take a little smidgen, teeny weeny little break from physical manga and online manga and go back into fan fiction, and I decided that I would read some of my favorite fanfiction, which is haiku fanfiction, and I read something so gut-wrenching that I had to continue haiku. So, January anime. I decided to finish haiku to the top. So, I hadn't actually finished it before this point. I had gotten maybe 2 episodes in, and because Hinata was Hinata and made me cringe when I'd actually gotten up to that point, I was like, no, I'm going to put it down. The last time I read or watched haiku was probably late 2020, early 2021. I definitely didn't watch it in 2022. But I finally finished haiku, and specifically haiku to the top. So what did I think of haiku to the top? Now, every time I've gotten into and watched haiku, or gotten back into, should I say, because this has happened twice now, it's usually me stopping because of Hinata's unbearably cringy shenanigans, which all happen around training camps. So I got back into watching haiku, basically ignoring the first couple of episodes. I kind of just skimmed through them and didn't really watch them, playing them in the background of me doing other things like school. This season was defo jam-packed, and some of the flashbacks in earlier episodes were reanimated to the new art style. If you didn't know, haiku had an art style change when I believe the studio changed, and so the art style now looks slightly more like the actual manga does. However, later in the same season, they do take flashbacks from the very start of the series when it was a completely different art style. I kind of found that a little bit nostalgic and found it really heartwarming. I don't know how other anime fans would have felt about that personally. If I'm going to be completely honest, this season was a little bit frustrating during the last couple of episodes. I felt that now let's see if I can pronounce this, Inazakari game went on for just a little too long. I know this was supposed to like mimic the actual stress of a volleyball game, but as a viewer, it was really frustrating, and I know it was kind of like this in the manga as well, despite me not having read the manga yet, but still, at least I can swipe really fast through the manga. I can't exactly do that with an anime with the voice acting and sounds. So I was a little bit frustrated, to say the least. Towards the very end, I feel like it could be a couple episodes less, and I was actually really sad that the Nekoma game didn't get animated, and I knew that was going to happen, but I was still disappointed because it led up to the Nekoma game, and then the Nekoma game never happens, and it's not very likely that haiku is going to get another revival so that we get that Nekoma game unless we get like a movie. But even so, Nekoma is like the pinnacle of the series, so like they've been building up so they could have that one-on-one with Nekoma, and it doesn't happen, and it can't be really portrayed well in a movie. Like, if you watch the other haiku movies, which are like repeats of stuff in the actual series, they take out a lot for the actual game. So something like that for someone or for a team as charismatic as Nekoma, I don't think is a good idea. but who knows what the future could bring. But I think based on the ending, having screenshot clips from the first season in it, it doesn't seem very likely that HOUR is gonna get another renewal. I really like HOUR as overall as an entire series, seeing as it probably won't get another renewal. I really love HOUR overall. This season was pretty on par with other seasons of the past, with slightly less character development, with the exception of Hinata as always, because Hinata is the main fucking character. I will say that out of all the seasons, 1 or 2 would probably be the best, but this was a good look down memory lane personally, and mayhaps I will actually get into the manga this time around. That being said, that's enough HOUR. I will talk about HOUR in another weeb wrap up probably sometime later in the year. So the next anime that I'm going to talk about is actually a manga that I talked about in the December weeb wrap up. That being Romantic Killer. Yes, I caved and actually decided to watch the anime despite the fact I was like, on the manga, you know? So in the first couple of episodes, because I decided not to read more chapters because as it turns out I was right, Shonen Jump releases Romantic Killer as Vault like it does with Kaguya-sama when a volume is released. I decided not to read those chapters of Romantic Killer because I found myself really not liking the first couple of episodes just because of the slight detail changes that they made in the story. It was really only cosmetic, but it was so slight that it annoyed me. It annoyed like the actual crap out of me. I decided not to read it and that was a good decision. I watched this series in English. It's on Netflix. I watched it in English because I was helping my partner move out, or at least the first couple episodes I did. And honestly, I kind of hated it. Like, alongside the I should say it's part English, part Japanese that I watched it in because my Netflix automatically goes onto sub instead of dub, so I kept switching it back to dub if I was doing something, and if I was on break it would be in sub pretty much. This was at least a bit ironically fun in the manga form, but it was all the fun was kind of eliminated during the anime because at least in the webtoon slash manga form, this kind of like cringe kind of romance feels bearable. Because that's like the culture of webtoon, right? It's a little bit cringe, right? I tried the subs for the series and it felt equally as unbearable, if not slightly more bearable in the sub than the dub. I also fucking hate the 3D game element that they made for this series. It's not in the manga whatsoever, but it is in the anime and I fucking hate it. It looks like it was done on MMD. And like this isn't from a I hate CGI, I hate 3D animation in anime kind of thing. You'll see my points about CGI in anime when I talk about Junji Ito, but no, this is purely it's really annoying and doesn't need to be there kind of scenario. Okay, pause. That last part of the review was about the first 5 episodes. My tune completely changed during the latter 7 episodes. I'm not going to remove my ass from this hill of I didn't like the series. At the very least, I didn't like the first 7 episodes. The first 7. The last 5 were okay. I genuinely don't remember anything other than the weird wizard inch thing suddenly becoming a gender shifting love interest, and I'm not fucking joking. The wizard becomes a love interest, and this actually becomes an important plot point because of the final episode. The last 2 episodes I watched with my partner, and they loved the show from the last 4 or 5 episodes that they've seen. They've got a little review under this that I asked if they wanted to add, and they did want to add it. So they were very interested in the last 3 episodes, which is valid because the meat of the series, the part that's actually interesting, is in the last 3 episodes, which is extremely, extremely upsetting for a romance series. I will also give this series its props, because the tragic backstory that they give Kazuki, who is the first love interest that we meet, made a lot of sense. It's not like this random thing that they just shoved in. It actually made sense to his character. And I'm not seeing this level of visual plot development to the lead up to the big reveal of his past in a long time in a lot of anime. as I said, in a lot of anime, it's kind of just shoved in there. This one, it wasn't. It was actually built up quite well, and that I actually am quite fond of for this series. And the best part about it was I didn't feel like I was being spoon-fed the "you should pay attention to how this character acts and his mannerisms" kind of thing. No, it was really natural for the character to build up to this big reveal. So like, I loved that. I felt like it was such a good feeling to watch, unlike the pain that I've had with some horror series attempting to do the same thing within their series. How the fuck did a comedy romance do this better than a horror mystery? I swear to fucking god. I also got the vibe that if you like Kyo from Fruits Basket, you will like Kazuki. Maybe it's because of the orange hair thing, maybe it's the aloofness, maybe it's the I don't like women thing. I don't know. I will however say the immense tonal shift of the last 2 episodes, that A, is something that I usually fucking hate in romance when the last 2 episodes are just completely different from the rest of the series, is B, what I liked about this fucking series. I'm not gonna lie, which I think might be a little bit of a problem. If the anime actually added more onto that, like, ending, or played more on the fact that the wizard thing was in love with Anzu, I would have liked this series a little more. I did like that they fucking ended up dropping the 3D bullshit halfway through. I also think that the princely character is an absolutely unneeded character. They just wanted a Tamaki Seo type. If the Tamaki Seo type looked like Honey Senpai and had the fucking personality of a walnut, that is what they were going for with this princely type character. There only really needed there to be a plot point for the wizard falling in love with Anzu. Overall, most of my praise is for the last 2 episodes. I wish more of the series was like it, and it's a pretty average romance anime if I'm being 100% honest. And I did find myself laughing at it just a smidgen, mostly in the last episodes, but it was just a bit, but not as much as the series probably would intend you to. To start off, it genuinely frustrated me so fucking much, so I would recommend watching it before you actually read the manga, just so that you, like me, if you are nitpicky, don't pick out these little things and get frustrated that they're not in the anime. Comedy-wise, it had more of the visual slapstick of a webtoon, specifically that one webtoon of the girl who wears makeup and gets bitches, otherwise known as True Beauty. And if you don't get what that means, it means just there's a shit ton of visual gags, and they make the main character a man and play on the fact that they're a tomboy a lot, you know? I would highly recommend for webtoon readers who have never tried anime, I guess, to like enjoy this series, or webtoon anime fans who want an anime version of something they read to watch this. Conclusively, I've been legitimately writing essays for the last like 3 weeks, once a week. Shut the fuck up, okay? I progressively liked the series more and more per episode, but in all actuality, I hated the first like 7 episodes, didn't really care about the mid 3, and adored the last 2. So yeah, that is it for Romantic Killers. And lastly is the note from my partner on their thoughts on the series, because they did watch the last parts with me. Was good. Only saw the last half of it, but it was funny and goofy. Humor was basic-ish, but it made Sleepy Brain laugh, so it was good. They also wrote this while extremely tired. I've been awake for 18 hours as of writing this. They had a like 2 to 3 hour nap and refused to acknowledge that they had a sleep. So they hadn't been up for 18 hours. Okay, now on to the complete tonal shift from romance to horror, that being Junji Ito's Maniac. Japanese Tales of the Macabre, because that's the actual full title, not Junji Ito's Maniac. So I saw many a TikTok of people going,
Run, don't walk. Netflix has made a Junji Ito series, and
people being extremely excited. Now, with me being a little gatekeeper, I personally think these people are an amalgamation of either people who have never read nor watched Junji Ito before, people who just love Tomiya, and this can be love Tomiya as in they've only ever read Tomiya, or they've never read Tomiya and just like the character and what she represents, which is a bit towards the end of Tomiya. Also people who don't really want to get into Ito because they're too scared, honestly, and need the anime as sort of a gateway in, which I'm not gonna lie, valid. Then there's also people like myself who are incredibly surprised that this came out before Uzumaki, which we've been waiting for a while. Or alternatively, people who do not know the commonly bashed precursor that I'm about to talk about, because I was honestly blindsided by the fact that Netflix had released a series before Uzumaki was released. At first I thought it was Uzumaki, and then only to be severely disappointed that it wasn't Uzumaki, but was surprised. I was excited to watch, I was excited to like see what it was about. However, when I saw the ad, it looked eerily like the Junji Ito collection, and I knew that I had to review that before reviewing this, because I want to make sure on what my opinions of that series is, so that I'm not, you know, parroting someone else's opinion, so that I can have my own views of this series. Is that to say that I wasn't a little bit influenced when going into this series? I absolutely was. So my hopes were not very high for the Junji Ito collection. That being said, the Junji Ito collection. Now I have a long string of notes. I'm mostly going to be reading off of the notes. So if I'm not looking at you guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to try and put visuals in. Try being the key word. I'm going to be doing this story by story review, as Junji Ito is mostly characterized by short stories, and so I can do a decent review based on the stories I've seen and comment on the ones that I haven't actually read in their manga form, as well as doing my overall opinion at the end of this. I will also be doing this for Junji Ito's Maniac. Now, I will note, I did watch this between English and Japanese, so every episode I kind of switched it up, and some episodes I forgot to switch it up, so the next episode after that was in English, whereas most of them would be in like Japanese. I basically did alternating sub, dub, so I could get a good spectrum on the English dubs versus the Japanese subs. However, somehow I managed to only get Soichi's episodes in Japanese. So, little fun fact about that. Speaking of Soichi, we're starting with Soichi's Convenient Curse / Helldoll Funeral episode 1. Actually being able to hear Soichi biting down on the nails, his nails, you know, the things you, is fucking gross. It is probably the most disturbing part, and the voice acting is actually pretty decent. Sound-wise, the series is decent. They made their spider look like a photo. I'll give them that. Now, I did say some of the voice acting was good. Some of the screams are goofy as shit. In Helldoll Funeral, the eye thing that they did at the end, I did think elevated the horror, but the gore was and did end up being lost in translation, especially with the darkness and the colour palette making it more muted. I feel like if it was highlighted more and had more colour palette, more of a colour palette, I am doing an art history thing at the moment, and it has fucking fried my brain. Because of the colour palette, I think a lot of the gore was lost in translation. They had the visual there, they did not have the scare factor, nor the, like, perspective gore that you would think to see in an anime, honestly. Episode 2, The Fashion Model and the Long Dream. This was an English dub. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually happy for the Long Dream to be dulled down. I genuinely hate it because of that one particular panel, because it genuinely terrifies me, especially as someone who has problems with their sleep. So it's genuinely a terrifying story to me, so having it be slightly dulled down by the anime seems like a good thing to me. But that was before I watched the episode. I think the pan up for the fashion model is kind of mid. They should have just gone for a one sort of like, they should have just had one solid frame, a close-up, maybe, God, I take one art class and all the media is shoved out of my brain. Mid-shot, some shit like that. It would have been more effective with a one frame cutaway. I can't believe I'm saying this. They made the fashion model more human. They made the fashion model more human, not necessarily in looks, but they gave her a really nice voice and actually made her sound like a person.
Excuse me. You've been filming only her scenes for a while now. When will you be putting me in front of the camera?
Any shock value from the long dream felt negated by the fact that any shading or colouring that they use felt like it was just a direct panel from the novel that they had coloured over with a Copic marker, and it lessened the impact just significantly. It felt like one tone, one colour. We've got the shading, which is the lines that Junji Ito typically does with like a fine liner. We've got that. It kind of just felt like they screenshotted the book, the one singular panel, and then decided we're going to just get the paint tool and fill it in. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Next episode, Boy at the Crossroads, From Lovesickness, and Slug Girl. So this is one of the ones that I have never seen but heard a lot about, being Slug Girl, but we're gonna go back to Lovesickness for a second. I honestly think with some eerier music, more airy to mimic the Crossroads Pretty Boy being extremely cold, it would have made the whole story just a bit more tense, at least for just the boy at the crossroads. The sun stings that they have that happen kind of out of nowhere, there's just no build to them. It's really off-putting, and not in a off-putting in a way, you know? This is the first part of the Love Sickness anthology, which technically can be a standalone. I feel like this could have been, however, a few episodes, with each episode being a different story of love sickness. I really think that could have been something that could have been really good for this series, especially because love sickness kind of doesn't just stop at the first story. As I said, it's kind of an anthology series, so they all sort of weave into one another. So just having the first part felt like it was running into nowhere, which I wasn't a fan of. I really wish they had added more episodes of it just to finish off the series, because it just feels completely unfinished. I feel like this could have been a few episodes or an episode in of itself without Slug Girl attached. Again, the sound design for Slug Girl is pretty good. In terms of the squishing of the slugs, I feel like Yuko should actually just be screaming more, but overall it's pretty good. From the small panels that I have seen of Slug Girl, I feel like they left some key frames out from the manga, sorry. That, or they changed the frames, which takes away from the story, in my personal opinion. Next episode, I've got more notes. Shiva / Marionette Mansion. This is an English dub. I have seen both of these. Shiva, honestly, they probably could have used different colours for the holes to make it appear red and gross and distorted. Make them even appear bigger from afar. Again, when bringing life to these characters, they kind of sucked out the horror. The sound design was okay, and what they tried to do with the Doctor and his framing could have been done better with more dramatic shading. Honestly, Marionette Mansion was done really well. I think it's because it's a mystery horror and more quirky than something visual like Shiva, Slug Girl, and the Long Dream / Fashion Model. The sound design is consistent throughout the story as well, which also helped a lot. Next is the ongoing tale of Oshikiri / Cloth Teacher. I've never seen the Cloth Teacher, however the Oshikiri collection has a deep spot in my heart, seeing as it was from Frankenstein, the first of the Junji Ito collections that I picked up. It is also the first of the Junji Ito short stories that I went, ooh, and actually got some element of scare from, which honestly made a huge impact on me. So I'm very high standard for this story series. Again, this is a shock value one. I would have liked more of the stories to be included, much like Love Sickness, and the visuals weren't all that amazing. Mayhaps for the death of Oshikiri they were fine, but that's about it. Another Soichi tale, this being the Cloth Teacher. Again, I think this was done well, as it's more of a quirky tale and didn't heavily rely on the visuals for scares. More so, it was a weird story with occult elements, and our Soichi is literally the butt of the joke. The Window Next Door and Gentle Goodbye. This was in English. The voice of the woman next door is wonderful. It's on the same par as the fashion model. However, where they made the fashion model more human, the voice for the woman next door was more freaky. I will absolutely admit that, and it fitted so well that I was sort of getting nervous about the woman next door. However, the visuals didn't translate this exact same, like, ooh, kind of feeling, you know?
お前のギャウってのが特にな。お前のズドンってのもな。あのズビビビってのもガツンってきたよな。ガツンってよりガツン。なんだあの。
And this is because the colour muddles what should be something that is terrifying. Gentle Goodbye is more of a sad story than horrific, so I think it's done as well as it could be. Next is Used Record and Town with No Roads. I kind of wish they mimicked Junji Ito's run style in the Used Record, like, you know, those panels and it's like, and clearly the character is running towards the reader. I kind of wish they'd mimicked that a little bit more instead of just having the character running like this and the scenery behind them just panning around, you know. I kind of wished it had followed that sort of run that's like really panicked, give it a little more character, you know. Again, the sound design is on point. Adding multiple voices onto the track after every death is amazing and something I wouldn't have thought of. I honestly love that. The second story, the gore was censored. Junji Ito, the king of gore in the Junji Ito collection, was censored. Why? I don't understand that. The king of body horror in the Junji Ito collection, the body horror was censored. And this is in A Town with No Roads. The gore at multiple points was censored. I get needing to cover the nudity of the aunt, but the gore. Next is Honored Ancestors and The Circus Comes to Town. For some reason, there's a significant drop in quality. Here are some lovely pictures of what the fuck I witnessed with Honored Ancestors. I don't know why, but like, there was already like some weird animation, like, things going on for the series, but as soon as we hit Honored Ancestors, the fucking quality just dead on the floor, almost as smashed as the people from Smashed. That is how poor the quality of the animation got, because every single fucking frame, the characters looked like different people. I don't understand why. Characters will look one way in one frame and completely different in the next. A lot of detail is just lost, and this is something awful for a series that's trying to bring Junji Ito's works to life. Lots of series and works that are extremely detailed. This drop in quality probably shouldn't have happened for his series. This gets worse in Circus Comes to Town. The ringmaster's face is constantly changing and I don't like it. I don't know why, but just particularly episode 8 just has the worst animation quality compared to other episodes. Other episodes does have just awful bits of animation, but it's not as bad as episode 8. I don't know why that was. Next is our first Tomie, which is the painter and Blood Bubble Bushes. Okay, they took a little more care in this episode compared to the last episode. I wonder why. And the voice actress that they got for Tomie's laugh, perfect for Tomie. Honestly, I couldn't think of another voice actress more perfect for Tomie. Unfortunately, she was not renewed for Maniac, but still, this Tomie, perfect voice, great laugh, I love it. I actually think it's kind of perfect for Tomie. The sound design makes me feel so unbelievably uneasy. Now, I don't remember if this was for Blood Bubble Bushes or if it was for Painter. Either way, it was for one of them. Now, the next two, which is Greased Bridge, which I watched in Japanese, and Supernatural Transfer Student and Scarecrow, which I watched in English. Don't have any notes because I was kind of getting bored of taking notes and being super analytical, so yeah. Next is Smashed / Rumors. Again, the sound design is amazing given the material. I legit jumped when each character got smashed. I also still hate Soichi's teeth clacking with the nails. I will say, I love Soichi so fucking much. The one thing that I loved and want to see fan art of is Soichi going fangs. Because that was honestly really funny when he got caught out for all his lies and just did the fangs thing. I love that so much, and it's genuinely really funny. I love Soichi as a character. For some reason, on Crunchyroll, Tomie, which is the 13th episode, was split into 2 parts, and they're backwards. The first part of Tomie is the last episode on Crunchyroll, and the second part is the second last episode. I don't know why, but I had to keep flipping between. I watched part 1 in Japanese. Despite putting her story into 2 parts, they still cut out some very small but key details to Tomie's story, which I'm not all that happy about. I am a Tomie snob. I am going to be honest, they completely flubbed Tomie by taking out such small details. By taking out the small details, they cheapened pretty much the whole story of Tomie. An example of this is like what ended up happening to Yamamoto, and then the like just harsh cut to Reiko. They still do the harsh cut, they just take out the section where Yamamoto is a caring person, to Tomie, and is completely freaked out by this whole thing. They take that out despite it being a really important part to the episode. So, really important. It would have added to the series a little more, in my own personal opinion. They could have spent a full 23 minutes building on just the first story alone, which is something that I think they could have done with a lot of the stories, where it could have just been 1 episode. The entire story is 1 episode, just like Oshikiri, just like Love Sickness. I feel like just the first Tomie story could have been 1 episode, and then the second Tomie thing, another episode. Instead, they do 2 10-minute parts, which are also taken up by credits as well, so it's not even like the full amount, but anyway. Another thing with part 1, again, with the fucking censoring. Why did they need to censor all of the gore in Junji Ito in his own collection? I don't understand. All the bits where they're cutting up Tomie is just slashed with a black mark, and it's like, we know they're fucking cutting up Tomie. Why are you not showing us this? Like, unless you're trying to market this series from a person who's known as the fucking body horror king to children, I don't understand why the fuck it was covered. I genuinely don't understand. Next is Tomie Part 2, which I watched in English just to get a comparison on the voice actors. First of all, honestly, they should have just had a Tomie anime series at this point. They clearly put a lot of effort into as many Tomie stories as they put in, especially the first 2. I don't think that the painter should have been in before these 2 stories. Again, they got the main points but lost a lot of the nuance, which cheapened the entire experience, especially when you know that there's a 3rd chapter to this first Tomie arc that continues off of the first 2 chapters. They, for some reason, decided to not censor this one, and I did read along with the book with this episode. A lot was taken out just to accommodate. It is 10 minutes, but I don't understand why they didn't just have 1 23-minute episode just on Tomie. That's pretty much my main gripe. Now is my overall opinion of the series. So I have a pros and cons list, but I'm going to give you the blurb first. So I was going to do pros and cons, but I'll at least talk about how they fucked up Tomie first, because this does apply to my overall opinion. I do not understand why they couldn't have just done 1 25-minute episode dedicated to the first Tomie story, or at least done a majority episode like they did with episodes 1 and 3. Instead, they did the first 2 chapters at 10 minutes each, which I absolutely do not think is enough time for Tomie. Honestly, they could have taken out one of the episodes, such as The Painter and Blood Bubble Bushes, I hate that name, and replaced it with the back-to-back Tomiya special. The first episode being Tomiya as a whole, I don't understand why more time couldn't have been given to the original Tomiya story when more time had been given to other stories. And it's this misuse of time and cherry picking of certain stories, because again, I don't understand why they had to condense the first story of Tomiya into 10 minutes and have the first 2 chapters when they could have easily made 23 minutes out of the content they had for chapter 1 frustrates me. And it's not only in Tomiya that they do this. The Junji Ito collection does something that honestly bites itself in the ass if a viewer has never read a Junji Ito novel. That being to include as many stories as physically possible. They ignore adding multi-part stories, instead only giving or adding 1 or 2 parts to said anthology stories. Now, I will exclude Soichi and the fashion model from this list, as these are reoccurring characters in multiple stories. They aren't necessarily an anthology, they just pop up every once in a while. And I've already given my gripes about Tomiya, but examples of this cherry picking are The Boy at the Crossroads, the first part of Love Sickness, and the ongoing tale of Oshikiri collection, being one of the 2 later stories of Oshikiri. Now, I thought that when Love Sickness came up, they'll be doing maybe 4 episodes of Love Sickness with an extra story per episode. No, they just ignore the rest of the story. Something which leaves the audience as a whole hanging on what the conclusion of that story is. Benefit of the doubt to the creators of the Junji Ito collection. It is a strategy to get people to buy the books and read it themselves. However, this theory for me got thrown out the window when they decided to include the latter portion of Oshikiri's tales. Now, even if it's niche, that chapter calls back to an earlier chapter of Oshikiri's, such as Next Spectre. The way that Oshikiri dies, or the evil Oshikiri dies, is the sort of reference to Next Spectre, how kid that Oshikiri accidentally kills starts growing longer and longer. It is partially a callback to that story, and again, I know it's really niche, but it is a reference to that. So yeah, that's personally as someone who had high expectations of the Oshikiri stuff. Again, benefit of the doubt to the creators. A newcomer audience member can interpret other Oshikiris as murderers. It is horror after all. But as someone who actively enjoys Ito's works and loves the Oshikiri tales, especially when the story is called The Ongoing Tale of Oshikiris, it feels really sloppy and lazy to have those characters by themselves in just one little episode and not have the other stories there. And it becomes exceedingly obvious that they shoved as many chapters in as physically possible, purposely ignoring multi-part stories. Now, if they just done one-shot short stories and added in Tomiya at the end, I honestly wouldn't be mad. But because they've done it this way and it feels to me that they've shot themselves in the foot, it becomes evident that they didn't really care at what chapters, other than the fact that those were probably the most popular chapters of Junji Ito. And thus, they went into the anime. They could have done 2 episodes of Love Sickness, they could have done the same with Oshikiri and still had that short story feeling. But they didn't, and honestly, from a fanatic's perspective, it really hinders the series for people who like the stories themselves, probably the main audience who will want to watch the Junji Ito fucking collection. Now, I understand this is me being extremely nitpicky, but again, I am a fanatic of these books. And again, the Oshikiri chapters are some of my favourites as they are near and dear to my heart. I hated the way that they were interpreted into the anime. That is my big main blurb. Now the pros and cons of this series. We're going to start with the cons, because that's probably what you're looking for when I'm analysing the Junji Ito collection. One is the censoring. Why the fuck are you censoring a horror series? Especially for someone who is known as the king of body horror. I do not understand that choice, and I don't know if this was done on behalf of Crunchyroll, which if it was, that's a little bit weird, a little bit suspicious, seeing as Crunchyroll has very suggestive scenes on other animes that were not censored, so that makes me believe that it was done on behalf of the actual animation studio, which just does not make sense to me. Why animate a scene and then censor it? Like, I get maybe for the Japanese public, but unless you're like showing this at prime time, I don't understand why it needed to be censored. I figure the Junji Ito collection would be aired late at night, and thus the gore makes sense to be put on a program like that. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense because it's Junji fucking Ito and it's his collection. He is known for horror and body horror and gore. Why censor it? Number 2 is that in trying to be stylistic, the visual horror of Ito's work is lost on animation. And some of the scenes just become funny looking. I took so many photos because Crunchyroll will not let you take fucking screenshots anymore, which makes me really, really mad, and it's why I had to physically film some of the Crunchyroll stuff, especially with what we're gonna see next, of characters having just an incredible, severe decrease in design in terms of like difference in distance, whether they're like having a close-up or if they're having like a mid-shot. That's the word I was thinking of before. If they're having a close-up or having like a mid-shot or a far shot, something like that. It's not called far shot, but that's the word I'm thinking of right now, and that's what I'm gonna work. Difference in distance severely changed the appearance of the characters, which makes sense in most other anime, not someone who has very detailed looking anime, especially when the characters look different in every single scene. I'm looking at you, episode 8. Genuinely, I think that the show writers cared more about getting visuals directly from the manga, especially the more iconic ones, and didn't care about how to move the characters from A to B, because sometimes they would just be like fluid animation, sometimes it felt like a slideshow, you know? And I don't know why the animation just fucking dipped in episode 8. Like, there were episodes, sure, where the faces kept changing a lot, and the art style was pretty inconsistent in, again, trying to be stylistic. It also felt like a little bit of a slap in the face, especially since Junji Ito kind of has same face syndrome, where a lot of the characters look exactly the same, you know? So having all these characters just look like different people in different frames was a little bit daunting. Pros for this series: the opening is pretty good, especially for a horror series. I would put it on the same par as Another for that series. 2, I alternated between English and Japanese for the dubbing, as I mentioned. The dubbing and sound design overall was pretty good. However, I do have some notes. The inconsistency in sound design between shorts does bite the series in the arse a little bit. It's only very, very subtle, and more so in the beginning episodes than latter episodes, but it's still evident. Sometimes there are stings that come out of nowhere and create jump scares that just do not need to be there, which again cheapens the entire effect of the story for me, as they are trying to recreate the page turn effect with these stings. But overall, genuinely, I think the sound design elevated the series to more of a eerie level, doing something that the animation just couldn't do. If they had made like an audiobook to go alongside the series with the same sound designers using the same sounds, I kind of would have liked it. But no, that's how much I like the sound design more than the actual animation itself. And then my third pro point is that the Soichi episodes and the episodes with more wacky concepts that don't revolve around body horror and are more like mystery or just a little bit creepy are honestly the best ones for this series. And there's a lot of Soichi episodes, so that is something that the series does incredibly well. I genuinely liked those particular ones being animated because they felt like just a creepy kid getting into some trouble, which is what they are. In most cases, if they're a Soichi episode, it's just a creepy kid getting in trouble and doing some curses. The sound design on the Soichi episodes is also done spectacularly. Again, I can't enough say what the like grinding on the nails that Soichi was doing was just felt awful, and it was fantastic. That's something that I loved. Genuinely, this series gets a 5 out of 10 for me. I like Soichi's episodes, and the soundtrack was done really well in comparison to the visuals. However, it took me a lot of the visuals particularly and the inconsistencies in story, taking out a lot of the nuance, really took me out of the viewing experience and made me feel like more I was trying to analyze the series. The only stories that I could invest myself in were Soichi's and the fashion models, as well as tales that I'd never actually read in person before. But even then, I couldn't help but wonder, what details was I missing from the actual story itself, knowing that the stories that I did actually know weren't all that great because there was elements missing. It's an okay series. I can't in my heart give a strong recommendation, especially if you enjoy Junji Ito. I would just straight up just recommend the books instead. If you're nervous, get Junji Ito's Cat Diary. Don't go for this anime series. It's honestly not worth it. It's incredibly mediocre from my opinion. If you want like a sound design experience, then go for this series maybe, but not for a visual experience or a genuine experience of Junji Ito. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Again, I cannot genuinely give a suggestion for this. Overall, average, but because so much of what makes a Junji Ito story that interesting and that fearful and that terrifying is taken away in the translation of manga panels to animation, I cannot recommend it. Absolutely not, especially if you're just getting into Ito. If you are into Ito already and actively read the books and stuff like that, then maybe have a go, laugh at it. But I just can't, especially with the censoring, because he is the king of body horror. Why the fuck would you censor the body horror? That is just not a Junji Ito experience. You're setting yourself up for failure there, Crunchyroll or people who animated this. Why did you censor the probably biggest thing that Junji Ito is known for? So, that being said, let's move on to Junji Ito Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre. So these are the notes. I only have it for a couple of episodes because I was actually genuinely enjoying this series a little bit, just a smidge. My notes. Okay, starting off with the Hikizuri siblings probably isn't the best course for me, as I've mentioned in the past, the Hikizuri siblings is probably one of my least favourite stories. So, yay! Least favourite story is the starter. That's not foreshadowing whatsoever. This is probably done out of the Wednesday popularity, but that's only if they did it last minute as a episode rechange, which because of the ending it's not likely, so fun coincidence I guess. I am not enjoying the creepy fucking border that they did on the first episode. They didn't proceed to do it for any other episodes except for the first, but I just have a thing where I do not like borders on animation, and it just bothered me when I kept seeing it, so it worries me that the opening is in the same style as the Junji Ito collection, but I do enjoy the opening. After each episode there is a small part story thing I do genuinely like. Unlike the Junji Ito collection, it actually does something that I'm sure was critiqued a lot, which is it does one story per episode in most cases. For the shorter stuff, it does 2 stories per episode, but it's an alternating 1 episode, 2 episode, 1 episode, 2 episodes, that sort of stuff. I also just watched it in Japanese for this collection. I'm not going to go back and rewatch it in English, but I watched it in Japanese. That's all you really need to know in terms of my dub situation. The animation was actually decent, and while it is the second story of the Hikizuri siblings, I don't hate that the second one was used, as it effectively shows the family's dynamic of the Hikizuri siblings, whereas the first one is more so about the sister. Granted, they could have adapted more on the fact that they just killed the sister's boyfriend, but still. Episode 2. The smoke effects in episode 2, trash. No. Why? This does not give me high hopes. But once again, it is good. Decent at least. They're not particularly going for the body horror route, at least as of episode 2 anyway, with the exception of maybe the ice cream truck, which they could have been more stylistic, but I enjoyed it. I love the use of the panels for the reconstruction of the incidents. Episode 3. I understand the use of CGI in this series, especially for this stories, however, it was not at all blended well enough into the animation. All you can think of is the evident CG, and Shirashi's body flapping about under the balloon. when I tell you I pissed myself laughing, nearly pissed myself laughing. I don't understand why it needed to look like that, but it was really weirdly funny. The balloon jump scare in the alley genuinely got me, and I will admit that more can be done detail-wise to make the body horror look more visually displeasing, but overall, hanging balloons was actually pretty decent, given that you try to ignore the CG and the poor blending of it. I don't know what episode this is, but it's one of the Soichi episodes. They clearly got the same VA for Soichi, which makes me really happy. Honestly, the Junji Ito's collection sounds for Soichi's nail biting is honestly better and more displeasing. You can clearly see a loop, or clearly hear a loop, for Soichi's biting in Maniac, which personally, as a audio nerd, I wasn't a huge fan of. They chose the last of the Oshikiri tales for different episodes. I honestly think they could have done or chosen a better one. And the Sandman was fucking awesome. Genuinely the scariest story, animated at least. I really liked it. I also got these two very strange photos. I won't even say screenshots because Crunchyroll doesn't allow you to screenshot shit. I could hear Hair in the Attic. Okay, I didn't like it, mainly because you could hear the loop for the teeth grinding, and I don't like the teeth grinding sound. I can hear it in my skull. Episode 6, some of the dark parts are way too dark visually. Also, I can tell Yuki Kaji's voice from a fucking mile away. I know that man's voice. It's been in too many of the anime that I fucking like. This man playing a deranged character, or deranged characters, is clearly his forte, and his blood-curdling scream is quite fucking good. A very good vocal choice for the library episode. I honestly really loved Yuki Kaji's performance. Episode 7. I'm gonna need to read the actual story of Toontown because honestly this was done really well. Again, a flaw would have to be the CGI, but honestly I think it was a kind of good in this episode. It was at least blended a little bit better than it was in the hanging balloons. Yes, again, didn't blend the most perfectly, but it was better than before. It did also help that I hadn't seen Toontown before, but I actually really liked it, and I did get jump scared at the end and really actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Start of it was a bit slow, I will admit, but it was decent, and I think what elevated it was that I'd never seen the actual story before. Episode 8, Layers of Terror. Now this is another story that I really like, and I read it. It's not in any of these books, but I read it online, and it's really like good personally. Not so much how they did it in the anime. And I did like it. The audio stuff was pretty good. Wasn't as good as it could have been, but could have been slightly better. Then is The Thing That Drifted Ashore. I don't know what scared me so much about it, or what unnerved me even. It didn't really scare me, it more so unnerved me. Again, the CGI did take me away from the moment a little bit, but I was still slightly unnerved, whether it was like my fear of the ocean, the parallels to Gyo, or the overall visuals. Again, CGI took away from it, or the fact that I'd never seen it before, but something unnerved me about it, and I'm not sure what. Episode 9, okay, this one's a long one, because it's the Tomie episode. I don't like how they did the Tomie episode. 1, I think the collection animated Tomie significantly better. She looks more like she does in the manga than in the Maniac version. 2, they stripped Tsukiko of her personality and kind of made her just a bland scumbag character. I like that they used photo, which isn't a story that I often see animated or talked about, except for maybe the photos actually of Tomie used as a graphic references, but that's about it. I don't see the actual story talked about beyond that point, so I'm glad to see it animated. However, in translating it, they decided to ignore the fact that Tsukiko is the narrator of the story and not just the main character, and thus we don't get her inner monologues, nor do we actually get the snappy interactions with Tomie and Tsukiko. Or other characters, really, even her friends or people she sells photos to, we get snappy reactions with, and we don't get that in the anime. Her sass is lost, but also her agency in the latter half of the story, because this is a one-shot version of the 3-chapter arc. Her agency is just gone, because, like, she's being hunted. And, like, we don't get that agency because we don't get more of the photo story. It's just, poof, gone. Where did it go? You know? Like, she's actively being seeked out to be murdered, and there's little to no agency except when she's actually being attempted to be murdered by Yamazaki. It's really upsetting to see, honestly. Otherwise, in terms of, like, plot points, they got it pretty one-for-one with the manga. Yes, I was reading along with my actual copy of Tomie. They did simplify it a lot. In an ideal world, personally, Tomie would either be a movie franchise or a movie franchise of 3 parts, maybe a tie-in short film series as well, with, like, the big film series being like the first arc with then the photo arc, and then like the final arc being like Passing Dim into Old and Ugly, and like the short film series would be between photo arc and the last arc, pretty much. And ideally everything in that series would go ideally by the book exactly and be characterized perfectly. But for a 23-minute episode where it actually did a pretty good job at portraying the key elements of the story, I give it props for that. It just didn't bring the personality that we needed for the story.
Also, I want to know, for a series that, like, so heavily referenced Tomie in the fucking, like, what's it called, promotional shit for it, there's only 1 episode on Tomie. I expected more, I'm not going to lie. Like, going into the Junji Ito collection, like, you can see all the stories that are on, like, the list. And I didn't look at the stories on the list for Netflix where I did Crunchyroll, so I didn't know how many Tomie stories there was, and I was so surprised that there was only 1, and actually a little annoyed that there was only 1, because one of the posters itself references one of the, like, more gruesome Tomie stories, the 3rd story of, like, the 2nd arc of the Photo Girl arc, of Sakiko's arc, should I say. It directly references that story in the fucking, promotional, like, cover. And you only had the 1st story. Are you kidding me? Again, a lot of the selling points for Junji Ito, and I didn't mention this with the Junji Ito collection, is Soichi and Tomie. And Soichi I understand, at least for the collection, because there is so much fucking Soichi in that collection. And I guess Tomie as well, because they have three episodes on Tomie. However, I don't understand referencing the 3rd story of Sakiko's arc and not having that story animated. I don't understand. I get having the 1st story animated, and we all know my opinion on that, but the 3rd story I don't understand. And I know, I am well aware there is more than 1, like, promotional art, but if you're going to promote Junji Ito, I guess I understand why you promoted Tomie, because it's his most well-renowned, most famous works. It just frustrates me that there's only 1 episode, and that's the main selling point of it. I get, like, the use of the hanging balloons, because it's a pretty big episode. I get the use of maybe Soichi, because there's 1 or 2 Soichi stories. And Soichi, again, is a reoccurring character. We see him a lot in a lot of fucking stories, especially in these series. But only 1 Tomie episode, and that's the cover? That I don't understand.
Next is at episode 10, The Unendurable Maze. Again, stripping the story of the substance it needed. We don't get a whole lot of context for the events of the story, and the personality of the characters are completely lost. Also, they somehow made the bully more uncomfortable to endure. I congratulate you on doing that, but it's significantly more uncomfortable in anime form than it is in thing. Not in the same way though, that's the thing. It's not in the same way, and I think it's mostly with the voice acting of the children and the crying. It makes it so upsetting to hear. Episode 10 is probably the most uncomfortable episode to sit through just because of the bully. And then is episode 11. I was immediately oh my god. Episode 11. So there's the headless statues episode. I was so quickly taken out of the moment by the discordant jazz saxophone that fucking started playing when the main character was confronted with the headless mannequins. Why the fuck was there a discordant jazz solo in the middle of this incredibly intense scene? I don't understand. And it's a little bit funny to me. Took me right out of the moment and made me laugh a little bit because I wasn't expecting it. So what do I think of the series overall? Now, I'm going to parrot a lot that's being said in the notes like I did with the Gendido collection section, but pretty much I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a fair bit. I do think it has a one-up on the Gendido collection personally. It could have done artistically something more stylistic. As I said, Tomiya wasn't Tomiya in this series, which made me kind of upset. I loved the format that they went through because it is one of the biggest critiques that I had of the Junji Ito collection, where they had some episodes where it was just one story and they kept to that story, and then other episodes where it was two shorter stories. Personally, I feel like they could have expanded more on certain stories, but I feel like those kinds of stories, for example the Hikizuri siblings or the Tomiya series, either needs to be its own series or needs like a film series or something like that. Obviously the CGI, depending on what episode, is garbage, and they didn't necessarily go the body horror route as compared to the Junji Ito collection. This really does feel like they took the notes from the Junji Ito collection and applied it to the into Maniac, and honestly I actually really appreciate that, despite only having watched the collection the day prior, and I don't know if it's because of all my previous biases that I didn't like the Junji Ito collection more, but that being said, I actually really enjoyed it. There are some moments where I really wish they didn't have CGI or special effects, just because it cheapened the look of the entire thing, or they could have blended some of the CGI into the animation more. I know for a fact, I haven't looked at other reviews yet, but I know for a fact it's going to be bombed to shit because they use CGI. I actually think they did it more effectively. I will say, compared to the collection, their soundtracks aren't as good. It could have been improved more. There wasn't really a whole range of diversity in sounds. A lot of the sounds are replayed. You could hear loops going on. Honestly, probably a downgrade as the comparison to the Junji Ito collection. The one thing I did also like about the Junji Ito collection was it was more stylistic, where it looked closer to Junji Ito's style of drawing. However, the collection trying to be stylistic, it dropped frames, made the animation overall look much more terrible quality. That didn't happen in the Junji Ito collection. They did still look like Junji Ito characters, but did look like anime adaptations of Junji Ito characters. Some characters, like Tomiya, I do wish they had kept more stylistic, because again, that didn't look like Tomiya to me. That looks like a random pretty girl from an anime, which made me upset, because in the opening, you see that stylistic version of Tomiya. And that's another thing. For Tomiya and Soichi to be featured so much in the opening and ending, I really wish there had been more. Like, it made sense that Soichi and Tomiya were featured in the collection because there was two Tomiya episodes, and there was multiple Soichi episodes, whereas there was only like 2 or 3 Soichi like sections and one main Soichi episode in the Junji Ito collection, and only one Tomiya episode in the collection, in Maniac, sorry. Something else that I did really like is that they didn't touch on stories that the collection had already done. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of would have liked if they had done that a little bit, but I'm not hugely mad at the fact that they didn't do that. I actually kind of appreciate we get to see a huge, like, larger range of Junji Ito stories that get to be animated, and a few of them I really liked. Personally, my favourite actually had to be the Sandman, because it genuinely gave me the same fear that the Sandman did originally in like the manga, and I will say some of the animation was a little bit goofy, but I actually enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed that specific one. And there was I don't remember which one, I've probably said it in my notes already. There was another one that I really liked that really effectively did their adaptation well. And a lot of the ones that I hadn't, the Bully, that was what it was. The Bully actually did it semi-decently. I will say it, semi-decently. There is some things that like the Maniac series could have done to do it better, but with the time limit they were given, plus the like things that they had to get in because it's Junji Ito and they have to make sure they get these right plot points, they did lose and tend to lose some of the nuances. That's the biggest thing across the series, is the loss of nuances is a problem when translating Junji Ito to the screen. Now, in terms of body horror, I actually really like that they steered away from body horror a lot. In terms of Maniac, there is a lot of little things that it could have done to be better, such as making episodes split into 2, as in like 1 Tomiya chapters, 2 episodes, just to add that little bit of nuance, because they definitely stripped a lot of nuance out of certain stories that I really think could have been enhanced if they had left it in, as well as the fact that they didn't blend certain animation things well, so it looked really cheap. The audio quality, not audio quality, but like sound design could have been better, though I will say it does vary quite wildly between episodes. Some of them it's done like super effectively, and some of it it's not, whereas in the collection it was kind of just concisely really good, though it also did fluctuate a little bit, but not as much as it does in Maniac. As someone who loves Junji Ito, I really actually like this series more than the collection. Was it a little bit disappointing? Yes. See, a lot of the problem with translating Junji Ito to the screen is, first of all, body horror, and second of all, level of detail, and third of all, the nuances in character, as you don't get a lot of the narration that you would get from, say, manga panels, and characters literally narrating stuff. Like, as I said, Sakiko, we don't have her character because she's the narrator in photos in Tomiya. We do not have her narration in photos in Tomiya in Maniac. A lot of the character quirks, because a lot of these characters, these main characters, are narrators, falls flat on its face. I will say, both series, comparatively, when they do quirky chapters, it works. It's perfect. Soichi chapters, I have no problem with in these series. Honestly, if they did a whole series that's just Soichi, I would have liked it a lot, I reckon, because that would have been just such a fun concept. All of the Soichi chapters, that would have been so fun, personally. And this is coming from someone who hasn't read a whole lot of the Soichi chapters, but the ones that I have read that did appear in the collection and Maniac were really good. I really liked them. I would have liked to see the Soichi's Family Circus one. Would have really liked to see that. I will say they did choose some of the more absurd chapters, and again, this was probably to avoid the body horror element, which was something that was incredibly lacking in the collection. Honestly, I really liked that, as I said, but some of the quirky stories they picked were kind of bland. Like, I feel like a lot of nuance was lost to make them that bland, because I don't understand why they had been animated. Personally, I kind of would have liked to see the Amigara faults be animated in this series because it's one of the big ones. Other thing that I really liked was references to either the manga directly or references to other things in other episodes. So for example, in the ice cream van you had a reference to, I believe it was the next episode, which was the floating balloons, the first girl who dies. You see her interview pop up in the scene where the kid is eating his friends. I thought that was really cool. In another scene, in another story, the hell book that is in the library, oh my god, I'm blanking on all the names, that the hell book that's in the library story, you see in the story of the tall wall. That's something that I find really cool. And again, in Hanging Balloons, you see a panel, an actual physical panel from the actual manga. I love it when anime does that, when they bring up a panel from the manga itself. I don't know why, it just feels exciting. It's like, oh my god, that's the actual manga. Oh my god, they have the actual art. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love that. I honestly adore little tidbits like that. It also makes you think, are all of these in the same universe, or at least some of these are in the same universe? So I find that really fun. You get to make your own little collective universe of Genji Ito. So I absolutely adore that. Personally, out of the two, which one you should probably watch, or which one I would recommend, if you want to watch more of the like acclaimed stories, so stuff that will be in the collection books, so this being Smashed, Shiva, all of that. If you want to see those animated, I would go to the collection. However, overall, I would actually suggest Maniac. It is slightly better animated. It has, honestly, a better fear factor. There's less Soichi, but even still, Soichi's episodes are pretty good. And just in general, I think I prefer it. I will say I did get some scares in there. A lot of the stuff that I hadn't seen, I was more invested in. But even then, like the stuff that I did know, I was excited to see animated. If you are an avid fan of Junji Ito, I might put this one on the back burner. I wouldn't jump to see it. I'm personally more interested in going to see Uzumaki whenever the fuck that comes out. I swear to god, if it doesn't come out this year, I'm gonna cry. Anyway, I will probably maybe avoid Junji Ito's Maniac just for a little bit. If you're very morbidly curious, then go for it. There is some genuinely good parts, but not all of it is the best, I will say that. There's also some pretty fucking good laughs that you can get from some of the poor quality CG. It's a mixed bag. It's probably more of a like plain mixed bag in comparison to the collection, which is just an absolute turbulent mixed bag of stuff. In all honesty, I think I'll give Junji Ito's Maniac Japanese Tales of the Macabre. I think I'm gonna have to give it a 6. Because I did really like it. I had some moments where I was like, oh, like I did in the manga, which was genuinely really good. However, I think because I had that predisposed thing with the collection, that's why I ranked it at a like 5 or 6 as well, whereas this one was actually just a little more plain. It did things effectively. It went by the book where it like made sure it had all the right plot points. It just took a lot of the nuance out of the scares. There was obviously a few that were like better than the others, but it's not a whole lot, so it gets a 6, 7-ish out of me. And it kind of just proves to me that it's really, really difficult to bring Junji Ito books to the screen. But that being said, let's move on to February anime. Now, the only anime that I pretty much watched was the My Hero Academia Season 6, which is continuously ongoing, as well as the Kaguya-sama movie, The Kiss That Never Ends. Now, I will link the full review that I did of the actual movie itself up in the little icon up here. But basically, Kuyu-sama, The Kiss That Never Ends, my thoughts on it. It was really good. There was some points that was disappointing. The actual ending of the film I really think could have been done much better, because it kind of just felt like it was paced super well throughout the entire film, and then it was like a bullet at the end. So it was very conflicting, and I didn't necessarily like it. It wasn't done in the regular Kuyu-sama way, so annoyed me. Also, some of the animation was a little bit unfortunate with, at least at the very beginning of the film, some of the characters, especially in the foreground, didn't appear like they should be in the foreground. They appeared like they should be in the background, and it was a little bit unfortunate. Overall, I really enjoyed the film. I had a great laugh. I was with a bunch of like-minded people in the audience, and it was genuinely really funny. It's Kuyu-sama. I love Kuyu-sama. It was one of my favorite series, and I hopefully can't wait for a season 4. I do, however, also wish that they had touched on the Ishigami Tsubame Ino stuff, which they referenced but didn't show, which makes me think there's gonna be a season 4, but I don't know yet. Again, that will be linked in the iCard up there. But now this isn't anime. I should mention the thing that I did watch a lot of in February, which is the K-drama The Fabulous. Now, this is on Netflix. I honestly love it. You could say it's fabulous, but personally I loved it as someone who loves the world of fashion, the realm of fashion. Seeing like a drama based on that world makes me really happy. It follows a group of 4 people, a fashion designer, a model, someone who works behind the scenes, that being a PR manager, and a photographer, and their journey through their fashion world as they try to get to the next level in their careers. Now, the series does something absolutely fantastic and does a full circle kind of story where it starts off with a fashion show and ends with a fashion show, and I really appreciate it. I absolutely adore this K-drama. For some reason, it's always K-dramas with Minho from SHINee that I just love. I mean, I love that man. I'm a sucker for anything that he is in, but just particularly those kinds of K-dramas where he's acting in it are my favorite. I don't know why. It's not just because of him, but it's partially because of him. I also really like the messages of the actual K-drama itself, as well as having a lot of nice little references tied up in a bow. Now, I will say at the start of this series can be a little bit frustrating as you don't really know the background of these characters and are like unwrapping it throughout the series. I do like and not like that format. Like, it's very similar to the way Kuyu-sama unwraps the backstories of these characters, where they seem a little bit arrogant at first, and then you like realize that there's more there. You get to hear their backstory and all that sort of stuff. At first it's very jarring, but it's not too bad, especially for a K-drama. It's actually quite decent. I honestly love it. I honestly feel like some of the actors I've seen in other shows, but I don't know what shows because I went onto their wikis and I know none of their shows. I honestly love this series, and a lot of the fashion in it actually gave me ideas for outfits that I can make in the future. So I personally love The Fabulous. I could not recommend it more for if you like K-dramas and if you like the fashion world. That's not anime, so we're not going to talk about anime anymore. That is all the things that I watched in February of 2023. So, February manga. Now, clearly this is the weeb wrap-up of Junji Ito because I have also purchased a Junji Ito novel for this month. I felt like I needed it. Anyway, from Fragments of Horror, this is a book that I've been meaning to get into my collection for a while. I, prior to owning this book, had read 2 of the stories, that being The Whispering Woman and The Wooden Spirit, and had watched Gentle Goodbye in anime form. Now, my notes on the actual short stories in this itself go per story, as per usual. I actually listed down all of the stories, which include Futon, Wooden Spirit, Tomie-o, not Tomie, Red Turtleneck, Gentle Goodbye, Dissection-chan, Blackbird, Magami Nanakuze, and The Whispering Woman. Now, as I just mentioned, I'd already read The Whispering Woman and Wooden Spirit, so those didn't come as a surprise to me. But on the note of all of the other stories, as I mentioned in the anime adaptation section, I have seen and know of The Gentle Goodbye as I watched it for the Junji Ito Collection Maniac section of the video. So I already knew the story, but I definitely can say in the form of the original story that it is a lot sadder in manga form than it is in anime form, but the anime, I will say, had adapted it quite well. Now, on the other stories of Fragments of Horror, Futon is incredibly similar to another Junji Ito tale. I believe that story was called Mold. That's pretty much the only note that I had on the topic of the same character, Tomio, in Red Turtleneck. While not the most horrific tale, it is definitely intense, and I haven't experienced this intensity in a story in a while in terms of the situation. I really, really applaud how this character's Tomio, how Junji Ito was able to like create this intensity in this high intensity situation for this character who's just holding their head. It's honestly kind of awesome. Is it the most horrific? Absolutely not, but it is certainly intense, and I do appreciate that. Next is the Section Chan. It's decent and definitely creepy. That's all I really had to say. Blackbird is honestly really good. The imagery of the giant bird is insane and did actually make me jump. I honestly love it. Then is Megami Nanakuze. A little all over the place and not my most favorite. It just feels like a lot. It is one of those quirky character kind of stories that aren't always my favorite. They're very hit or miss when it comes to Junji Ito. It's either a great one and it's like fun and it's like a really good one, like maybe a lot or a few of Soichi's ones I find really fun. Or it could be something like the Hikizori siblings where I really just wasn't gelling with it, and Megami Nanakuze is one of those stories where I wasn't necessarily gelling with the weird quirky character in this scenario. Overall, however, from Fragments of Horror, my favourite story to this day is still The Whispering Woman. It's been my favourite for a long time, specifically from this story collection, and yeah, so Fragments of Horror, overall I think it's pretty good. Would I think it's better than Venus in the Blind Spot? I'm gonna say probably, because I honestly really like a lot of the stories that go on here, and there was a bunch of stories that I actually had never seen before, and I got a new kind of horror experience from Red Turtleneck that I wasn't expecting, so yeah. So now is a little bit of an update of everyone's favorite psychological mother-son horror fucking abomination, that is Blood on the Tracks. Now this is for the recent chapters 134 through 137. The last chapters thus far have been all on Seiko, otherwise known as our mother character. I didn't have her name before, now I know it properly. And now it seems clear that the mother has has mental issues and a very similar mental state to our Seiichi, meaning that these mental issues are probably hereditary, as they seem to see the world in a very similar way, or as the series mentioned earlier in like one of the pretty early chapters, there was something about family members having telekinesis or telepathy, one of the two, and being able to like read each other's minds. So it might be some weird fuckery with that as well. I don't know. I'm just enjoying the series for its just discomfort and its mind fuckery, thus psychological horror. But that is really all I have for Blood on the Tracks thus far. I did only read like 3 chapters, so now moving on to some manga that I read online, and this is a TikTok recommendation because I, for some reason, at the very start of February, was only getting recommendations for different manga on TikTok, so I have a lot of them. So starting off is the guy she was interested wasn't a guy at all. This manga is pure fluff. Okay, a little backstory. This is a kind of webisode manga comic, like the ones that you'll find on Instagram or Twitter. It's posted on Twitter, but there are translations of it online in a more condensed form. Our main character, Aya, is a gyaru who likes rock music and punk, and has absolutely fallen in love with this guy who works at the music store that she frequents. Mitsuki is Aya's classmate, and she works at her uncle's music shop. I think you can see where this is going. Aya is in love with Mitsuki. Mitsuki freaks out, but ends up going along with it. Why? Because she's a raging lesbian, but she doesn't realize it yet. You know, classic romantic stuff. Now, my actual thoughts on the series is that it is so fucking fluffy that I adore it, and it's fluffy in that really, really good romance kind of way, you know? Not fluffy and it's like a, yeah, that's cute. No, it's in a get together, that kind of way, a really intense, fluffy kind of way. I don't know if I'm portraying this right. There is currently 36 chapters and I am eating up every single one. I am obsessed, and third of all, Yuri comment sections are the best. I've read yaoi comment sections and Yuri comment sections. Yuri ones are the best. I have thus decided. And lastly, what the fuck is it with Yuri and music tropes? Because there's more of them coming. There is actively more Yuri stories that I'm going to be talking about that have bands or music. What is it with lesbians and music? I love it, don't get me wrong, but now I can suddenly see why people thought K-On! Was a Yuri anime, because oh my god, there is so many Yuri manga that take place in either a music setting, a band setting, I don't know, but I'm eating it up. Maybe that's why. And it's always a shy bitch with a guitar and a really, really loud bitch as well. Honestly, this series gets an 8 out of 10 for me. Will I keep reading it? If I remember. The next Yuri novel that I got to read, as February was the month of love, I decided to go full force into reading romance stories between women. We have Yuri Espoir. Now, I got this in Minotaur and I saw the second volume. I should have fucking picked it up because oh my god, I love this series. The format of this book, I love it. And I was like coerced into buying this because I originally wasn't gonna buy something from Minotaur. When I went out and bought this, I kind of just went into the city to have food and we went by Minotaur, and because this is distributed by Tokyopop, you usually don't see a lot of new stories distributed by Tokyopop anymore. My friend went, buy it. It's by Tokyopop. So I did, and I don't regret it because fuck, it is cute. Yuri Espoir is so fucking cute and I love it. Our main character, Kokoro, is a rich teenager who's been put into an arranged marriage and will be married to a man at the end of the year. Only problem is, she's a lesbian. Firm on the fact that she'll die emotionally when she's married off, Kokoro turns to her friend, Amami, for a proposal of creating a Yuri sketchbook that Kokoro can use for imagining lesbian relationships when she eventually dies emotionally. The format of this book is honestly so fucking cute, as Kokoro will see two women or two people in general and imagine a scenario for them. And the next chapter is the actual lives of those people featured in the chapter that Kokoro is imagining their lives about, and it usually is people in women loving women scenarios. And I honestly love that format so fucking much, as you don't get to like just sit and wonder what these characters actually are, you get to see a peek into their lives. Would I like to see more of their lives? Absolutely. But will that happen? Probably not. So I also love the fact that this has a wide range, a variety of ages for the characters that are shipped together, from high schoolers to office workers to college students. There is a lot. I was a little bit uncomfortable when they started having a relationship dynamic idea with middle schoolers being the targets. That was a little weird, but most of the other characters are like late teenage, early adult to office worker age adults, so I am willing to overlook it once and hope it doesn't happen again. And genuinely, the huge dynamic range of ages and different personality types and different occupational differences is really refreshing, because it's not just a story about teenage girls falling in love with other teenage girls, it's the whole fucking spectrum. And now I'm just gonna say what every mentally ill bitch is thinking, and having a story based around making up imagines to cope is exactly the representation we needed. It's honestly a little bit refreshing to know, because while I don't make imagines of real people, making imagines of fictional characters falling in love to mentally cope is such a fucking mood. Of note, all of the couples on the cover are, with the exception of the main two characters, are the couples that Kokoro ships together. And if you're wondering, this one is the best one. It is a lesbian relationship. It's the best one. Trust me, best one. Honestly, I love it. I'm still kicking myself that I did not pick up volume 2. I wish I fucking did, because it's expensive now on Booktopia. Just angry. I will say, from memory, this one didn't, for once, have music lesbians on it, but you know what Yuri story has music lesbians? Yeah. How Do We Relationship. Finally got volume 1 of this, so this was supposed to be part of my Christmas present. So Mum bought all the books that she had been meaning to give me off of Booktopia, and the ones that ended up being back-ordered were the Idle Dreams books and the How Do We Relationship books, and volume 2 still has not rocked up. So I will only be reviewing volume 1. I have volume 3. I'm not touching volume 3 until I've got volume 2. So, volume 1 of How Do We Relationship, I have finally fucking started the series after having volume 3 for almost an entire goddamn year. I almost considered selling that book. I'm glad I didn't, because I am somewhat invested in this series. That being said, in comparison to this, I don't know how to feel about this series. While this is really cute, very relatable, a little bit cheesy, especially on the romance side, this is so painfully awkward and real. The whole, like, very millennial, how do we relationship kind of title, yeah, accurate. Oh my god. It's like Miwa is a walking disaster and Seiko is me. Honestly. So How Do We Relationship goes through the beginning of a lesbian relationship between Miwa and Seiko, two college-age students, at least 20, because they do show the characters going to drinking parties. The drinking age in Japan is 20, so they have to at least be 20 years old, I think. Interestingly enough about these two characters is that they're in a fucking band together. It's always the band lesbians. It's always the music lesbians. Why? Why do I always pick up music lesbian books? They're fucking good, but holy shit. This series is true to its name as the struggle of the drop-dead gorgeous Miwa, who's never been in a relationship whatsoever, let alone a lesbian one, starts a relationship with Seiko, who has been in multiple past relationships and has had a few negative experiences with her partners getting hurt, particularly if they are female partners. Their relationship starts at the beginning of the series, with each chapter being a new struggle in their relationship and a new drama. And this is where my issue comes in. I do like the book, but I dislike it for the exact same reasons that I dislike the certain elements in That Blue Sky feeling. This being that in every chapter there is a new drama. I will give the series its props. It does portray a extremely realistic depiction of a beginning of a relationship, especially the start of a relationship of two people in their late teens to early 20s, and I will say it's got all the awkwardness of someone who's getting into the relationship for a first time, this being from someone who has experienced this exact same thing. However, I personally would not like to experience it again. So that is a lot of where my awkwardness comes in with the series, where I read a chapter and then remember that almost the exact same thing occurring when I was starting to date my partner. Uncomfortable but very realistic depiction of a relationship, I'm not gonna lie. It is definitely a bit dramatized. It still seems moderately realistic to what actual relationships are like, and I do appreciate that. Honestly, it is a pretty good reflection of relationships and the awkwardness in them, especially taking a look at and into a queer relationship. However, as you may know, I'm not a huge slice of life fan, and this series is very slice of lifey. It's very romance slice of lifey, bordering more onto the slice of life aspect. It does not have the same fluffiness that Yuri Espoir does, nor does it have the fluffiness of the guy I like wasn't a guy at all. Maybe because there's a gimmick, and there isn't a huge gimmick in How Do We relationship except for the music thing, but the music thing with lesbians has been done to absolute death, so maybe that's what I'm missing from this series personally. But I personally just feel like it has more of a slice of life element to it, and that's just what I'm not liking about the series. I do appreciate the series, and genuinely, I do think it's pretty funny. The cast of characters is wacky, wild, and wonderful. I also like how a lot of the characters are reacting to Seiko saying that Miwa and Seiko are in a relationship. I appreciate Seiko's like aversion to telling people, but most of the characters being like, cool, you're a lesbian, don't give a shit, that sort of aspect. I also do think that the questions that many of Miwa and Seiko's band members are asking, while they are extremely inappropriate, does seem accurate to how some people ask in real life, especially when they don't know. I know when I came out, my mum asked me a lot of questions that it's like, come on, this is common sense, but people ask questions, so it does seem pretty realistic. In comparison to the other Yuri manga that I have been reading, it was a little bit of a letdown, especially with the whole, like, as I said, fluff department. Probably because there was more of a structural gimmick with this series than compared to this series, but it's definitely not bad. It's just kind of average personally. I really appreciate the series with its characters who are in university and are roughly around my age and having experiences that I have had in the past. I do appreciate that aspect, but it feels a little bit too like close to home for me personally. I am going to continue the series, but having a toned down series after a really whimsical and fluffy fucking series or an edgy romance makes this feel more like a letdown, which is more so on me and my tastes with the series, or my tastes in anime and manga, than on the actual story itself. I would absolutely recommend these for people who are maybe in high school or maybe don't like a series like this where it's like got a gimmick and like more realistic-ish kind of stuff. I would recommend this. And again, I do like it, just not as much as the other manga, especially since like you've got Whisper Me a Love Song, which is like ramping up in the drama and like had this slow incline, whereas this is sort of just here. That's how I describe it. I guess it has its moments and I honestly do like it, I just don't love it. Think that if you like slice of life Yuri, this is probably what you're looking for. However, I will say, I love the character of Rika. I love a good slut. Love a good slut. She's absolutely a girl's girl while being straight, mostly. And just having her sleep around and being like a super sexual character is just really refreshing, especially since she's a character that's like very supportive and realizes when she's being a fucking idiot. I love it. I love it. The series, however, as a whole, gets a bit of a 6.5 to 7 out of 10 for me. We move on to our last manga of today. Now this is another TikTok recommendation. I have found myself also on, aside from the manga recommendation side of YouTube, I have found myself on the Gyaru side of, did I say YouTube? I meant TikTok. I found myself on the Gyaru side of TikTok as well, and that culminated into this wonderful recommendation of Super Baby. Now, I read the first 2 volumes, which is roughly 11 chapters of Super Baby. I will say off the bat, the translation that I read made Super Baby a little bit difficult to actually read, but I did get a hang of it, and as the series progressed, the translation got better. But I will say, just at the very start, it was very all over the place to get into. So the story of Super Baby is super forward and super energetic. Kuro, it's always Kuro. It's always Kuro. I cannot say that word. Kuro Garu Tamao and her shy, bookish, and nerdy crush, soon-to-be boyfriend, Rakumaru. This is a mostly light and fluffy series with some dark moments in the second volume. So I will say, before you read this series, there is a trigger warning for mentions of abuse and depictions of abuse, specifically in the later chapters of the second. Most of the story is from Tamao's perspective, a former Manba Gyaru who came to Tokyo to become a Tokyo gal. We are instantly time skipped several years later, and she's graduated to being a Kuro Gyaru, who's fallen head over heels for a guy from the supermarket, our wonderful Yamada Raku. I appreciate the series for being pretty cute and talking about Gyaru, a fashion subculture which I have been getting very interested in. Would I personally actually wear Gyaru? No, but I do actually adore and appreciate the subculture. I think it's a pretty cool subculture in terms of fashion and in terms of street fashion wear. Gyaru is a subculture that I've wanted to learn more about and not necessarily wear in my own personal style, but at least be very knowledgeable about. I really, really like looking into street fashion, so having this many manga recommendations, all that stuff that's talking about different subcultures is really, really fun. And as you can see, I tried to do a little Harajuku thing with my cinema roll cosplay. Have I mentioned that it's a cinema roll cosplay yet? I don't think I have. This is a cinema roll cosplay. I thought it was very cute. Okay, continuing on. The story itself is pretty standard, but I do love how the mangaka handles some of the subplots in the series and the relationship between Rakumaru and Tamao. It honestly feels genuine. It's honestly a little bit of a fresh air in a relationship concept that has been done to death, though because of the translation that I had, there was a little bit of a awkwardness in trying to follow the actual plotline of the series, as I mentioned earlier. This series is still ongoing, and I would suggest absolutely giving this a read, especially if you're interested in the subcultures of Gyaru, as they do tend to go into the different subcultures a little bit, and I got to learn the difference between Yamamba, Mamba, and Kuro Gyaru. Honestly, I would give Super Baby a 7 out of 10 just because I find it pretty sweet. It's nowhere near like Yuri Espoir in terms of romance, but it's pretty fun. I was more invested in it than I was in How to Relationship, so that should be a pretty big sentiment on how I feel about the series. It's pretty average, but honestly a lot of fun. If you like Gyaru characters, I would recommend it. If you like outspoken characters, or if you like loud girl with quiet boy pairings, then I would absolutely recommend this series. But overall, it got a 7 out of 10 for me.
Okay, I just finished this and it would be absolute crime if I didn't mention it. Rao-kun noticed me. Okay, so this is a really cute, this is also a TikTok recommendation, but it is also a extremely cute and adorable romance manga that is only 8 chapters long, at least with the translations that are currently available. Personally, I adore it. It is about our main character Hino-chan, and she is a chubby girl and she gets bullied a lot because she is a chubby girl, and she has attracted the attention of the delinquent Rao-kun. Now, Rao is, as I just said, a delinquent, but is head over heels for Hino, and Hino just does not understand. They start dating, and their romance begins. It is pure fluff, but I love it so much. It is so adorable. Each chapter, it's pretty much reinforced that Rao-kun likes Hino because Hino is Hino. He doesn't care about the way she looks. He adores her. He loves her. So it is so fucking cute. It is also very funny for the limited chapters that we have. If you have a chance, read it. It's only 8 chapters long. You can easily read that within an hour. So yeah, I would absolutely 100% recommend Rao-kun Notices Me. And I say this as I'm currently editing this video, so you know it's gonna be fucking good that I couldn't wait 2 months to tell you guys about it. So yeah, that is my last addition to this section.
And that is all of my anime and manga for February and January of 2023. As always, spoilers ahead for each of the series that will be mentioned in this video, and let's just jump right into it with March anime. Starting with Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 3 Part 1. Hanji's death actually had me fucking in tears. So I knew Hanji died in the manga. Did not mean I did not bawl my fucking eyes out when they actually fucking died. It hurt so much to see Hanji die on screen, and like it hurt to see Sasha die, but to see Hanji fucking die the way that they did, I felt like I saw part of myself die with that character. In a previous video, I mentioned that Hanji is one of my high kins in like a throwaway kin tier list video type thing a couple of years ago. I absolutely love Hanji. Hanji is my favorite character, and they are the character that I've had the deepest connection with. I obviously cosplay Hanji quite a bit, and I obviously had to cosplay Hanji for this video because that bitch is pretty much like an extension of myself at this point, and this cosplay is essentially just a further extension of myself. So seeing Hanji die, the character that I had the strongest connection to, and for the longest time I adored, when they died, all I could think of is this is my favorite fucking character. And this is the main person who brought me the most joy in this goddamn anime. I feel like I'm watching myself die. That was a prominent thought in this one scene, this one part of the goddamn anime. And I think it's because for the last 9 to 10 years, obviously, I've adored the series and Hanji as my favorite character. I can't say that I've cried to other characters dying in anime as hard as I cried to Hanji dying, despite the fact that I knew Hanji fucking dies. So that, honestly, that last part of the sentence of I feel like I'm watching myself die really felt true because obviously I cosplayed Hanji. Also, never ever have I felt so much dread watching anything from the Attack on Titan franchise than I did while watching the rumbling in the very start of that goddamn 1 hour special. Honestly, I felt like in that first 10 minutes I was one of the people running away during the rumbling. I just felt this deep internal fear that I've never felt with this series. Now, I have felt this fear in other horror adaptations and horror series, but never with Attack on Titan, so I thought it was fucking phenomenal. Now, obviously, this isn't all of Attack on Titan. This is just the first of the third part of the last season. God, I fucking hate saying that. But honestly, as a start, I think it's fucking fantastic, and I cannot wait to see the end of the series because I am so fucking excited to see the Paradise guys fight Eren, because I think that would be really, really fucking cool. So yeah, that's pretty much all my thoughts for Attack on Titan. I didn't take that many notes. The Hanji stuff was mainly my takeaway and the whole reason I'm cosplaying Hanji right now. I thought it was really cool and I couldn't wait till the next part. I didn't realize the next part wouldn't be coming until way later in the year, so I'm really frustrated about that. But yeah, what do you guys think with Attack on Titan, the first of the third part? Are you guys excited for the true ending of the series? I want to know your thoughts in the comments down below. But other anime that I watched in March, I didn't actually watch a lot of anime in March. Main reason being, if you have seen some of the other videos on my channel, I was really caught up for about 26 days of the goddamn month watching the Tubathon. If you do not know what the Tubathon is, it is the subathon by streamer Tubbo, and I got caught up watching that every day for 26 fucking days, and don't ask me why. It was just something comforting that I could turn on and turn off my brain for like all hours of the day and get serotonin for. So 26 days of a 31-day month I spent watching this goddamn Tubathon, and the only other anime other than Attack on Titan that I watched really was My Hero Academia Season 6. Now, I've been watching Season 6, obviously, since it started coming out last year. Since this season has had 25 episodes, I have been watching it with my partner, and I don't normally talk about My Hero on this channel all that much, but that is because I watch it with my partner, because it is her favourite anime. But it was pretty much the only anime that I watched other than Attack on Titan this month, because I was obviously preoccupied.
Parasocial! You need to log off!
And honestly, the first half of Season 6 was fantastic, however that didn't come out in fucking March. It was really suspenseful and high energy, but completely fizzled out in the end. And with me being so invested in the Tubathon, I knew pretty much out of the two which one I wanted to watch more, and ended up watching the Tubathon while my partner would be watching My Hero, or I would be like in and out of sleep as my partner was watching My Hero. I really just was not invested in the last 4 to 5 episodes, which again was all of March. Personally, I'm not really enjoying the start of this final arc. I felt as if the fight with Lady Nagant felt way too short as compared to other villains, and I say this especially as I was really excited for the fight with Lady Nagant, because I had actually like spoiled myself for that part of the manga, and so I, when figuring out that that fight was going to be in Season 6, was really disappointed when it was like 1 episode long-ish, and during that episode I was half awake, so I didn't even get to actually see the full fight. There is a reason why I do not talk about My Hero, and it's mainly because I'm not watching it to enjoy it. I'm watching it because I am this far in to the goddamn series. I am 6 seasons in to this fucking series. Over 100 episodes in, I am in this for the goddamn long haul. Now, you may be wondering, well, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself through this? Because I have put myself through so many anime with 100 plus episodes and I've never finished them. This is one of the rare instances where I'm like, I am 100 plus episodes in this bitch, I am fucking finishing this bitch. So I'm not watching it to enjoy it anymore, I'm watching it to finish this goddamn series or until it is cancelled. That is my two options. My only other series that I've watched that's like 100 plus episodes is Attack on Titan. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of anime that I have watched that has had multiple seasons and I've not like registered that it's been over 100 episodes, but the most notable have been My Hero and Attack on Titan. So I'm sticking with this goddamn series because I really liked it when it first started. I'm not happy with it now, but I'm fucking being stubborn and sticking with this bitch. With my comments on the series as a whole, personally, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like if Deku was leaving UA, which was a plot point in season 6, it should have gone on for way longer than it did, or he never returned to UA. I do miss when the series used to be about a hero school and not a malevolent dickhead who decided to fucking possess a traumatized teenager. That's all I'm really gonna say on the series. Now, the last one. Technically, I watched this on April 1st, but I feel the need to talk about it because I actually technically watched it in February, that being Kuyu-sama, The Kiss That Never Ends, as the anime version, as in the episodic version of that movie is starting to release. And I believe the first episode released in March. So I've watched the first 2 episodes of this mini season that's going on. I don't know how many episodes there are going to be. I'm assuming it's only going to be the episodes associated with the movie, but I honestly wasn't really expecting them to make episodes out of the movie. I know I already watched this, my thoughts are pretty much the same story-wise, but first of all, the opening for this miniseries, I fucking love it. They made a mini version of every single character, not just Shirogane and Kaguya. That is honestly my favorite fucking thing. I need plushies of every single one of those characters in their mini forms. Right now, give them to me. Give them to me now. Now, the only comment that I'm really gonna make is on the animation quality. Personally, it does look a little more polished from its movie counterpart. However, I can't help but think that is because of the scale of the screen that I'm watching it on. There is a little bit of like jankiness still there from what I noticed in the movie. The particular scene that I had been talking about was one where Chika was inviting Ishigami and Ino to the Christmas party. In the movie, from memory, when the scene zoomed out, Chika looked like really, really rough. And like compared to the anime form, it feels like it's a lot cleaner than what it was in the movie. But I have a feeling that's just because it was more bloated and zoomed out, that I thought it was that way. On my like laptop screen, it still had that effect, but that was like clearly intentional for Chika to look like that, but it just felt worse on the big screen than it did on the little screen. So I'm pretty much gonna chalk it up to the cleanness being the difference in screen size. Also because I have had difficulty with perception in my vision recently because I got these fucks. So I will also partially be blaming it on that as well. Generally, I do think the animation is slightly cleaner, but I do also blame the from big screen to little screen effect. Though I do know between those two like releases, some animation studios do tend to polish animation between. Thus, like, you see like the TV release and Blu-ray release of things, but that's kind of a whole different can of worms. Pretty much that's my only real opinion about the episodic adaptation of the film. That has been March Anime. So now we're going to move on to April anime with your favorite Ai Hoshino, or at least I accidentally made myself Ai Hoshino with this hair. And during April, the wonderful anime Oshinoko came out, in which Ai Hoshino has hair like this, and it just happened to be a very fun coincidence. But anyway, moving into April anime, we will be talking about a lot of different anime because I surprisingly watched a lot this month. But as nice as my makeup and hair is for today, I need to put my glasses back on. Now all of this is just a lot of anime that's happening. Main reason being, one, I stopped my Crunchyroll subscription this month, so I wanted to watch as much anime as possible to get full worth out of the subscription, because if you have seen my TikTok, they took $30 without me realizing about 3 months ago for a 3-month subscription. When I had intended to cancel the subscription, I was watching as much anime as I possibly could within this particular month. That and the spring anime season started, as well as anime film Suzume came out. If you want to know my thoughts and opinions on Suzume, then I would suggest watching my Suzume review. I gave it roughly a 9.5 or an 8.5 out of 10. Some of it's good, some of it I really could live without some moments in it, but overall, I loved it. Genuinely loved it. I don't give out 9s all that often. I really liked it. Briskly moving forward would be what I actually watched in anime-wise-ness during April, starting off with the very start of April, being very consumed with horror, as I read a lot of horror manga, but also consumed some horror anime, starting with the Tales of Darkness Yamishibai. Now, this has roughly 10 seasons, but there is also a live action season during the middle of all of these seasons that came out. I did not watch the live action season, mainly because Yamishibai is a short horror series, as in they're shorts like, say, Hitalia. The live action version is full-length episodes, about 25 minutes per episode, and there's 12 episodes. I did not want to sit through that, especially since the live action version is just retelling a lot of the Yamishibai tales. So I would not like to watch that. I wasn't gonna watch that, seeing as I'd pretty much watched all the stories in short form. So we're just gonna avoid that, but I just wanted to note that because it's there. That being said, I did watch all 10 seasons of this goddamn anime, because as I said, they're in 3-minute segments. And because it's 10 seasons, I did a small review of them separately, but I'm also going to be condensing them together in an overall thought process at the end. Bear with me. So Tales of Darkness Yamishibai Part 1, this being Season 1. Yamishibai is a horror shorts series similar to the likes of Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids for those in the UK and Australia, and or Figaro Faux for those in Australia and I think in France, because I think it's French. Only this one is honestly probably creepier than both of those combined. I actually really enjoyed the series, and it is definitely something that you can blast through within a few hours with only 10 seasons, and each episode of said season being 3 to 4 minutes each, with 12 episodes per season. It's very easy to get through. Granted, it took me about 4 days to get through all of them because I just needed a break after a while, but it was still really fun to watch and listen to in the background sometimes, though I watched the sub. I do not know if there is a dub for this series. With the time also being less if you remove the opening and ending theme for all the seasons, so it's roughly like 3 minutes per episode. The art style is wonderfully creepy with a watercolor papercraft animation style, particularly heavily in the first season. The art style does change as the seasons progress, but with the entire show's premise being based on the Japanese street theater art style of kamishibai, which is picture storytelling, this whole series has a very paper theater kind of aesthetic, particularly within the first season, and pretty much the first season alone being more stop motion within the rest of the seasons. The stories themselves are a little bit cliche, especially since I'm more prone to the likes of gore and psychological horror, and this series is also full of a slew of the titular jump scare. But I did find it certainly creepy, and did find myself thinking back to when I used to watch Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids and Figaro Foe. This mainly being because it felt like it was aimed at children, seeing as the opening is the narrator welcoming in kids to watch this theatre style. It feels more like it's made for kids, but also is made to scare the shit out of them. And with the age range being 13+, I will say that Yamishibai is probably the Japanese equivalent of Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids or Figaro Foe, but out of the three is the scariest from an adult standpoint, especially as a lot of these tales are apparently based on urban legends, or at least that's what it says on my anime list. Something I also loved about Yamishibai is when I was doing research into the background of the story, to like the background of the series to see what the actual age range was, it was on April Fools. My anime list was doing something so very cute and turned my anime list into, I think it was my meow list or something like that, or my cat list or something like that, and so all the anime had cats on them, and I didn't realize until halfway through researching that there was a cat on the poster for Yamishibai, and I was so confused, but I thought it was really cute. I just wanted to point out this little fun prank that my anime list pulled and that I didn't realize until I was researching for this video. Also, season 1 and season 2, the first 2 seasons, hearing Hatsune Miku as the ending theme was a little bit jarring. I'm not gonna lie, I think I've heard the ending theme as a song before, just not attached to this series, but knowing that Hatsune Miku sings the first 2 endings of this series is very interesting. And with that being said, let's move on to season 2. So, this is more of a bulleted note list with a slight animation change given season 2. As I said, the watercolor papercraft type aesthetic is mainly present and essentially only present within the first season. This changes up in season 2 and tends to change up more and more as the series progresses, with almost every single episode having a slightly different art style, but those art styles repeating throughout the series. Within season 2, there is an animation change with more of a digital look, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. A lot of the stories don't seem to make sense to me, but if they're all based on urban legends, then A, how many goddamn urban legends in Japan are there? And B, I wouldn't necessarily understand the stories. Overall, I think the stories didn't make sense to me, especially in their endings, and felt there should have been more to the episodes. That being said, it felt like they cut off way too quickly in a lot of the episodes, but as compared to later seasons, these ones are probably the better stories of the entire series. Not just season 2, season 1 through season 3 are probably the better ones. Season 2 definitely feels like the stories cut off before they're really meant to, and with a 3-minute runtime, it kind of makes sense why they cut off, but I feel like some of the stories could just be put into other episodes and made into like different parts. Then moving on to season 3, the ending is an interesting change, but is also probably the best ending theme to this series, point blank. The ending of season 3, all of the ending things are fantastic, and I love that at the end of each ending, just one more mask joins the fray of singing into this child's ears, because it's so just funny and fun to like vibe to. That might just be me, but it's honestly the best one. And that's saying a lot because the first 2 seasons had Hatsune Miku singing. There is another slight animation change with all the animation being closer to the likes of season 1, but still not having the same vibe, with the first season really feeling like it's paper on a paper background, but this one feels more like it's a animated render of what paper on paper would look like. The issue of the prior season still remains, where some stories really should be longer These ones really focus on cheap jump scares of a creepy character, and the ending image always has some characters that are just never related to the story. I don't know why I should be scared or creeped out by these stories or shorts, other than the fact that its predecessor seasons suggest that I should be. Then the final episode of the season really actually fixed that problem for me, as I found it honestly a really good wrap up to the entire season, as it ties together all the openings, endings, as well as the half-baked stories and why they are like that. I really like that it gave a persona to our puppet master character and to who creates these stories, which honestly could be an explanation as to why the season is so weird, as they're supposed to come from the mind of a child, but I'm really not sure. That could just be a bit of a stretch, and even still, if it came from the mind of a child, why couldn't it be more imaginative and not just cut off with a cheap jump scare? But that moves us into season 4. Once again, the art style was switched up. This was something common in my notes that I just didn't like a lot. I don't tend to like when series switch up their art style a lot, and Yamishibai obviously did that, and I wasn't a huge fan. I don't like the narration for the season, as this season brought in an actual narrator and not just the Kamishibaya like telling the story of welcome to this story. No, there's just an actual narrator for all the series, and a lot of people said that they didn't like it. At first I really didn't like it as well, but as time went on I actually started to like the narrator more and more. But my first note is why I didn't like it. I don't like the narration. I understand it's supposed to emulate Kamishibai, but it wasn't there initially, so I've become accustomed to the prior format. Then my next statement, I retract that statement. I actually feel like the narration provides an element of creepiness, and we're let in on the information we didn't initially know prior, which would have helped the prior seasons, especially in season 2. Thus, the stories feel slightly more complete than in the seasons prior. Also, the art style changes up per story, making them feel one of a kind. So I ended up really liking the narration in the end. However, this narration didn't stay. Clearly, no one liked the fucking narration, as in season 5, it was revoked. On track to be pretty similar to season 4. The art style emulates that similar to season 2. Episode 3 is actually really refreshing, as nothing happens to the main character, providing creepiness and warning without dire consequences, which is something you tend to see in these kinds of shows, especially within the 4 seasons prior. A lot of it's having a story that's moralistic, but also nothing bad happens to the main character was really refreshing. I do like creepier story endings like what I just described, and you don't get many of those here. This season in general has more conclusive and rounded stories, which I really appreciate. Season 5 is probably, plot-wise, one of the better seasons other than season 1. But that being said, we move on to season 6. There's a whole lot of just plain sad endings over horrific ones, so it like kind of follows what season 5 was doing, but instead of being horror, it's just plain sad. And I do kind of appreciate that, as horror can be sad without being convoluted. This is pretty much just an extension of season 5 and is essentially on par with it, though I think it is slightly sadder than season 5. The stories also feel longer, which I do like. These shorts really feel the same length as reading a Junji Ito story without the same amount of scare. The ending of episode 13 really took me off my guard. Holy shit. The next note for season 7 is only for the opening. The opening has become significantly more cryptic, kinda average, and overall more sad than scary. That is my only note for season 7. Season 8! So, ignoring Live, which was the live action version of Yamishibai, we continue on to season 8. And unfortunately, the show has referred back to the unfinished story structure of the earlier seasons. However, unlike in previous seasons where there were genuine scares, like mostly jump scares, but still genuine scares alongside those unfinished stories, the paired stories are more so personal demons than physical demons, and just internal disruption than actual fear. such as the likes of overworking yourself, which is in episode 9, jealousy, episode 7, cheating, episode 12, and while horror does typically play on these kinds of themes, as it is one of the more defining traits of horror, instead of scares, you tend to feel sad for the characters. Again, leading off of what season 5 did. And a lot of these episodes, I needed to look into the comment section of the episode itself to understand what was going on, and I wasn't the only one. A lot of the comments were exactly the same. They were trying to figure out what was going on because they had absolutely no fucking clue. Season 9. Time for the final stretch of 24 episodes. Overall, an average season. It also seems to be revolved around the zodiac, with each episode being a different animal from the Chinese zodiac. That's pretty much all I had to note for season 9. And the final season, season 10. Honestly, the second episode shocked me, as you really don't know exactly what happens to the family, but other than that, the opening harking back to the first season and the ending showing the reoccurring Kamishibaya character, assumedly that's what his name is because I'm not 100% sure, taking off his mask, leaving the stories behind. Clearly this is his last season of Yamishibai, or at least it was the last season planned, especially with each episode referring to a last or an end, and we won't be seeing any more. The final story is one that attempts to tie in the entire series, though I really feel like it does this poorly. If season 3 did it like wrapping all the episodes of that season together poorly, this one does it like 10 times worse, as it tries to wrap all of the episodes together in one neat little bow, but it just didn't work. I like the nod back to the previous stories, particularly the first 3 seasons, but it was kind of underwhelming. The very end theme has the mask flip back over, leaving it open to interpretation to as if this series will continue or not, but it is not likely that they will. So, that being said, overall, I have a bulleted list because that was a lot of talking that I had to do. Generally, season 1 through 3 is best, maybe season 1 through 5, because as I said, I did like the slight change of jump scare prone horror stories to it being slightly sadder, but I did not appreciate how seasons 6 through 10 followed on this sadness. It just really was depressing instead of being scary, which Yamishibai is supposed to be creepy and scary, so I didn't appreciate that. Season 3's ending is the best ending. If you can listen to the ending of Yamishibai for season 3, please do, because I just love it so much. It's so weird and wonderful and fantastic. Seasons 6 to 10, as I mentioned before, end up being more sad than scary. Season 9 is based on the zodiac. The art style tends to change per episode rather than per season, save for season 1, which has pretty much the exact same art style throughout the entire season. As time goes on, the endings to all these stories become progressively more confusing. Like, I can understand what the endings are supposed to be and the messages are supposed to be for the early seasons, particularly mainly for like seasons 1 through 7. I'd say those are probably where I can understand the seasons most, but 8 through 10, I really have to look at the comments a lot to understand what is going on, because it just becomes really, really convoluted in the end, which is really annoying because in the start it was very crisp and clear what was going on. And this isn't only me, this is also reflected in the comments of seasons 8 to 10 of Yamishibai. I also prefer the art style of the first 3 seasons compared to the rest. Overall, I'd say the first 3 seasons I definitely give a watch. Maybe seasons 1 through 5 if you really want to push it, though seasons 6 to 10 I really don't think is worth a watch unless you want to watch maybe 1 or 2 episodes that are like really like out there for those seasons and probably the standout episodes of those seasons. Generally, I would suggest seasons 1 through 5 or 1 through 3 if you really want to watch Yamishibai. I think the first season overall is the best season, as they clearly put a lot of effort into the first season and the third season. The second season's a bit more iffy, but generally, I would suggest this series if you want something that's very base level and creepy for getting into horror anime. It's very short and not something that you really have to commit to, but if you are going to watch this series, I would suggest at max maybe watch up to season 5. If it was just for the first 3 seasons, I probably would have given this series maybe a 7 out of 10, but I think I'm gonna give it a 5 because the entire series in general is just a letdown towards the end. And yeah, you don't have to watch this entire series if you don't want to, but with the running time being 3 to 5 minutes, then I would just do it. I mean, I did do it. So that's up to you. Moving on from horror, we move into another short series, that being the wonderful Gaku and Handsome. Now, I found this in 2020 on TikTok, but I didn't watch it because I thought it would be 20 minutes per episode. And like, as much as I like silly, goofy anime, I didn't know if I could commit myself to 20-minute episodes, but I was pleasantly surprised, as this was not 20-minute episodes, this is 12 episodes at a running time of actually 3 minutes each, with an opening and ending, so the actual like plot of the episode is roughly 2 minutes, which is a shorter running time than Yamishibai. Now, personally, out of the 2 short series that I watched between Yamishibai and Gaku and Handsome, which one should you watch? Personally, I think Gaku and Handsome, because it is such a funny comedy satire series, and it takes the piss out of so many different genres, mainly out of the likes of like BL and romance. Mainly takes the piss out of BL, and I find it really funny that way. It's also drawn awfully, but that is the point of Gaku and Handsome. It's not supposed to be a series you take seriously. Gaku and Handsome is a satire of the boys love genre, with the art stylings a la Neko Sugar Girls, and surprisingly a really high budget for that art style. This is about 30 minutes worth of laughs and absurdity, and that I just love, and I'm sure that you will too. 100% I would suggest watching this series. If you take anything away from this channel, it should be that you watch this series. 30 minutes. You can take 30 minutes out of your day to watch an entire series. I mean, it takes 25 minutes to watch an episode of anime. It will take you less to watch Gaku and Handsome. I give this series a solid 8 out of 10. Now, I know I usually don't talk about series as they are airing, as the spring anime season has started. However, these 2 series had a movie-length first episode, and I would like to talk about them. Starting with Demon Slayer, the Swordsmith Village arc. As you know, Mitsuri is my favourite character, and the Swordsmith Village arc is my favourite arc of the entire series, as I read the entirety of Demon Slayer, and I just could not wait to watch this fucking series, this fucking season, I mean. However, that being said, I only really reviewed the first episode of Demon Slayer, the Swordsmith Village arc, as I would like to put all of my thought into the actual review within my next weeb wrap up. I want to talk about most of Demon Slayer in my next weeb wrap up, so I will only be talking about the first episode. That being said, I really only have 2 notes. First of all, the Mitsuri boob joke really made me laugh. I wasn't expecting it. I love sound design, and I love the sound design they put in that fucking joke when Mitsuri, like, was an unstoppable force and could not be moved. I love tank Mitsuri. My second point is that I like Genya's voice actor being the same as Bakugo's, but the very second I heard him say Shine, I couldn't unhear Bakugo. There are some points where I can hear the voice actor try something different for Genya, but when he is yelling, all I can hear is freaking Bakugo. Overall, I think the first episode was really fun. I've watched the next 2 episodes since, and I really do like when anime do like a movie episode for their opening episode. And speaking of movie episodes for their opening episodes, Oshinoko! Otherwise known as My Star in English. Now, the whole reason why I'm talking about the first episode of Oshinoko as well as Demon Slayer mainly is because of Oshinoko, as the first episode fucking obliterated me emotionally, as it will have most of you if you have watched the first episode of this series. So unlike most of my reviews, unless it's Demon Slayer because I've already reviewed Demon Slayer mostly, but unlike most of my other reviews, I'm not going to be giving a summary of this one, as I feel you should go into this blind and experience it without any spoilers. This is honestly a series where I would want to go back and watch it for the first time, because I fucking love it. But for those who can't go into a series without a synopsis, the most basic synopsis is that a teenage idol has become pregnant with twins, and on her due date, her gynecologist/doctor dies, being reincarnated as her son, with a mystery second person reincarnated as her daughter. Now, yes, that sounds a bit isekai-ish, and it is a little bit of an isekai type beat. At least for the first 10 to 20 minutes of him being her daughter, it is kind of weird as well. And with this coming from the mind of the Kaguya-sama series, at first, yes, it's so unbearably annoying and weird, but it gets better, much like with the first fucking volume and episode of Kaguya-sama. That being said, let's give a little background, as Oshinoko comes from the collaborative minds of Akasaka and Mengo Yokoyari. Akasaka being the writer and Yoko Yokari being the illustrator. I stumbled upon this series during the conclusion of the Kaguya-sama Love is War arc. When researching for Kaguya-sama for that ending, I found out that Akasaka had started to write Oshinoko. And upon reading the synopsis, I was interested in the series, but I put it onto my to-read list of manga, and then also later noted that a manga store, a comic book store that I follow on Instagram, also had recently gotten stock of Oshinoko, so I was more persuaded to buy it, but I didn't, just because I was coming off of Kaguya-sama and I'm still collecting the freaking books for Kaguya-sama, so I wanted to have one Akasaka series at a time that I am fucking collecting. But I did notice that Oshinoko was getting an anime adaptation, and I noticed some of the comic book stores that I frequent or follow on Instagram showing off the manga and ordering it into store, similarly to when Urusei Yatsura's reboot occurred, and again, it was on my radar, but not on the forefront of my mind. That was until A, I saw people on Instagram absolutely losing their shits over this series, and B, had my friend directly tell me to watch Oshinoko, as I had been the one to tell her about the series and she had gone and watched it. And so when they'd watched it, they immediately told me to watch it and would not tell me anything else about Oshinoko. So I watched it, and this is all based off of one episode. But holy shit, this series is a gut punch, especially in the first episode. Now, with the first episode being a prologue to the series itself, holy shit, the last 30 minutes of that episode did just fucking kill me inside. Again, I won't spoil what happens for once, because this is genuinely something that I feel like you should experience completely blind. Looking at both mangaka's separate works, this series is a perfect blend of their styles, with the distinct humour of Akasaka shining but certainly toned down compared to his most well-known series. Granted, with the beginning of the series being a prologue, I feel as if the actual series will have a tonal or structural similarity to Kaguya-sama, with the last 5 minutes of the episode making the tonal change very clear. I'm very excited to see how this series moves forward, progresses, etc. And I will be actively watching Oshinoko throughout April, May, and June. I love how I went from really short series to like movie length anime within one fucking month. That being said, anime movies, we're gonna be talking about a complete tonal change. Perfect Blue. I guess it's not a complete tonal change, but I'm, again, not gonna spoil Oshinoko. But Perfect Blue is a psychological thriller movie. If you haven't heard about it before, it is one of Satoshi Kon's probably best or most well-known works, other than the likes of Paprika. Perfect Blue also apparently has tonal similarities to the likes of Black Swan, if you've watched that movie. But anyway, Perfect Blue. This is a long time anime that has been on my watch list for a while. I got to watch Satoshi Kon's Perfect Blue Now, for the longest time, I thought Perfect Blue was banned in Australia, but with limited cinema viewing in selective cinemas around Australia happening recently within the last decade, makes me think that that is not the case anymore. This being brought up because I thought this movie would be way more mentally scarring than it was. Now, I do have to preface, there are trigger warnings for this, or trigger or content warnings for this film for nudity, depictions of sexual assault, murder, and violence, with these warnings being from most to least prominent in the film. And this film being pretty infamous for its protagonist Mima and her double, which we see in a lot of edits alongside the likes of J horror queens such as Tomia. Anyway, I have this way of hyping myself up for like horror movies, thriller movies, psychological horror movies that makes me think that the series is worse, or the series, movie, or whatever is worse than it is. This happened with Carrie back in 2019, where I had to watch it for a thing and I wouldn't watch it for like 2 weeks straight because I was too scared. Then I watched it and was like, why am I being a baby? This was fucking nothing. And this happened with Perfect Blue, but I also feel like this happened because I tend to watch a lot of anime analyticals, also particularly around horror, and Perfect Blue, I feel like there was something taken away from me since I watched so many Satoshi Kon analyticals for not only this movie but most of his movies, but particularly with Perfect Blue, I really feel like something was taken from me because I've watched so many reviews of Perfect Blue that it didn't scare me whatsoever. In fact, I was a little bit bored when watching this film. Not only did Perfect Blue not meet my expectations, but I felt like I'd watched the entire film prior, save for the end scene, which I had somehow missed in a lot of these analytical videos, and thus I was really gripped in by the end of this movie, just not for about 75% of the film. This is because of how much I knew of it based on analytical videos and how much of the film is often actually shown in said video essays and analytical videos. While it may not seem like a lot, the film itself repeats scenes and settings quite often. So once you have seen one of those scenes shown on YouTube, you have seen about 7 other scenes. But along with these scenes, one character keeps showing up in these analytical videos that is often talked about, that personally I used to not be able to look at because of how much they scared me. This being the stalker character of Mimania. However, I've seen them so much outside of the context of the film that initial fear that I would get when watching analytical videos is completely gone, which took out a key part to this film, as if I hadn't watched those videos and watched the film separately, I don't think I would have been able to watch the film because of how scared I would have been of this character. Which takes me to my thoughts on this film itself. Generally, the story is about Mima, a pop idol who takes a career change to being an actress, taking on some more jobs and doing some work that she doesn't necessarily want to do. Her view of her image coming to life and haunting her, leading her to psychosis. Being a product of the 90s, obviously this film does not talk very positively about mental health issues, let alone psychosis, folie à deux, and dissociative identity disorder, portraying people with those mental illnesses as being violent and murderous, particularly with the last one being directly referenced in the film and being used as an excuse for a character being violent. Granted, all media, even since the 90s, has not portrayed mental illness in a positive light, but I'm just saying that in this film it is most prominently not portrayed in a very positive light. On a lighter note, it was a little bit funny seeing Mima not know how to use a computer, and it is truly a time capsule of the past. From an enjoyment standpoint of this film, I found it funny that the final boss of the film I had in my notes that I made during the film called the good guy at the start and the sane one, when I couldn't have been more wrong in the film. And I genuinely, as I mentioned earlier, was not expecting the ending of the film and was really glad I had somehow missed any spoilers for the ending. And the midpoint of the film being the car park scene was genuinely a turning point for my enjoyment of the film, from being bored having seen most of the footage of the film prior to being really intrigued based on how the car park scene was done. I think the latter portion, being Mima's sharp mental decline, really was very intriguing and awesome and made it more like artistic and more interesting to watch as a viewer. Particularly because as an audience we were constantly left guessing, much like Mima herself. I also absolutely did not see that voice coming out of Mimania. Like, for a person who stays silent for most of the film, that voice coming out of that man was so, just such a blindside. And as an editor, I did also enjoy the seamless transitions of the film between scenes. It was definitely a highlight and I thought it was genuinely really fucking cool. Overall, I thought the movie was really good and relatively tame. Relatively, in as compared to more of the gory and horrific and more disturbing anime that I have watched, a la Junji Ito. Is it still pretty bad? Yes, but relatively, as compared to all the other horror and thrillers that I have watched, it is relatively tame. Also probably because I have been spoiled for a majority of this film. Would I recommend watching this film? If you've got it on your list already, sure, but if you're sensitive to the themes of SA and death, please give this one a skip, because there is multiple references to SA in this film. In terms of the overall plot and context, I did not anticipate the end, but after the reveal, a lot of context clues really made themselves apparent within earlier of the film, and I probably would give this a watch again just to see those context clues in the beginning. So I give Perfect Blue a 7 out of 10. If I hadn't have been spoiled for this film, I probably would have rated this one higher and had much better of an experience. But moving forward, outside of anime, we are going to be moving into March manga. Now, this one technically has a lot from late February into it. I kind of burnt myself out having read so much manga in January and February. I didn't really have time to read, though I did purchase for myself 2 manga that you'll be seeing in April. So, March. So technically the first 3 recommendations from, first 3 manga, that I read March were TikTok or otherwise social media recommendations, starting with Pink to Habanero, in which I read 28 chapters of, as I believe there was only 28 chapters released in English. I first thought this was a completely wrong manga than what I'd found, but I guess it's not, because this is the only manga that appeared by that name. First impressions is that it's like a reverse kind of Maid-sama, with our main character, Kurosake, being the maid and the female MC, Meow Mugi, finding him. But this instantly changed into a tsundere male love interest story in a high school setting, with the job plot kind of taking a back burner and being more of a setting for convenience to the actual story itself. Kurose very quickly veers from a great tsundere character to a hot and cold asshole. This does fizzle slightly, and only slightly, throughout the duration of the chapters, but Kurose can be super perturbing. Meow is very naive about the world, but explains her decisions very curtly to the characters of the story, which directly avoids the typical misunderstanding tropes of shoujo, which I honestly really appreciate. I fucking hate when there's like 80 misunderstandings that could be changed just by the character like explaining something a little more thoroughly to the other characters around them. And though some of those misunderstandings that are very typical for shoujo are still there, they're usually concluded within a chapter, which is really refreshing, because in the likes of like Love Me Not, that shit stays for ages and I fucking hate it. However, this refreshing feeling is then very quickly dashed in the date scene, in which Kurose's assholish attitude comes back in full fucking force. Are you fucking kidding me? They then introduce a new character for Mugi, Masa, who is quite blunt and honest. I personally find her a cool character who doesn't come off like a rival, which again is a really refreshing feeling in a shoujo manga. A lot of people disagreed with me about Masa in the comments of the scans site that I read this manga on, and that is my own personal opinion. However, I fully agree with them on the point that Kurose being a fucking dick and way too flippy floppy for the story is fucking frustrating. And it's made even more frustrating when in chapters 26 to 28, a new love rival, assumedly, appears. And he's a very typical love rival kind of character. Honestly, the romantic cute element of the story went downhill pretty fast after the confession of Mugi, as Kurose becomes incredibly more irritable and irritating. Each conflict becomes progressively more aggressive, as if the mangaka is trying to constantly create contrived moments for them to interact just by themselves, as if that hadn't been what they'd been doing the entire time and what the mangaka had been doing wasn't perfect as it was. Usually I hate the addition of love rivals in shoujo, as the love triangle trope has been done to death and the childhood best friend rarely ever wins, which the childhood best friend trope is honestly one of my favorite tropes, so when that never ends up fucking working, I get incredibly depressed. The new guy Natsume has a personally equally as annoying and frustrating personality as Kurose, but I can't help but gravitate towards Natsume because he's a breath of fresh air compared to Kurose. Especially after Kurose's complete fucking downgrade. The misunderstandings that are typical for shoujo are dropped for more contrived misunderstandings, and overall the way Mugi chases Kurose is frustrating and completely unhealthy. I do not like this in my shoujo. Before the confession, I really could see potential for this series to be a really nice romantic story. It was pretty standard fluff shoujo with a cold male protagonist or a tsundere protagonist and a slightly naive protagonist, a dynamic I'm not all that opposed to. But upon this absolute character assassination of any sign of affection towards Mugi and the complete 180 of Kurose's character, I can say that the series ends up being substandard and completely fucking frustrating. If you think you can put up with it, sure, go ahead. Overall, it's incredibly average with a few great moments. I would probably give this series overall a 5 out of 10, maybe a 4.5 out of 10, because I'm really unhappy with how they assassinated Kurose's character. Read before like chapter 26 if you want to get into this series, and then stop at the confession. That is it. Pretend Kurose said yes. That is the end of the series for you, because I don't like what they did to Kurose's character, and it lost all its potential after that point. The next TikTok recommendation. This highly pulls into question why I should be taking recommendations from TikTok. However, the next TikTok recommendation I actually think is quite cute. This being, I'm gonna fuck this up, Kanojo ni naritai kimi to boku. I've probably fucking butchered that. This is a completed series with 4 volumes. While up and down, I do like this series as a whole, and it is one of the better TikTok recommendations that I have got. The way that they approach certain topics is very confusing, though that may just be a translation thing and not actually with the series itself. That might just be the scans that I read for it. And how some characters are introduced in the first 10 chapters is frustrating, but you do get to learn to love them. IMC Sakuragaiki, who I'm going to fuck up her name multiple times, can be super frustrating as she tries to support her friend Akira, who is trans, but Sakuragaiki ends up making a lot of mistakes. Now, the series makes a lot of drama out of thin air, which I'm usually not a huge fan of, and tries to tell the audience how to be a good ally, but the way it's gone about is super confusing and I couldn't really follow. Past chapter 10 is where the road from how to be a good ally turns into a normal teenage romance shoujo type beat, with Akira showing interest in a guy who dumped juice on her. Which, why? And Sakuragaiki having a whole sexuality crisis because the girl she likes was born a boy. Something of which I find honestly relatable, and I like how the topic was handled realistically and essentially in a single chapter, not taking forever for Sakura Gaiki to realize, despite the fact it was hinted in earlier chapters. Now I'm gonna read this directly off my script as if I hadn't been doing that already, but I want to be somewhat directed near the camera and not over here. So I want to take a minute to be frustrated at the comment section of the translation website I read this on. First of all, because this is a story about a transgender character, of course there is a lot of transphobia in the comment section. Something that made me frustrated aside from that blatant factor was people saying that they were going to drop the series because of the comments. And I just want to say, if the comments are ruining your experience of a manga, do not fucking read them, okay? Turn them off. Go to the next goddamn chapter and don't swipe down to the comments. It is easy as that. Then is the Fujoshis in the comments. Now, these bitches made me really fucking angry. Around chapter 12, Akira, our transgender girl, falls in love with a guy at first sight. A conflict of interest to Sakura Gaiki, who is in love with Akira. This is romance drama, which I am here for. But people in the comments started to be like, ooh, a yaoi relationship. And when told otherwise, were first to state that because Akira's physically male, it's yaoi. And then when Sakura Gaiki in chapter 13 comes to the conclusion that she's in love with Akira, a person, and stops focusing on their gender, the comments then decide to switch it the fuck up and say, oh, this is a yuri. And by definition, this being a yuri is more correct, though it's not. I will get to that later. However, on that point, some yuri fans were once again being transphobic and saying because Akira is physically a male, it is not yuri. Now, I shouldn't have to say this, but Akira identifying as a woman makes her a woman. It has clearly been established her gender expression is a woman. Thus, it cannot be a gay relationship with a man. Thus, making the statement of Akira and Sakura Gaiki being in a relationship, a lesbian one, would be technically correct. However, that statement still rubs me the wrong fucking way, as the whole point of the 13th chapter and Sakura Gaiki coming to the conclusion that she did was that she loved Akira regardless of her gender. Gender didn't matter to the equation when she found herself attracted to Akira. How people couldn't understand that when it's literally drawn up for you and bluntly said by Yuka, I don't know. I don't know. And it just pissed me off significantly. So that's just my thought process on the comments itself. I didn't read them all that often, but when I did, I was just intaking all of this shit. I'm just like, I don't agree with literally any of that. You guys are being really fucking weird. This is a romance, this isn't yaoi, this isn't yuri. Also, speaking on Yuka, Yuka is my best girl. I love her so fucking much. Yuka being a lesbian and the teacher being aromantic, asexual, should I say, maybe both, maybe aro-ace, is so welcoming and incredibly nice. Hamura is also an amazing character, of which I love. Now, that being said, I've become increasingly frustrated with every single chapter trying to teach you a new lesson or reteach you lessons that it had already taught you. It ends up becoming incredibly preachy and muddled. Some of the messages conflict and some are rephrased so much that the initial clear message feels lost. It frustrates the fuck out of me, and I really wish there was representative media that wouldn't try to force this lesson structure and have it be the main plot. I think having these kinds of lessons in media is definitely beneficial as long as it's equally entertaining. And there are portions of this book that do achieve that incredibly well, where it teaches you a good lesson on how to be a good ally and is equally as entertaining. And doing that by creating drama and interesting plot lines, and it feels natural for this sort of conversation to happen. Whereas a lot of the time it feels incredibly convoluted and a forced lesson to express these teachings to the audience instead of the character, and that's what I don't like. You can have a perfect blend of characters trying to maneuver their own experience in identity while still being a good ally to their friend, and make it dramatic as fuck too. Sometimes this book just doesn't hit the mark, and it really frustrates me. So those are my points from during the middle of the series, but after the series, in complete hindsight, I like how the characters ended up, with the final characters being Yuka getting a lesbian wedding, which is something that I wanted for the characters in Blue Flag, and I love that Hime ended up with Hamuro. Also, Hime is the name of Sakuragaki. I changed it up last second. Now, you may ask why, seeing as most of the story is about Hime being in love with Akira, then why is it good that she ended up with Hamuro? Well, overall, I think the series is a story about two friends and their struggles in finding their own identities after having known each other and only each other for so long, with the overt queer characters of Akira, Sasaki Sensei, and Yuka giving it insight to their lives as queer people in some way, however dramatized to shit. Hime as a character who is both having an identity and sexuality based journey in this manga. Now, she isn't overtly queer, but her trying to figure out herself and her affections can lead itself to her being queer, if that makes sense. I think it's also a tale of figuring out how different types of love and finding one's place in themselves while maneuvering the world can be. I really like the ending because you can tell Hime has a romantic affection somewhat to Hamura from day one, but she doesn't know her proper affections for Akira. It's love for sure, but she's unsure why she feels the way that she does. She has emotions of guilt because she can't tell if she's discerning her affections based off attraction to sex or not. And when she passes these emotions, you can tell she has a platonic love for Akira. Such a strong love that no matter what, she must be a part of Akira's life and Akira must be a part of hers. So Hime ending up romantically with Akira would not have been a satisfying ending. My best comparison is this is how I wish that Blue Flag had ended, with the out queer person having a supportive friendship with the person who knows them best, their best friend. I think I also connected heavily to this because I have my own best friend who I absolutely love to death, and I think that everyone should have a person like that who they take the #1 spot in love in your heart, but platonically, not romantically. That's why I liked this manga, even if it was incredibly frustrating with how they went by the fucking queer things. To summarize, I like this manga for its themes and the way they decided to make the story engaging. However, I hate the lecture type tone of the manga that it tries to take to convey the author's knowledge and her opinions of queer relationships and the identity to the audience. Again, this may be a case of translation error or something similar, but it feels way too preachy and really took me out of the story. When other stories have done this, it's been in one section and it's a section that I didn't particularly enjoy, or alternately was integrated well enough into the story that it made those moments make sense. And here, neither was the case. It was the whole manga. I did love the ending overall, and I would recommend this manga as good trans representation, as well as an okay story in exploring identity, even for someone who is cis, as I know these topics tend to come up few and far between. But overall, I would probably give the series roughly a 7 out of 10. It wasn't great, but it wasn't complete shit. I'm more angry at the comments than I was the story, though I really think that there should be more stories that try to integrate their message into the entertaining part of their stories and not try to give a lecture every single chapter like this story does. Do I think it is decent trans representation? Yes. Do I think that it is honestly refreshing to see a trans character that isn't the shit taken out of them in an anime or manga adaptation? This is honestly pretty refreshing. But again, Either the translations did this dirty or like my brain wasn't working, because some of the ways they went about stuff wasn't the best. So I give the series 7 out of 10. The TikTok recommendation was solid for trans representation, but not so much as a solidly engaging story. The last recommendation actually came out of a Sea Dog VA video, or a Connor Dog video, depending on what channel you're looking at. That being Plus Size Adventures in Love, which clocked around 16 chapters. This series is a mystery comedy series about our protagonist Yumiko Koda, who lost her memories after a failed suicide attempt. Yumiko, while being lost on who she is and what she's doing, has a positive outlook on life and herself as she tries to find her past self. Along the way, she meets Keisuke, a handsome, very handsome may I say, vice president of the company that she works at. Over the course of the series, she not only starts to unwrap the history of Yumiko before her accident, but slowly starts to realize that it may have never been an accident at all, and that her love interest, her boss, and her boss's wife may all be involved. I also obviously have to mention by the title that Yumiko is a plus-size character, and I actually really like how this story characterized Yumiko about loving herself regardless. I'm not a huge fan that she is the joke of the series, but like she's also a very like positive and optimistic character, and I do like that of the series. And honestly, I actually really like this series so far. The characterization of Yumiko I think is fun, and as she's always uplifting herself and saying that she's the best beauty of the world. I love that, though other people call her crazy for it, which I am not the most crazy for. Again, she tends to be the butt of a joke sometimes, but with her like uplifting herself so much and being so positive, I really like that in her character. Overall, I think it's a solid recommendation, and it's a really engaging story. So if you like decide to start reading it, I would suggest it. It's really fun and really, really engaging. Out of the last 3 suggestions I've gave, Plus Size Adventures in Love is probably the one I would highly recommend you for, because it's just a fun, like, really good read, honestly. It's just a fun, overtly positive read, and I honestly really like it. So yeah. So now that's been all said and done, so welcome back to April Manga. So first of all, I need to fucking find it because I've been talking for so fucking long, and I have more to talk about because I didn't read a lot, but I talked a lot about what I did read. Okay, I don't know how I did it, but I royally fucked up this book with water damage. And the thing is, Nana was underneath it. It's still, like, pristine condition. I care about this book a lot. I clearly do not care about this book at all. What the fuck? Oh, I know what it was. My makeup sponge was on it, and my makeup sponge was wet. Oh dear. Oh no. It's actual water damage. Oh no. One Dance. One Dance is about the protagonist Kaboku Kotani, a first year in high school who wishes to do nothing more than fade into the background and flow in with the crowd, or at least he will have you think so, until he sees the dancing of Hikaru Wanda. Inspired to start dancing by Hikaru's dance moves, Kotani's journey is that of finding confidence, standing out, and dancing to the beat of his own drum. So One Dance, I really like this manga. It is an uplifting slice of life, and you know my thoughts and opinions about slice of life. I'm not the biggest fan, but this one is a good one. This one makes me really like it. And I picked this up as a recommendation I found when pursuing MangaTube, as this has been said to be a manga to look out for. I really enjoyed it because it is similar to Dance Dance Dancer, though with older characters, which I really appreciate. Both land themselves in the seinen category as according to my anime list, but personally I feel as if tonally Dance Dance Dancer may veer solidly into seinen, while One Dance is more of the shonen type seinen. This manga honestly is really fun and grips you in from the get-go, which is something that I find enthralling, as many other shonen or seinen that I've been trying to get into are not doing the same thing. And that mainly is probably because in shonen and seinen of other series, it feels like their series are trying to stretch it out for a long time and their goals are a lot longer, whereas in this series, in the first volume, you feel like you've had a step up with the main character and had a huge character developmental moment with Katani, which I really like. And yeah, I think I just love it because of someone who grew up dancing, I have a really nostalgic connection to dance, especially not feeling the greatest at it until someone told me to just have fun with it, and then I did and I really enjoyed it. I also like that the series has references from actual dance performances and dance professionals from real life, aside from the mangaka themselves being a former or current dancer, I'm not 100% sure, as well as direct references or suggestions for good songs to dance to as a beginner, and with the format of the story with panels of how to do certain dance moves as if it is an instructional guide, as well as the references to IRL social media and videos. And of course, the 2-page spread of all of the characters in the dance club, which I just really appreciate because I can just go back, look at it and be like, okay, that's the name of that character, and I just really appreciate it. Don't ask what happened to the actual book itself. Water damage. I do love the amount of detail that was put into this book, especially when on the double page spread, most of these characters are going to be either B-side characters or mobs for the manga. Now, something that I do think is a little bit of a critique of this manga series, it's more anticipatory, really, because while relationship drama won't necessarily make its way into this series, I can definitely see it happening, and I'm very on guard for that happening because that has happened in other slice of life series where I haven't wanted a relationship to happen, and it has happened. I honestly hope that they don't do that with this series because I know for a fact the relationship drama would be between Meow, which is the dance captain, and Wanda, which Wanda would win because Wanda is best girl and she's so adorable and cute. But One Dance overall is really fun and enjoyable, and from the get-go it is a very engaging manga with nice long chapters, as there's only 3 chapters in this manga, in this volume should I say. So I would absolutely give a pick up to One Dance, especially if you like Dance Dance Dancer. This is definitely on the same par, if not more shonen-esque, and if you do like shonen anime and want to veer into something a little more like slice of lifey and maybe something that could be considered a little more feminine, then I would suggest One Dance because it's really fun. But speaking on feminine and divine, we're going to be talking about an absolute classic, that being Nana.
Okay, Kat. Before we get into the greatness that is this book, assumedly, I need to share some stuff. So first of all, you can see that this is secondhand. It's been opened. There is a little bit of dinting on it. But this is like the most pristine secondhand book I have ever fucking got. It is almost as pristine as like most of the manga that I fucking have, and it doesn't have any like fucking tags. Yes! And as you can see, I ordered it online from Brotherhood Books. Brotherhood of St. Lawrence is an op shop in Australia. They have a specific website for books. I was making like a point in a TikTok, and I was going to this website to like be like, oh, none of these American websites work, so Australians go to this website because they sell manga. And like if you go to the Salvos and they sell manga, it's really stupid manga. It's not like actual manga, it's like Western manga. So it's like, oh, go to this website because they have like secondhand books there. And on the front fucking page I see Nana. Front fucking page. Now, of course, instantly copped that shit. It's Nana. And even better is that this shit is old. Oh my god, this is a 2005 print of Nana. And you want to know what especially other than the like release date that I actually ended up reading on this was? The thing that ticked me off, that it was an original release of Nana and that it is in pristine condition, is this shit. Sorry, let me just... If you don't know what those are, pretty much in a lot of older manga, there was like mail-in things to like send directly to Shoujo Beats or Viz Media or whatever to get like magazine subscriptions and all that sort of shit. And to get like, sometimes it's a survey, sometimes it's like you get a subscription to like a Shoujo Beat magazine. Anyway, I recall a lot of this being in early magazines. I didn't realize it was also in early manga, but it also like makes sense that it was in early manga, but like this is like the most pristine condition I've seen a manga in, and it's a 2005 edition of fucking Nana, and guess how much I got it for? $6 fucking $6. For context, in Australia, to get a new edition of Nana, the fucking re-released version of Nana, oh, would you look at that? $14, $15. That is how much I fucking paid for not only the cost of the book, but shipping. Not even. I paid $13 total for this one book. $6 for the actual book itself, and $7 for shipping. I feel so awesome as a cheapskate and as someone who collects fucking manga, because this is pristine goddamn condition. Now, some people would say it's not because of the yellowing on the spine, but I just think that adds to its authenticity. And yes, there is a little bit of a bend, but it clearly means that someone has actually read the book and did not fucking scalp it, which I'm so happy for. So fucking happy for. Okay, that's me ranting done. Now onto the actual review.
So I got my hands on Nana, and as you saw in that little clip, this is an original volume, an original 2005 volume of Nana. I was so lucky to pick this up, and now I'm gonna start collecting it, as I have also on eBay bought Nana. This was $4, and it's a DVD set of the last, what is it? It's the 4th collection of the Nana anime, and I believe it's episodes 35 through 47, as well as a special episode 36.5. So, this is my new Sailor Moon. I'm gonna start collecting shit from Nana. So, let's actually review Nana, the first volume of Nana. So the first volume of Nana sets up the backstories of our two Nanas, Nana Komatsu and Nana Osaki. Their separate lives, where they live, and where they were brought up. Their lives in romance, sex, and their aspirations to go to Tokyo. I really like how dissimilar the two characters are, and with Komatsu being the enthusiast in love and ending up finding a boy who she likes, who likes her, and her reasoning to go to Tokyo being not for necessarily her boyfriend, but instead for her best friend, or rather for both of them. Though Komatsu stays back a year to earn enough money to get to Tokyo herself, Osaki on the other hand is living her best life to the fullest despite her rough upbringing, has an awesome band and a hot boyfriend, until said boyfriend moves to Tokyo to fill in for another band that just got signed. Thus breaking up the relationship, Osaki vows to get good enough at singing to make it in Tokyo herself. I really like the similarities between both Nanas and both their intros having similar themes despite their differences in character. I'm really enjoying and love the relationship this story has with sex. It's romantic, it's alluring, and it's not a huge big thing, it just happens. It's just something that happens because sex does happen when you're in a relationship with someone. You're in a relationship. I'm excited to read and collect the rest of this series, though I don't think I'll be able to get any more original prints of the volumes all that often, as I will have a mix of new and old volumes. I'm also hopefully going to be taking just as good care as the person who donated this will, because this, honestly, I was so amazed it came in nearly mint condition. So I'm gonna be taking as good of care of this as I possibly can, and not like I did with One Dance. We are going to finally fucking talk about How to Be Relationship Volume 2 and Volume 3. So Volume 2 I got recently. This is the last of the manga that I'm supposed to be getting from my Christmas gift thing that my mum got me. First of all, our protagonists are actually 18 and not 20 like I thought, which does make sense, especially to their behaviors in the actual series. I also love, again, I don't know why it's mainly relationships or manga that is particularly aimed at women, but the connection of love and sex in this series is really good. Also, just turning the page to see Seiko eating Miwa's pussy is certainly interesting and welcomed. Very pleasant surprise. This series does not shy away from sex, and I really like that. It fully embraces it, and I love that it fully embraces that this can happen in the start of a relationship as well. Also, I hate the character of Khan. He is just an unlikable character, but I do really want to know a lot about him really fucking badly. Methinks somehow he is probably queer based on the little like tidbit we were given about him, and I also think that Ushi might be ace. At least I think that's the hint I'm getting. I'm also progressively starting to dislike Tsutsura more and more. He's giving me incel and I really don't like it. And also I still love Rika, and that same thread follows through in volume 3. Now I do have more to say for volume 3, and after a year I finally get to read volume 3. So if I could describe How to Read a Relationship, it'd be two insecure girls fall in love. It's infuriating, it's frustrating, and it is unfortunately realistic. And I am living for the other woman plotline that's going on in this series. It's so dramatic and I love it. I really think that in this volume Seiko is being a bitch, and it is frustrating the hell out of me. I still don't like Suruta, even if he got a redemption. And again, I still love Rika. And I feel like Miwa is constantly being put down. The relationship is awkward and I feel like it's kind of unhealthy, but they don't want to talk about it. Clearly, that makes it just even worse. I am going to keep reading it because the drama, another two women actually. Since the beginning, I've been conflicted about the series, as some of the characters are just plain dislikable, and I can say for certain this is not my favorite queer series. I've found that I don't particularly like realistic romances. Despite the beneficial inclusion of sex and romance in the series, I feel like if I read romance, I want to be whisked away with the story and it be like whimsical and fun. Not characters that are constantly second guessing themselves, and that's kind of why I love Rika, because she is this whimsical, like, fun character, and she knows what she wants and is the shit stirrer. Sure, there is a deeper story for her, but she can also be really fun to watch. I do like this series and this story. As I said, the drama is top tier, but I'm really bloody conflicted with this series because I really love it and I hate it simultaneously. This is definitely a love-hate relationship with this series, and depending on where this series goes, this might be another series that I'll have to give away because I don't know. I really like the sweet moments and the inclusion and like showing off of sex and how beneficial it can be to show that in a book, especially about an adult romance. But just with how the characters act, I don't know how to... Well, back on the shelf it goes, because we are now going to be talking about Can You Just Die, My Darling, which is another fucking horror series which I'm not a huge fan of. I didn't like Can You Just Die, My Darling, as I found it to be like the perfect midpoint of Variante, Greenworlds, and the Undead Messiah, which you already know my opinions on all three of those series, and that's not a good thing. Can't You Just Die, My Darling is the story of Kamishiro, a second-year high school student in love with his childhood best friend Hanazono, a popular girl who gets confessed to very often. After a chance encounter with an infected man and an abandoned school building collapsing, Kamishiro now has the disease ID, which gives him the superhuman abilities based on something that the person of their desires has complimented them on. In exchange, the person with ID really fucking wants to murder the person of their desires. And when they can't, they get very vivid visual images about killing that person, especially when they're having a nice romantic moment. It is kind of basically the anti-Hanhaki disease if you read a lot of fanfiction. This story is in a 2-act formula. 1 act is the infection in a school setting, and act 2 is others with ID in an organization to save others with ID. This is sounding so much like the Undead Messiah and Greenworlds. I fucking hate it. And that is not a good thing, as it is the main thing I disliked in all 3 of those series. So this series is classified as a romance horror with a shonen tag. I can see how it's supposed to be romance, but shonen romance, especially in conventional shonen series, tend to ignore the most important part of the romance, and that is the love interest. The main protagonist will do something like go on a valiant and noble quest for his love on behalf of his love, but babes, the main thing of romance is you're supposed to be in love with them constantly and have romantic moments. There's no like doing something on behalf of your love and she's in another fucking castle. Like, what is this? Doing something just because you are in love with that person does not make good romance and does not make a good relationship. Actually, it is probably the antithesis of a good romance. Good romance is the development of a relationship, a close connection between 2 people, and not driving yourself to insanity because you have this preconceived notion that you have feelings for this person. And this is especially in shonen, since usually the other person doesn't fucking know you have this mental relationship with them. It's very incel-like, I'm not gonna lie. And I can say with my full chest, I do not like romance horror with a shonen demographic. With like a shoujo demographic, it's fine, it's wonderful, it's fantastic. With a shonen demographic, I fucking hate it. In normal shonen, it frustrates me when the romance is added especially into an action story like My Hero Academia, or in a completely forced way like in Haikyuu, where the romance doesn't apply to the plot at all, and I especially hate when shonen stories in particular, because it's always freaking shonen stories, that stray away from the main plot point so completely that you feel like you're reading a completely different story. This always happens in a 2-part system. Act 1 is what you came for, what gripped you in, and Act 2 is some completely convoluted constant action sequence where one of the key characters is missing, be this the main character or a side character. The joy has been ripped out of the story, it is a shell of its prior self. This is made most evident in horror series, as well as series where the main love interest is missing. Out of most shonen I've read and watched, the worst perpetrators of this device is My Hero Academia, Greenworlds, and now Can You Just Die My Darling. From my notes, we're going to be going into parts with this series. First, talking about the beginning. Out of the gate, I don't like the bully-like relationship between Hanazono and Kamishiro. She's got this super hot cold personality with him, and it genuinely doesn't warrant any affection from Kamishiro. And yet he's going to confess to her. Are you actually kidding? No, I hate it. Off the bat, the romance isn't just there, babes, and we're not made to like Hanazono until after the actual accident, which feels way too late in the story if we're supposed to sympathize with Kamishiro and not cheer on the idea of him killing Hanazono, which is something that I was doing. I will say, having the protagonist black out, then have a flashback about saying he will protect the love interest, and then waking up to see that the love interest has been fucking ripped in half. Iconic. I love that. That was so gut-wrenching. I honestly actually wish that she had died, and genuinely probably would have preferred it for the story. I know it's been set up that Hanazono is popular and all, but I think it's a bit ridiculous with the entire school being in love with her, getting ID and trying to murder her. How fucking basic can this admiration infection thing go if it's almost the entire goddamn school following her? Look, I know it's fiction, but friends would easily start fucking murdering each other realistically if love was that goddamn flimsy. If that volume of people were actually in love with one person. You can only suspend your belief so much in this series. At the end of the beginning act, Hanazono tries to kill Kamishiro as the whole time she has actually had ID and had murderous rage against Kamishiro. They love each other. They found a safe zone. And in the end, Hanazono disappears, being too scared that she will actually kill him. Kamishiro joins the organization that saved them, trying to save others that have ID, and at the same time try and find Hanazono, which leads me to the act change. So we have a creepy woman who doesn't have any emotion. The hero shows up out of nowhere. They are from rival organizations, and she soon becomes a love interest alongside the other organization member of Kamishiro, along with another member that is from the same organization that Kamishiro is a part of. But none of this organization shit matters because the government is involved with the person who actually curated the massacre in the first act. And this person was also one of Kamishiro's friends, so the entire organization arc doesn't fucking matter. Especially since this other person who was friends with Kamishiro has Hanazono. But we're not gonna focus on that. We're gonna focus 20 chapters with this rival organization who had nothing to do with the school massacre, nor Hanazono, and this weird fucking cult for no reason. Now for the ending. We tried to prevent this second massacre occurring, but we failed. There's a weak ass explanation as to why the cult exists, but not why it's like full of clones, nor how they get all their knowledge and equipment. Also, yay, gay representation. The super smart man is gay and we love that, but why the fuck did the mangaka choose the middle of a massacre fight scene to bring this up? And why is it now that this man has the need to fight Kamishiro when they are out on a mission? Genuinely, what is the point of this being revealed at this time? It would have made sense if it had just happened when Nave had his arm ripped off. Or the literal whole chapter, the entire chapter, where they are relaxing the day before the massacre. Why did it have to be in the middle of the fucking massacre? Literally when Nave gets injured, it is at the end of a fight scene. You could have lengthened that fight scene to include the other guy. What was the reason? I understand holding in your emotions, but now is not the fucking time, and it doesn't make sense plot-wise either. This is just so forced and crammed in, and I really fucking hate it. It's so convoluted and downright stupid. What was the point of that entire interaction? It has no value to the actual story. So the story ends on an ambiguous note. Apparently this was the only part officially serialized, but the mangaka has continued to write the series unofficially or something along those lines. I got this from a Scans website comment section, so it's not like it's the most official news in the world. Genuinely, I'm not gonna read it. The three women falling in love with Kamishiro other than Hanazono feels incredibly forced and is clearly going to be one of the main forms of contention with the continuation of this. And I don't want to read a horror series that is a harem. And I honestly wish that both of them had just fucking died at the end. Now, with the actual plot being annihilated and run through, I have 3 plot points that kept popping up that I have a real issue with. 1. How is ID actually transmitted? While it's referenced that a person with ID has to attack another person to transfer it, at least that is how it is inferred based on the fact that we don't actually see a transference from the infected guy to Kamishiro. The school massacre, on the other hand, suggests a rapid transformation unless all of these people, a mass amount of people, got attacked by a person with ID. But we have also seen that people who get attacked by those with ID get murdered. The only concrete form of transmission that we understand was the final act, where one man's power was to produce ID or mind control people. It is not clear on what this man's like power is, nor how he uses it, nor how he got ID, if that is how he transmits ID. It is genuinely very confusing. But this character also was not in the first act. So, how is ID transmitted? The actual transmission of this infection is super convoluted, and I really know how it spreads so fucking quickly, because that is the one thing that needs to be explained when you are doing a series about a fucking infection. If you're doing it about zombies, it is easy. People know about frickin' zombies. But if you're doing just a magical infection, how is that transmitted? How does ID spread? We don't fucking know. You maybe get attacked, but if you get attacked, you usually die, but sometimes you don't die. Also, it can spread en masse. How? Do you just scratch someone? Oh, they've got ID now. How did that work? How does that work? Second plot point, or point of contention. Kamishira's plot armor and super strength with ID. What constitutes a permanent death in this goddamn manga? Cause clearly only the protagonist has plot armor, because everyone else who has had ID has been killed off so fucking easily. And the protagonist has taken multiple killing blows and not fucking died. And when I say multiple killing blows, I mean blows he has taken has literally killed other characters. In the story, they explained it to him as being him being super strong. But why is it only him that is super strong and nobody else? By the logic of the actual plot of the manga, the only special thing about him should be his eyes, not his strength. So surely everyone else should be super soldiers as well. One of the characters with ID dies in the first act due to a human head falling squarely on top of his, followed by a building falling on top of him, but he mainly gets knocked out because of a human head falling on his head. 3 pages, not even, earlier, Kamishiro has a rock the size of a human head slammed into his head. All he gets is some slight bleeding along the foreline of the hairline of his forehead. The other character gets a human head, something that relatively is lighter than a rock, slams directly onto his head, and sure, the thing that kills him probably is the building collapsing on him. But why does he pass out and not Kamishiro, who had his head slammed in with a rock? What is this plot armor? It's fucking stupid. Again, you can only suspend your belief so much, but when you slam a rock into a character's head and then the other character fucking dies from a human head falling on them, I don't understand. Where's the equivalent exchange here? Then the final plotline that fucking frustrated me is people and plot devices not having any value to the story. The Aguma cults all killing themselves after announcing to the world what ID is. Are you fucking joking? What was the point of their group? Literally, what was the point of having a weird ass cult to reveal what ID was to the world? It could have been the dude from the school, it could have been the rival organization, it could have been the government. Why was a whole ass cult created to fucking reveal what this disease is? It is so unbelievably pointless for this group to exist. Then is Hanazono's power. Sure, to a wider series it would make sense, but just based on this story alone, there is no fucking point to have her power be what it is. And What about Hanazono validates her power? That she's popular. Is that it? All the other powers are based on physical attributes. Is it that she's attractive and that makes her power attraction by members of ID? What the fuck is her power? And what the fuck is the point of making her so powerful if you are just going to fucking kill her or assume you are going to kill her? The other two female characters who are supposed to be a part of his harem aren't at all applicable to the plot as well as this part of the story. And the villain, the main villain, is not even a part of the rival organization. What is the point of the rival organization if the main villain is part of the fucking government? What is the point? The whole second act feels justifiably unneeded. It started with the school and the main villain is from the school. You could have just kept it in that vicinity. I don't like the lovers separated shit. Always happens in these kinds of stories and I find it infuriating and frustrating as hell. And the reunion is completely underwhelming. Much like the Undead Messiah, MC overcomes the power. I preferred when this was a gory anime and not an adventure manga. This is something that shonen romance does that completely sucks and that completely forgets the romance element of their actual goddamn plot. This is just a different story completely now, and I'm so fucking bored. This I hate more than Green Worlds, because Green Worlds you can actually enjoy because it's so stupid. This is just disappointing and boring, and I hate it. I give it a 2 out of 10. On an uplifting note is the final manga of this weeb wrap up, which is horror. It is also BL horror, and it is The Sleeping Dead. Volume 1, because there's only one scan of Sleeping Dead out there. I don't know if this is going to be actually translated and sold in English. I really hope it is because I really enjoyed The Sleeping Dead. So this series really interested me, as I don't exactly recall where I got this recommendation, but I am sure it was probably on MangaTube. Sleeping Dead by Asado Nomui is a short horror BL series with only 2 volumes. With only 5 chapters scanned and translated online, I have come to the conclusion that I will be buying this manga series and its second volume in Japanese, and will have to read the second volume in Japanese, because while this series is very short and simple, it is incredibly investing. And if you can, I would absolutely give the first 5 chapters a read. Sleeping Dead is the story of Sada, a high school teacher who, due to some recent attack, who has to patrol the school grounds and make sure his students get home safely. After his first duty, having had found one of his students stabbed and proceeding to get attacked himself, Sada finds himself on the operating table of the mad scientist Mamiya. As it turns out, Mamiya is a scientist with the goal of proving life can be preserved after death. And Sada is his first successful human re-life. Sada is a zombie essentially and can't exactly feel pain. But the downside is that he can no longer eat regular human food. The only thing he can eat, however, is the rotting corpses of humans. And only humans. The story follows these two as they explore Sada's new life and try to get him a decent meal so he doesn't get stuck in limbo forever. Genuinely, I really like this story, or at least the half that I've read. As I said, I've planned to get the second volume, hoping that I can continue this series, as I don't know if this series will get an English translation fully. Now, I wasn't really sure on the BL side, as I've only ever read one other horror BL, and just in general, other BL before I've read has been very mixed and iffy, so I really wasn't sure going into this series. But on the horror front, this story is absolutely fantastic. The first chapter really gives off a good scare when we see the attacked girl, and with one of the main themes of this manga being gore, the scenes that I had expected to go with this manga being, especially with the tag BL, didn't happen, and that makes me really happy. The romance boys love element is separated from the horror, or at least gore-wise it is, which makes me very appreciative, because I really didn't want to see any kind of gore or any kind of that shit. but there is a little bit of psychological torment going on, as this is also a psychological horror. With Mamiya being a very sneaky person and being a lot of big talk and being quite apathetic to everything, but actions speak louder than words, and Sada realizing that Mamiya is full of shit, but not to what extent. I also in this manga there is a bit of mention of sexual assaults, and I really like that this manga actually had one of the characters address that what Mamiya was doing was blatant sexual assault, and not end up being really into it like what other BL does, which is really gross. And rightfully, Sada being really pissed off at it. A lot of BL does the opposite, and even in general smut books they lean into sexual assault being hot, which it isn't. But this one didn't, which is the bare minimum, but generally something that I appreciated, and it wasn't super played up for romance drama, which I again really fucking love. It wasn't justified by Sada being into it, it was called out and handled decently for a short series. Speaking of Mamiya, I also did like that we have an unconventional love interest, with Mamiya being a balding mad scientist character, when we usually get like two pretty boys. Having one of the characters be like an unconventional love interest and not being conventionally attractive is rather like nice for this series, I guess. I really liked it personally. I also like that his appearance does add to the crazy mad scientist aesthetic, so I really like that. And overall, I really do like this series more than I thought I would, so I probably would actually give this maybe an 8.5 or 9 out of 10 if I'm going to be super critical about this series. But generally, I really like it. If you get the chance to, please do read this. It is very, very interesting, and I really like it as a horror, not only as a horror fan, but also as a person who likes romance. While it doesn't feed into the romance element too much, I do like the horror element a lot. And that being said, that is all of the anime and manga that I read in April and May. Oh my god, there was so much. I really didn't expect there to be that much, and here I have been speaking for about 2 hours now. Anyway, let's, as always, just jump into it with May anime. You thought I watched anime in May? I didn't. I have been ongoingly watching Oshinoko and Demon Slayer for this month, but I have been kind of preoccupied by two things, and only two things, that being the QSMP, Filza, those streams, and catching up on them, and Generation Loss, which is a series by the streamer Rambo. I would highly suggest that you watch Generation Loss if you are into comedy and horror. It is a fantastic, wonderful laugh, and also the last episode of the first series, Generation Loss, The Social Experiments, is absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. Though, if you're new to streaming and the world of Twitch, some of the jokes might be a more difficult understanding. Also because this was all streamed live and you would be watching the VOD, so some parts may be drawn out and you not realize. Personally, I loved most of it. I think some bits went on for a little too long. But other than that, I thought it was fantastic. I do think the acting needed a little bit of polish on Rambo's part. However, obviously, he's a streamer, not a fucking actor, and this is his passion project, which, of course, he would be a bit nervous for. He was a little bit nervous in the beginning episode, in the very first episode, but that sort of washed off as the episodes continued. I absolutely loved the series, especially the final episode, as the inserts that were put into the final episode were shot fantastically, and that end scene was fucking phenomenal. I absolutely adored it. So I would absolutely give Generation Loss a look, even if you're not the most into streamers, though it would be helpful if you were into streamers, as a lot of the jokes and some of the references will not really be able to pick up upon. A lot of the themes that influenced Generation Loss is a lot of horror games, horror movies, and unfortunately a little bit of comedy, with Rembu themselves saying that the series was influenced by these things, with the first episode being more old school horror, this being more cartoony stuff like Dracula and Frankenstein, that sort of stuff, whereas the second episode is more influenced on horror movies of the 80s and 90s, whereas the final episode is very modern horror, very 2010s 2020s kind of horror. But that is what I've been watching in May instead of anime, so let's instead go straight on to our next segment, which is
June anime. Now, I watched a total of one anime all of June, and that was Oshinoko. I also watched Demon Slayer, but I haven't finished Demon Slayer yet, so we'll talk about Oshinoko. So, having read Kaguya-sama, it's very easy to point out Akasaka's comedy points, and it's very easy to see his authorial influence within the story of Oshinoko. Some of the jokes do feel like you're being slapped in the face hard and come out of left field sometimes, even if they're just conventional jokes, like Ruby's first interaction with Minami being about her boobs. Like, it's a common joke, especially seeing Akatsuka's previous work, which, may I say, cotton candy pink girl with big tits, there's a bit of a theme here. But after half the episode is dedicated on and calculated on such a specific tone and vibe with a particular scene, this joke coming out of nowhere was just like a bit of a surprise that I didn't really expect, and kind of felt a little odd to the tone of the series. Like, the tone of the series feels like it should be taking itself a little more seriously, but then will also like throw in a joke as if it's like a fucking Beyblade bursting into an arena or some shit. It's a bit much sometimes, and I sometimes forget it's meant to be a comedy series. It feels much more like a drama, and I like it as a drama, but as a comedy series it's a little bit out of left field, especially with Akatsuka's kind of humor. I do very much like the character design, as everyone looks very shiny and pretty and cute. The quality definitely fluctuates for the series, and when I say quality, I mean story quality. With the fact that the series started with an extremely powerful 1 hour opening fucking episode, I would suggest, if you were going to get into Oshinoko, to continue on with it, because it starts off really powerful, then wanes, then gets good again towards the end, and with only like 11 episodes, there's not a whole lot you can go off of. It's very much setting up what will be future seasons, and sets up Aqua's character, it sets up the backstory of these characters, and it sets up Ruby's character a little bit as well. I will say there's a really fucking weird incestuous dynamic going on with this series that I'm not fucking comfortable with. Specifically, like, Ruby's first love was in her previous life and was the doctor. Her brother. Yeah. And then you have the doctor whose whose infatuation with I is so prominent that he's attracted to girls who show off features similar to I, like with how Akane like mimicked I so closely. Don't think it's an otaku thing anymore at that point. It's just a little weird, and I know it's kind of just like they've been isekai'd a little bit, where they've been like resurrected as the children of I, but it's still weird, dude. Half the time you forget that these characters were resurrected, but because like they're living a new life. They know their siblings as different people, and they now have new experiences on top of remembering their previous lives. So it's like a little weird. Like, I keep forgetting that Aqua was a doctor in his previous fucking life. The plot point of Ruby being a resurrected person comes up more and is more relevant to her character than the doctor being resurrected. Like, the first couple of episodes, I would say, yeah, that's pretty important to his character. But after the first, like, 4 episodes, it's not. Whereas for Ruby's character,
it's kind of her whole character arc that she was or had this like really tough life, and now she's like living the life she wanted to live and is getting a second chance. Like, that's understandable. Aqua's isn't so much. Also with Oshinoko, I would say that is probably the most awkward part of it, especially when like Aqua's taste is like Akane imitating Ai, and I will say, out of all the ships in the show, Arima and Aqua, yes, because it isn't fucking weird. I will say Akane and Arima being rivals is fantastic, and I love the drama, but I will die on the hill of Arima and Aqua. I'm very curious to see where this show goes, pretty much. I'm like, not, what's it called? I do not hate this series whatsoever. I actually really adore it. I'm planning a cosplay. That's why my eyes are really red, because I've been just rubbing off makeup, trying to figure out cosplay makeup for Ai. But yeah, I really like the series. I think it's fantastic. I really like it as a drama series. Some of the comedy aspects really throw me off sometimes, but overall I really like Oshinoko, and for one of the only anime that I watched in the last 2 months, I would absolutely give it a recommendation, especially the first episode. Oh my fucking god, the first episode could be a movie, and I would just leave it there. Like, are you kidding? I also love that it's kind of like a mystery, a little bit of a thriller, I would say, in terms of the plotline of Aqua, because the plot is split into two for this series. It's A plot, B plot. A plot is Aqua trying to find Ai's like killer, who sent who his father is and who like killed Ai essentially, and the B plot being B Komachi being resurrected by Ruby. And then like the C plot is Aqua and Arima and Akane's like love triangle shit. The way that the series handled it is a little bit muddy, I will say. But like overall I do enjoy it. It is a very fun series, and like it's got very engaging characters, and again, after the first episode it dips a little bit and then gets better again. I really wish it was given 25 episodes instead of 12 episodes for a series, but seeing as it like is a really new property to be like greenlighting, especially since I'm pretty sure it only got greenlit because of the popularity of Kaguya-sama, which like it also could be like the popularity of the manga, but it's mostly gonna be because of Kaguya-sama. Then yeah, I understand why it's 12 episodes, but like I really hope it gets more, because it's like really fun and I really like it. But just those few things kind of bother me.
May manga! Where I was not watching anime in May almost at all, I was certainly reading, should I say, a lot of manga in May. Starting off with updating myself with Blood on the Tracks from roughly chapters 135 to 144. Now, the tables have turned and Seiichi takes care of his mother now, and not Seiichi's mother taking care of him. Sick! She just wants to die now. Sick! I thought she had died. Was excited. Now it's just kind of sad. I didn't like the fact that the two were healing their wounds. This really went in a different direction than what I thought it would. I'm not sure how much I liked the series now as compared to the beginning, but I'm still going to go through with it because I want to see how it ends, and if the mother does die, how Seiichi will react to it, because it is very interesting, and just some of the moments hit a little bit too close to home for me, so I have very mixed feelings about the series now, but
yeah, that's just my little update on Blood on the Tracks. Now, the next recommendation has been off my mega horror list. If you're new to this channel, I have a massive list of manga somewhere on a notepad. All of these have been taken from multiple recommendations on MangaTube, though my mega list started from one video, and a lot of these recommendations, such as my next recommendation, came from that video. And I'm starting to really second fucking guess the recommendations from that video and whether I should just cull half of the list, because I was so disappointed with Pumpkin Night that because every single one of these fucking videos, I get at least one manga from that list, and it always ends up being the equivalent of fucking Undead Messiah. Like, so many of these manga, like, either they are the Undead Messiah and it kind of just really predictable, or are the likes of Variante where they start off good and fizzle out, or are the likes of fucking Can't You Just Die or Can You Just Die My Darling, where it starts off really fucking good and has a 2-act system. The fucking 2-act system, shit. This one is on the same par, if not a little less, but also at the same time a little more than Can You Just Die My Darling. So, Pumpkin Night is a very classic I Know What You Did Last Summer type of horror manga, with our antagonist, Pumpkin Night, being the bullied girl Naoko, seeking murderous revenge on those who deformed her and got her put in a mental hospital. Those involved are some of the dumbest human beings alive, with one of them actually being in love with Naoko, essentially our protagonist, Kazuya. This manga explores what happened to Naoko and why she's doing what she is doing, unraveling the true nature about our dumbasses and the protagonist. The manga is a solid, really solid gore manga that I actually really love. The art is honestly fantastic and does rarely verge on the likes of, what's it called, Magical Girl Apocalypse. It is genuinely fantastic, the levels of gore. Like, this is a very gory manga, but the levels of gore, I would say, is near on par with Junji Ito, without the very stylistic stylings of him. Genuinely, it is fan-fucking-tastic. If you are a gore fan, this is genuinely something that you should, at the very least, read the first 20 chapters of, because just the first couple of deaths are horrific and I love it. They have fantastic deaths that make your skin just crawl. For example, the first victim of Naoko, which is Saki, gets partially cremated, with the first victim of Naoko being Asami. And by that I mean Asami is dead, and at her funeral, Naoko somehow gets Saki in Asami's coffin, and as they take Asami and Saki to get cremated, they turn on the cremation kiln machine thing, and Saki gets partially fused to Asami. And when the people who are surrounding the kiln, I think that's what it's called, hear Saki screams, they immediately pull the tray that has Saki and Asami on it, and notice the second body on top of Asami, and Saki has to tear herself off of Asami, and it is just a wonderfully disgusting visual, and I fucking adore that. Would I be able to watch that on a screen? Absolutely the fuck not. But it is in the terms of horror and gore, it is a fantastically fucking gory manga. And I also have to give the series its props. The way that Naoko maneuvers around is very typical of a serial killer in a very 1970s slasher / horror film kind of way, and that is also something that I actually really appreciate. It very much keeps you on your toes. The first 20 chapters are solid with a decent plot that is maybe a little bit too loose to make way for the gore, but the first 20 to 25 chapters are extremely engaging, and I did like the character designs of Saki and Naoko, mainly because Saki kind of looks like a Benny. Now, after the first sort of 20 to 25 chapters is where it falls right the fuck off, when they introduce Trump. I'm not fucking joking. A literal Trump parody. It's not really even a parody, it's kind of just Trump but Japanese. The entire story after this introduction of Trump is included, deviates quite quickly, and it is so fucking disappointing. That, and they also do the cardinal sin of killing off the main serial killer way too fucking quickly and attempting to introduce a new one in the form of our protagonist Kazuya, and it really hit the nail on the head by having a 2-part plot structure. It just didn't fucking need to be there, and the series could have died with Naoko, because the whole point of the start of the story is a revenge plot on the people who did Naoko wrong. Her reason for murdering everyone is gone. They are all dead, and Kazuya is in a mental hospital, and Kazuya was on her side. She did not need to be revived, and yet she was. The story should have ended with Naoko's death, but it didn't. This story did also have the faults that I have disliked in a lot of the horror manga that I have talked about. Lots of panty shots, the sexualization of an underage character, and lewd faces associated with some of the dead female characters. However, that last point, I can actually kind of give it a pass in this context, as in this story, it is kind of hard to distinguish what is a lewd face and what is actually justifiable given the type of death that has occurred, as some of these faces can also be found on male characters. It's just the female characters are killed off at a higher frequency than male characters are. Some of the faces made seem justified, some of them are needed. Also, the characters are just plain fucking idiotic sometimes, and I don't really appreciate it. Now, this next critique isn't necessarily about the manga itself, but the only translation I could find. And I say the only translation I could find, as I tried to find multiple sources, all the usual places I go, for a different English translation, as usually that is the case. You can go to a different website and find an alternate English translation. But for some fucking reason, this story has the exact same translator throughout the entire series on every single goddamn translation website. So it's more than likely, if you want to read this and can't afford the official English translation, which I don't even know if there is one, you'll end up finding this specific translation. So, my issue is that the translator does not take the series seriously at all. It's evident with the fact that the characters have been made to be British instead of a neutral English that is usually found in translations. There is dated memes such as begone thought in the text, shit tons of various different slurs which ramp up with the introduction of Trump, and in the afterwards, which you can't really avoid unlike the comments, they put shit like this. Shit like this in the afterwards, which I don't care if it's an attempt to be edgy, it's unneeded. And yes, I did ignore this shit for a predominant amount of my time reading this manga, but I did in fact drop this manga because of the 2-part system. I'm not fucking reading 2 parts of this stupid fucking manga. And yes, I did ignore this for a majority of the time that I fucking read this because it's on behalf of the translators, not on behalf of the actual manga itself, so I could ignore it. But when they put slurs in the actual translation itself, that I just couldn't fucking read it, and it's really frustrating. And if I did get baited by this shit, then congratulations, it's not fucking funny. Being a fucking transphobe for the sake of edginess, get a life. And as I said, the first few chapters are actually investing. The translation for the most part does its job, but after the introduction of Trump, all the care was thrown absolutely out of the fucking window because it becomes essentially unreadable. And as I said, the amount of slurs that's in the novel ramps up so fucking much after the introduction of Trump. I did skim through some of the chapters in part 2, and it seems to follow the exact same fucking plot as other novels with a similar 2-part plot structure does, with the military getting involved in the investigation of serial killer and all that sort of shit. There's some amnesia / mental illness plot with Kazuya, and Naoko obviously comes back to life and has some sort of vigilante arc going on, which doesn't make sense to her plot at all. I don't know, I don't fucking care. And by how it's translated, it seems like someone else has taken over the translation in the latter portion of the series. But I'm not sure about that either. Overall, this series absolutely had potential, much like a lot of the series that I do review, but I'm starting to get fucking tired of this 2-act system in horror, as well as the lack of care towards major parts of the plot. There are some moments that can be drawn out to make the series longer and so much more effective in a gore, horror, thriller kind of way. However, the mangakas aren't focusing on those aspects of their own series, instead making something exactly the same as everybody else. I give this series its props. It does gore fantastically, especially in the beginning, but it just had way too many pitfalls to follow along, and the only translation that I can fucking find is an absolute joke. At this point, even if I did find a different English translation or wanted to buy the official translation, there's no point. I don't want to follow a series that no longer has no draw and don't want to spend 60 chapters just to complete the series. I fully stopped this at chapter 35 and I'm happy to fucking stop it here. I give this series basically like a 4 out of 10 just for the first 20 chapters alone. If you want to read this series and want to see the gore, read the first 20 chapters. Fucking finish it when Naoko dies. That is it. That is all you need to read. And continuing this sequence of horror manga that make me just second guess this fucking list that I found, we have In the Room. I don't really have a synopsis for this because it's boring. Don't fucking read it. It's cliche. It doesn't have a solid protagonist, has characters that just aren't necessary to the story, and then proceeds to kill them off for no reason. One of these characters is a teenage girl who is so fucking sexualized and in sexual clothing that for about 4 of these 6 chapters, she's naked wearing a trench coat. There is no given reason as to why in the beginning she was given like a piece of lingerie to wear, and why in the last 4 chapters she's wearing nothing but a fucking trench coat. There is no reason. So why would you just put her in a fucking uniform? What's the point? There is an actual flashback scene where she's in a uniform. She's not given a backstory. She's not fucking given a reason to be in this clothing. Why put her in this fucking clothing other than to sexualize her? There is no point. This character is underage. I don't see the reason why she should be in here. I'm not even going to summarize because it is not worth summarizing. The only upside is that the incel character that we meet in the very first chapter is killed off in the very first chapter. Thank fucking God. I wouldn't even recommend this as a read it while brain dead kind of jokey recommendation, because when there's an actual rape and murder of one of the characters visually depicted in this story, it's not worth reading, not even for a joke. It's just another killing game and there's nothing really interesting. Also, clearly the person who wrote it is just a huge Ace Attorney fan, because the main villain fucking looks like Edgeworth and is an attorney. So, yeah. I give this one a 1 out of 10. It's fucking bland as shit. Now, onto the physical manga. I have 2 that I read in this month because I got myself a little treat. We're going to be starting off with Claudine, which I'm going to give a trigger warning for suicide. To take a break from shonen and horror, particularly shonen horror, we go to shoujo drama and shoujo romance. A drama romance about our titular Claudine, a boy born in a girl's body, from the perspective of our narrator, his psychologist. Now, Claudine identifies as a man, but everyone else sees him as a woman because this is 20th century France. We follow Claudine from the age of 10 to his unfortunate suicide, his relationship with love, and how him being born in the wrong body has affected said love life in early 20th century France. The short story details the multiple loves of Claudine's life, the dramas of his family members taking said loves away from him, both physically and in a romantic sense, and how the loves of his life don't see him as a man, how it takes a toll on his heart and his mind. The only person seeing him for who he truly is being his childhood friend Rosemary, his father, and his psychologist. It is a tragic story that ends in death in a very overdramatic way, being very floral and romantic in an artistic sense as well as an actual romance. I do have my critiques of this novel and how it is categorized, as on my anime list it is defined as a girls' love novel, but personally, seeing as Claudine sort of identifies as a man, I don't think that it is equivocated that way. It is most certainly queer, but I wouldn't really call it girls' love. Personally, my critiques on the art, I wish Claudine as a child hadn't been drawn so much like his adult self, which when he has his first kiss, which seems to be for him at around between 10 and 15 years of age, Claudine looks much like an older person kissing a very clear child than 2 children of equal, similar age kissing, which I'm not a fan of. And speaking of children kissing adults, some of the characters' ages need to be clearly defined, because how old is the character of Louis in this novel? Because the second love interest of Claudine is his friend's tutor's sister, the tutor being Louis, who I at first thought was the same age as Claudine, and that's why Claudine has a particular reaction to Louis. Obviously, if you read the story twice, you would figure out, like, that's not the case. But this doesn't seem to be the case, and it seems Louis is older than Claudine, as Louis and Louis' sister, who is Claudine's second love, are both in a relationship with Claudine's father. Don't know how old Louis is, and I don't know how old Louis' sister is. But they don't. I'm hoping they're above the age of 18. Who knows? It's 20th century France. So unless I've fucked up the ages, there is some shenanigans going on in this book that I don't feel quite comfortable about. But overall, this is a solid story and a wonderful drama romance or romance drama, and romantically it is an investing story that centers around a transgender character. I wish it would have had a happy ending, but that's not what happened here, unfortunately. And with this being from the same author as The Rose of Versailles, I honestly cannot wait to pick that book up. I don't know what it is by me reading novels from prolific authors who have made like really well-known works and then just picking up a novel that is not one of their most well-known works before going to their most well-known works. I've done that with Rumiko Takahashi. I did this with the woman who created Revolutionary Girl Eterna. What else did I do this with? Because I did it with another one as well. Well, with our next suggestion, I've kind of done the same thing, except in a kind of reverse way. Having the actual physical manga before the prolific series that I've read. Not actually in the method that I've read these with. That being our next recommendation, 1721 by Tatsuki Fujimoto, who you will know as the creator of Chainsaw Man. Now, I have talked about my love for Chainsaw Man in the past. This review is kind of a really tired one because I was really tired when I read this and didn't really have the mental capacity to actually review it properly. But basically, this is a series of short stories by Tatsuki Fujimoto that was published in, I believe, Shonen Jump over the course of a few years. And yeah, so this is the first Tatsuki Fujimoto book that I have. I don't have Chainsaw Man. And that's kind of what I meant by I get the small books before I get the big series first. Anyway, onto the actual review of 1721 from the creator of Chainsaw Man, Tatsuki Fujimoto. 1721 is a series of short stories with his usual humorous yet horrific kind of style, with small story beats similar to that of Chainsaw Man, each story having unexpected yet expected twists. It is a good quick read, and my two favourite stories is Sasaki Stopped a Bullet, which is the cover sake of the novel, and the story Shikoku, which I think did romance horror semi-decently, particularly for a writer who focuses on the shonen demographic, especially also for one that's done in a one-shot as well. I think it was done quite well. There's not a whole lot for me to say about this, especially because when I wrote this I was extremely tired. Basically, if you like Chainsaw Man, you will like this series of short stories. When I say it's got a lot of story beats similar to Chainsaw Man, the story of Shikoku, the main protagonist is very similar to Makima, which makes me question if Makima is Fujimoto's type. What did the girl that he liked do? Because the reason I say she's similar to Makima, not only is in design, but she plucks out eyeballs. That's a little bit of a disturbing similarity. But also in terms of the stories, so there's 4 stories in total. A couple of clucking chickens were still kicking in the schoolyard, which is a post-apocalyptic story about 2 people living as chickens after the alien apocalypse, where humans are going near extinct and aliens are living the human lifestyle as they became accustomed to human culture. They just happen to really like eating humans too. So these 2 dress up as chickens, and I can bet you don't really know where this story is going to go. I did decently like it, but it wasn't my favorite. Sasaki Stopped the Bullet was so weird. Very god complexy. Literally one of the characters say that they are god, so yeah, but it is one of the more visually spectacular and more philosophical in beliefs. Love is Blind, that one's just like a fun comedy series, a fun comedy one-shot, a very one-minded kind of thing, very Kaguya-sama in a way, more shonen-y of a Kaguya-sama thing. And the last one is obviously Shikoku, which is more of a twisted romance kind of thing. It's got vampires in it, so yeah, it's kind of like a vampire horror scenario but done in a shonen way. I did enjoy it, but it wasn't my absolute favorite. So yes, if you like Chainsaw Man, then I would suggest picking up 1721. I kind of picked this up thinking it was Fire Punch, which is one of the books that I want to read. So that was a mistake on my part, but like this is pretty decent, and I like collecting, as you can fucking see, short horror series. And to pick up one that isn't Junji Ito was a big thing for me. But yes, that has been all of my May manga. So let's move on to
June manga. So, with June being Pride Month, I decided I wanted to read more gay manga. But then something happened. I got a job. And so, you'd think my manga consumption would slow down. No, it's sped up because I was able to buy so much fucking manga this month. So I started with Is Love the Answer, which is something that I bought last month but decided to read this month. So when I said Kanojo ni naritai kimi to boku was too preachy and could do these realizations in a more entertaining way, this is what I meant. Is Love the Answer is the journey of our protagonist Chika, and in her realization that she is A/Ero, even though she's not entirely sold on the label, which is very common in queer people's experiences, much like myself. I grabbed this because I'd never seen an outly asexual character. I had seen implied characters such as Psyche K, but not an outly asexual character in manga ever. This is like the rarest form of queer representation I have seen in manga other than transgender. The characters are always implicit or spacey when they are inferred as asexual, but not in this case. Which this book does play with the motifs of space and spacey. Throughout this book we follow Chika's realization of her own identity and understanding others' interpretations of the same topics. It explains not only asexuality really well, but explores the whole spectrum of queer identities really well in a very simple way. The main character is very energetic, which we don't typically see in asexual coded characters, and I love the talk about the nuances of sexuality and gender, as well as being attracted to fictional characters of the same and different genders. Simple things I enjoyed were incorporating people who are not only queer, but also who have unusual or very queer community-heavy hobbies, as well as love the platonic marriage and the representation of platonic marriages. Fucking normalize platonic marriages, because I think that's really fucking cool. And as someone who has been trying to understand asexuality better, as a lot of what I hear online outside of the base explanation often conflicts and greatly confuses me, I feel like I genuinely understand asexuality better and was able to actually connect my own queer experiences to Chika's, which I think is probably the best thing this book could have done. I feel like if I was able to get my hands on the official translation of Kanojo ni naritai kimi to boku, it would be treated similar to this novel. I honestly love this. If you're unsure about asexuality or even understanding queer people better, then I think this is definitely a good read. And also for people who are ace or queer, it is also a very good, wholesome book in general. So yes, this is the book, this is the cover. No, you can't see the physical version because I so fucking badly water damaged it. But out of the manga that I bought this month, the first one that I read was Thigh High because it's so fucking small. Now, I didn't really expect Thigh High to be in Minotaur, but it was, so I picked it up. In this volume, we continue the shenanigans of the first with parroting shoujo with shonen-esque twists. Pretty on par with the first volume, a fun, humorous read as always, very episodic and fun. I will say there is a bit of nudity in this particular volume because there's a bathing scene, but nothing out of the norm of like a bathhouse scene that you'll see in a lot of anime, manga, and even a lot of like school-age manga as well. It is a regular slice of life, and yeah, that's really all with this volume. It's just fun
and as always, a good read. I will probably pick up the next volume because this is just like really fun and lighthearted and something that's just good to read. Good palate cleanser, you know? Next is a manga that has been fucking staring at me in the face for, I want to say, a year and a half. That being the full series of Kenkobancho Otome. Now, this is a adaptation of an Otome game. Volumes 1 and 2, the full series, should I say, of Kenkobancho, A Regular 12th Night. Kenkobancho Otome is a manga series adaptation of an Otome game of the same name. Clocking in at 2 volumes, it follows the seemed orphan Hinako on her quest to make friends at an all-girls school. However, on her first day, she meets a doppelganger who begs, or rather demands, that Hinako switches places with him at his delinquent all-boys school based in fighting under his name Hikaru. Hinako and Hikaru are twins separated at birth and are the children of a big Yakuza boss. Hikaru doesn't want to go to the delinquent school, so he gets Hinako to go in his place because he doesn't like fighting. Neither does she, but she has lived in an orphanage her entire life, so she's pretty strong. This is honestly a fun reverse harem that really holds up with solid character archetypes and a love interest who's a childhood friend as well as a new friend that has been made within the realm of the series. I would suggest this for people who like series such as like the K-drama Strongmun Dobong-sun and reverse harems with gender swapping themes similar to Oran. Similar but not the same. And while the series itself, this series doesn't have a romantic ending, I would like to play the game itself to see if it does have a romantic ending, because I swear to God, end couple goals. I wanted them to get together so fucking badly. This was like unexpectedly like wholesome and fun to read. This is much more of a comedy slice of life with romantic themes, but given that it is an Otome game, I can only assume the game of the same name is a romance, and let me just say, Hinako and Kira, favorite couple. Also, if you want to search for the game online, don't mistake Kenkobancho Otome for the actual fighting game Kenkobancho, which, like, I heard the name Kenkobancho before, I was like, that's surely not the same thing. Googled it, 2 different things, 2 different games. There's Otome and then Kenkobancho. Don't mistake it if you want to search it, because I know for a fact I did. Generally, I actually thought this was a bit of fun and better than the other Otome game manga adaptations that I have read and other Otome influences series such as Otome Mania. I've read both of the Otome Mania manga. I have volume 2. It's not that great, but this is really fun to read. I will say after a while you kind of forget what the story is about. And by that I mean, like, after reading it, you kind of just go, what did I just read? But I definitely think this is a series I can go back to and like read again and enjoy, just because like it was surprisingly engaging. It was also stupidly cheap for 2 volumes. It's only a 2-volume manga. It's fun, and I also really like the covers because it gives me like very pop teen kind of vibes, like really cool, like almost magazine kind of vibes, if you understand what I mean. Then is something that I've been waiting to read for almost a year and a half. This has been something I've been purposely saving for. This being The Drifting Classroom Volume 1. If you know me, you know that I love Junji Ito. I've done a lot of research into Junji Ito, and I know for a fact that this author was the influence to Junji Ito, and it was one of the people that Junji Ito used to work with. Now, I have wanted to read this, as you also may know if you watch the series. I have a major list of horror manga that I have wanted to read. This has been on that list for a while. I've been trying to get my hands on it for a while, and The way that I've been trying to save up for this has been trying to earn points on Dimmix to get it. I had $20 on Dimmix. This is about 50, so I used just all the points to get this one volume cheaper, I guess. But it is a fucking massive volume. There is 2 other volumes that I have to get to read, and I really want to get them very soon, but I probably won't for a while. I also don't know how the fuck it is gonna fit in my manga collection, especially on the horror shelf. Like, so far, it's sitting where, like, my constantly changing, like, manga pieces go, but also so is Tombs. But yeah, so I'm gonna need to overhaul my manga collection again soon. But anyway, The Drifting Classroom. Very exciting. I've wanted to read this for a while. I've heard a lot of good things about it. Now, I only took bullet notes for this story. Pretty much the entire gist of the story is that an elementary school has shot several thousand years into the future in time. No one knows how. It is just suddenly up and disappeared, and you find out it is shot into the future. Sorry to spoil, but that's what happens, and no one knows how, and it's very tense. I can see in this story where Junji Ito gets his influence from, especially from in earlier works such as Tomie in this series. Other than a decent mystery, there's a disturbing amount of child violence and child death, which makes sense to the context of them being elementary school kids, but some of the violent acts are just a bit far, such as a kid getting stripped naked and getting his bits crushed by a girl as a punishment. That was a bit uncomfortable and a little fucking weird. I know this was like written in the 80s as well, but why was there a sexist 12-year-old? Just casually a sexist 12-year-old who's the smartest in the entire school. We've had enough of those in 2023. I didn't need it in my manga. Generally, the actual story itself is a bit repetitive with an interesting enough concept to keep it going, though I am a little disappointed I saved so long to get this novel. It's not quite what I had imagined, but I can see the connection that influenced Ito and why he looks up to Umes in the way that he does. I'd probably give this first volume at least a 6 out of 10. So I can see how such an impactful author influenced another impactful author, especially since I believe it was in Fragments of Horror, Junji Ito mentioned working with Kazuo Umes in one of the like little authorial stories that he put out. I believe it was in Fragments of Horror. It could have been in Venus in the Blind. It was in one of them, but I remember seeing it, and yeah, I can totally see the influences, and I did really enjoy that part. Seeing like an author you love so much like be inspired by another author. You kind of just see where the passion comes from, really. But we're not talking about Junji Ito just fucking yet. We are next talking about another horror series that I bought on a shopping spree, Inside Mari. I have so many mixed feelings about this one. I've also got it upside down, Inside Mari. In the same shopping spree, I bought most of the previous mangas. I was in Minotaur and saw the horror shelf. Half of the shelf was filled with Shuzo Oshimi's work, and my eye was drawn to Happiness, a very clear horror story based on the cover. But in the corner of my eye, I saw a shoujo-like cover by the same author. Reading the blurb of the story portrayed itself to be a body-swapping horror manga with some sinister undertones. So I picked it up, bought it, and I wish I bought Happiness. Inside Mari is a creepy and borderline boring story. The main protagonist is Isao Komori, a 21-year-old college student who has no life and only plays video games, jacks off, and goes to the convenience store, where he finds the angel of the store, Mari, who he follows home, not because he's a stalker.
Sure, Jan.
This novel basically sets up the rest of the series with Isao trying to figure out where Mari is, who's in his body, and trying not to peep at her body. I was instantly put off by the stalker behavior of the main character because it is stalker behavior. Doesn't matter how much you try and justify it, it's stalker fucking behavior. Especially because this stalker fucking behavior, him trying to make himself out as innocent, is every woman's worst fucking nightmare. And it affected how I read the rest of the novel. It was so fucking weird and creepy. I could not get behind the main protagonist whatsoever. I read the rest of the novel and it didn't help that every chapter break felt unneeded, as it all could have been told within 3 to 4 main chapters rather than elongating it to about 7 or 8. And while I have read manga that is similar, where the first 5 to 7 chapters aren't the most engaging because they're trying to set up a plot, what they have that this series doesn't have is a normal protagonist that isn't deeply unsettling to read about, and that makes the entire story hard to read. This is generally unpleasant, and I really wish I had just picked up Happiness. I give this a 4.5 out of 10. I will admit the actual idea behind this series intrigued me, but this was generally disappointing. I really wish I hadn't read it, and it's just, the main character is just creepy, disturbing. I couldn't continue reading past this volume because it's both boring and just unsettling. And not in a fun, unsettling way. Now, we move on to I Think Our Son Is Gay Volume 4. Now, I went shopping literally like 2 days after I released my Pride video. And, that's what I bought I Think My Son Is Gay Volume 4, because I'd spoken about wanting it, and now I have it. So, time to talk about my favourite short series once again. I honestly love that each volume talks about slightly different topics about the queer community. I honestly love that each volume has a slightly different topic about queerness and the allyship of allies to queer people. And in this volume, we talk about friendship, a little bit of heartbreak, gender expression in a very fucking short chapter, and leading life the way that you want. And most importantly, more Mr. Tonalo. I'm kidding. But the other things are definitely there. The main plot of this volume is Daigo, Hiroki's best friend and love interest, has a girlfriend. And Hiroki is keeping himself at a distance from his best friend, seemingly for his own sake, to stop himself hurting. Though, obviously, we see this from his mum's perspective, so we are kept in a little of the dark about Hiroki's actual feelings of the matter. We do get to see some actual character progression in characters such as Hiroki's father, who may in the future be able to handle his son's queerness, though he will still be uncomfortable with it, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it is something that does unfortunately happen in real life. As I said, we do get to see more of Mr. Tono's backstory and how it relates to Hiroki's current issue with Daigo. And we also, at the very end of the volume, get to see Daigo's perspective on this whole situation and how he really wishes Hiroki was a little bit closer, but understands and appreciates him as a friend for thinking about him the way that he is. Overall, I did get super invested in this volume just because of the drama of the romance and Hiroki clearly hurting and trying to push his friend away. It's a good volume talking about friendship and queer friendships at that. I really want to see this plot point get resolved so fucking badly. No matter how it is resolved, I really want to see it resolved. I love this series and I honestly cannot wait for the next installment. I want it so badly. 9 out of 10 like usual. I would have really could have done without Hiroki's dad being in this volume, but that seems to just be he's sticking around every single fucking volume whether we like it or not. So I didn't pull it out of the shelves and I'm a bit too lazy to do it now. We talk about Yuri Espoir Volume 2, another gay manga. So I don't like this book as much as the first volume for two main reasons. There is one, less content in this volume in terms of the actual story to flourish. The last quarter of the book is a one-shot by the same author called Femme Fatale, Let's Have Curry. It does involve characters apparently previously looked at in the series, I believe, but it took away from our main story and we are left with a cliffhanger that just rubbed me the wrong way. The introduction of the girl at the end of the first volume felt like a pointless character to the main plot of the book, and I do like that a little more time was spent with our side characters in their stories, but unlike volume 1, where there were like 5 couples, there were only 3 in this book. I will continue this series, but I felt like this volume could have continued more because that was just a lot of retail space in this novel that could have been put towards the main plot of the story, the one thing that is lacking the most of the fucking series. As a cute standalone, I really could get behind this series, but I was expecting this to be a 2-volume series, and to see it be more than that is a little bit bothersome, especially when this is the series format, and the second volume leaves a solid chunk of the novel to a short story instead of something to actually continue the series. The mini story is okay in line with mostly the one-shots instead of the actual story itself, but with the context of the rest of the volume, I'm not a huge fan of this volume. Tombs. So this story collection seems to have the remainder of the most really well-known stories, save the one of the woman peeling her child back because she's multiple layers like a fucking onion. That one I haven't seen yet in a physical volume, though I have read that one online, but more of the like bigger, most well-known stories that hadn't yet been translated, such as Toontown or Tombs, Slug Girl and The Window Next Door, have been translated and put into this volume, which is just good to finally have those in my physical collection. Though this volume does also have some of the stories that we see in Maniac, such as Washed Ashore and The Strange Tale of the Tunnel, even though I was certain that I had read that story in one of the other short story collections, maybe like Venus in the Blind or Fragments of Horror or something, though I could be wrong, but I was just certain that I had read it in a physical book, but I guess not. Definitely reading some of these for the very first time, I can confidently say that Maniac had definitely left out some of the more important details of these stories, or could have taken like exact frames out of these stories and like translated it to the show better, to improve the storytelling of that, especially in Tombs itself. While it had gotten me in its like animated version, the actual like short story itself I actually found far more engaging, and that is because the story, like the animated version, took out one very clear element that like changed the way that I saw the story being like animated and told, and that being that the sister can't see what the brother can see at the end. In the actual anime, it's not made clear that the sister couldn't see that, or at least when I was watching it, it was not clear at all. Whereas in the book, like, the brother is having like a full-on hallucination, which is what we see, but the sister cannot see it at all, and that's because his hand was cut and hers wasn't. This was not clearly in the story of Maniac, but was like such an interesting detail in the actual story itself. So I will say that definitely improved my experience of Tombs, especially with most of these being like stories I've already seen before. And yeah, in terms of like the two stories in here that like I hadn't seen whatsoever. So the actual stories in here itself is Tombs, Clubhouse, Slug Girl, The Window Next Door, Washed Ashore, Strange Tale of the Tunnel, Bronze Statue, Floaters, and The Bloody Story of Shinosuna. Now, I haven't seen 4 of these. Clubhouse I thought was interesting enough, kind of just like a good middle ground kind of story. Bronze Statue was one of the weirder ones, as there's always like a weird character type one in these short story collections, and Bronze Statue was that. It was a little bit Tomie vibes, but not entirely. Then we've got Floaters and The Bloody Story of Shinosuna, which are the two that sort of caught my eye more. Now, I liked Floaters because it was more sad than horrific, and I do, as I've said in the past, like that kind of horror as well. I know Yami Shibai did a lot of like sad instead of horrific kind of horror, and it was interesting to see that Junji Ito has done it too with Floaters. And Bloody Story of Shinosuna was interesting, but had a bit of an unfinished feeling. Again, something that I've seen in Yami Shibai, but it is very on par with Junji Ito. I just wish there was more elaboration into the Bloody Story of Shinosuna, as in like us sort of figuring out why there was blood vessels under the fucking town, why it's alive essentially. In the same sense, I guess the tale of the Amigata Fault is very, very similar, where you don't know what's going on. It's just the execution of Shinosuna wasn't done as well as Amigata Fault. So yeah, I really like Tombs. I will say this is like the prettiest cover out of all of the short story collections. I would still say that Deserter is probably my favorite short story collection, just because like I like the stories in that one more, though I really, really like this one. Like, favorite cover by far. Like, the spine is a cool, like, sickly green color. You've got this gorgeous front cover. I'm gonna, like, display this for so long. If I change, like, my setup and have the, like, short story collection showing, this is gonna be the one that's on display, because look how fucking gorgeous this is. Like, Desert is gory. Lovesickness is lovesickness. Shiver is kind of a bit of a mess. Frankenstein, like, I do like Frankenstein, but it's not as cool as this, mainly because it's like another person's property that Junji Ito adapted. And Smashed is okay. I kind of just like this because it's very ghoulish on the front. So yeah, that is my thought process for Tombs. Yeah, didn't mean to get this, but I'm actually very happy I did. Yeah, it's fun. So yeah, that has been all for today.
So, July anime. I watched a total of 2 movies. First, to start off with, is the Ghibli film Only Yesterday, as that has sort of been my goal for the last couple of months, is to watch all the Ghibli movies that I can, because in July the newest Ghibli film came out, which is supposed to be Miyazaki's final film. However, it came out in Japan, not here, so I didn't get to watch it. So instead I watched Only Yesterday, which I have so helpfully described as a very quaint film, something very refreshing to watch on a rainy day. However, I did not think it was the greatest film out there and nearly fell asleep in it. It's not got a huge overwhelming story, and I was going through a very fatigued point of time when not only reviewing this, but watching it. You kind of just put it on either for the artistic value, or as I said, it's a rainy day, you're sick and you need something that's not super overwhelming to put on. Something that's a little bit nostalgic. I thought it was okay. I gave it maybe a 5 out of 10. Now the second film that I watched, this being finally My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission, World Heroes Mission. So, starting off with the synopsis of this film, a cult who believes in the doomsday theory of this series, which, if you didn't know, it's the quirk singularity or whatever. They believe in that theory. There's a cult who believes in that theory. They try to kill the top heroes of the world and plant toxins around the world, meaning our teenage heroes need to stop it. Deku somehow gets caught in a smear campaign because he accidentally has intelligence on how to stop the cult, and we have just dragged a random civilian who does not like heroes into the mix. This sounds like such just a common trope, not only for this series, but for most superhero series, but especially this one. And this film does get played out a bit like a buddy cop movie, which again is another really played out movie trope, movie plotline. I don't necessarily mind that kind of trope. I just don't see why it was made in this film and why this film was made. It's very on par with the first My Hero film, but a major disappointment having seen the second My Hero film, which I remember seeing the advertisements and all this shit, like all of this on like YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, all that sort of shit back when this came out. And then silence. Like when the second film came out, everyone was fucking losing their shit over the movie. When this came out, silence. Because we thought it was going to be about Todoroki, Deku, and fucking Bakugo. It's only about Deku and a random other guy who we don't really see in the advertisements. To give it its props, at the very beginning, the art style alterations are a little bit weird, but also kind of impressive. So it goes from regular to super basic in some of the moving shots, which, while still semi-impressive, is nowhere near as impressive as prior movies doing similar sequences, or the actual series itself. Like, it's kind of a downgrade from the actual animation put into the series, let alone what happened in the second film. It does not feel like it should be a theatrical release. But to give it its props, the first scene that they have with the arrow chick, really good. That was actually pretty fucking phenomenal. But action shots after that are just really weird, especially the final fight, which was dragged on for so fucking long. It did not need to be that goddamn long. Next, these are all dot points. First of all, Midoriya running after the train in the first couple of scenes was so fucking funny. Legitimately, that got a strong laugh out of me. Some of the action sequence are just visually very hard to follow. Again, I was in a very fatigued state when watching this, so some of the scenes, I still think now I would find it difficult to follow, but definitely then, when I was getting very stimulated by things, very, very hard to follow. This is a plotline fucking, what's it called, critique. Where are the other heroes from other countries? There's this big terroristic threat happening in over 25 countries, and you are sending Japanese high school students and the top heroes of Japan to be the ones who sort out that issue. The only country that has proper heroes in this fucking series is America and Japan. Where are the heroes from other countries? They do not make an appearance. And I don't know what world building that is, where these young heroes go to other countries that seemingly don't have other heroes, but have been vaguely gestured to have other heroes in them. Why is All Might like the hero of heroes around the world, and every single thing in the series goes back to him? Where are the other heroes in this goddamn series? In other countries, basically. Not as good as the second film. There's a very, very predictable bait and switch in this film. I can't remember what it is. I think it's the final reveal of what the fucking guy who hates heroes quirk is. Out of all of the fights in this movie, Bakugo's is the most visually impressive. Too bad it doesn't really do anything for the film. You know whose does? Deku's. Deku's fight was the most repetitive and simultaneously the most on par fight with his in-series counterpart. And that is not a good thing, especially if this is the big bad boss. This should be a spectacular fight. This is repetitive, boring, and we've seen Deku do it thousands of fucking times before. Oh, speaking of, in this fight, Deku was like talking about the power of heroes and friendship and all that. He sounds like a caricature of himself. Genuine caricature of himself. Usually, yeah, he's got the whole, and we're gonna fight because we're the heroes and we're the good guys thing. Take that, put it up to 350. That is what Deku is in this fucking film at the end. It was just so weird. Weirdly, like, up there, you know? At some point, the arrow villain just kills herself. You could have used her throughout the entire film, but you killed her off. She was one of the more interesting characters. I also didn't like how the film held back on Rhodey's quirk for so long for such a dumb quirk, of which my girlfriend predicted really early on. So it's predictable. You held on to it for way too long, making the impact of the reveal so stupid. Like, you could have revealed it when Deku brought it up, but no, you left it for half an hour and then told us, which I'm not the most appreciative of in the actual series itself, but at least in the actual series itself it pays off. And finally, as I said, this plays out like a buddy cop film. If it was that, it is an absolute shell of a buddy cop film, because too many characters, too many plot lines, but at the same time, nothing. It is a shell, an actual shell of a film, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I honestly gave this a 4.5 out of 10 because it does have its moments. Some of the scenes are really fucking funny, like Deku chasing after the train, because that is such a Deku thing to do. But when other portions of the film that are supposed to be serious turn into a caricature, and there's build-up where there doesn't need to be build-up, or it's not the type of scenario where build-up is the best way to go. It is so difficult to think of this film as nothing more than an extended episode of the series. It's or non-canonical episode of the series. And even then, the series does its characters better than this film does. Sure, Deku going on his little emo arc in the most recent season, yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that, and I think the whole season, or the latter half of the season, was a bit of a joke. But compared to what I watched in that film, I would take the stupid season over that film, because that film really didn't need to be there, and I actually think if it had been made into the actual series, it would have been done a better justice. It's genuinely a huge letdown after the second movie. and really just feels like they're honing in on that fucking cash cow of My Hero Academia. But that was all of the anime that I watched in July. So let's get into August with our only entry, Laputa, the Castle in the Sky, which I also purchased, finally. So I am a little bit of a contrarian when it comes to watching popular anime. And I usually wait until said anime is either no longer popular or has finished airing to start watching. However, when it comes to a cult classic, and I hear so much fondness about it, especially if it's a film, I tend to hold off on watching said piece of media even more. And so I'm just like usually not interested. When it came to Castle in the Sky was my initial thinking. I was very much a contrarian, didn't really want to watch it. I thought, no, Totoro, Grave of the Fireflies, Howl's Moving Castle, those are like the ones that I need to watch. Castle in the Sky, it's just gonna be another Spirited Away where it's like hyped up so much and then I just don't like it. Because I don't think it's like super enjoyable. Honestly, after watching only yesterday, I now understand why Spirited Away is like one of the most critically acclaimed Ghibli movies. But like, I thought this was like similar, where people sort of hyped it up so much and it really wasn't in my taste preference. Because that's what Spirited Away was for me. So many people hyped it up, I watched it and it really was not my taste. But when I actually watched this, I realized everyone saying all these good things about Castle in the Sky were correct. Genuinely, I had a really good time watching this movie. Like, I didn't realize it would be this exciting and this jovial and cartoony, because usually like Ghibli films are very artistic and have like a deep message. This straight up cartoon, and I love that. I genuinely actually love that. I watched the English dub of this for the last like 3 entries, watched the English dub because that's what I could process in these last 2 months. The English dub for this is so fucking funny and it's like quintessential 80s cartoon, and like I love that for this. Not even like quintessential 80s cartoon. It is like good 80s cartoon voice acting and genuinely a fun time. When it came to the characters, I ended up really liking the pirates and their sons. I thought they were so fucking funny. Even a little bit creepy with all the bride stuff, but in the end, I really enjoyed them as characters, as well as our 2 protagonists. And like, this has very quickly become one of my favorite Ghibli films. I genuinely think this is very reminiscent of old cartoons that I would watch and older dubbed cartoons, and that's probably what I really like about this movie so much, that it's just fun. I also didn't realize the song that I haven't watched this that fucking much, that he sings at the start, the pigeon song, is referenced in Your Lie in April. I had no clue that the Your Lie in April thing was a reference to this, and now I know, and it's so fun learning that. But yeah, genuinely really like this. The more that I think about like the movie and how I felt in it, the more fondness I feel, honestly. So originally I was going to give this a 7 out of 10 because I do still have my lulls about the film. There are some points where it feels like it's going on too much, or I feel like the fate of Laputa could have been different and I would have liked it to be different, but it's a Ghibli film, it's not going to go the way you fucking want. 7.5 to 8 out of 10 for this film. Genuinely really like it, and all the positive things you hear about this film, 100%, definitely. If you haven't seen Laputa, I would highly suggest this. And now that I've been on my rant, that was definitely supposed to be much shorter than it was, we move into July manga. July manga is quite small, with only 1 series, but 2 volumes of said series. We are going to be talking about My Love Mix-Up again, and we're going to be talking about volumes 5 and 6. So, volume 5, for a series that I've noted as being unmemorable in the past, as it really feels like every other romance novel, volume 5 of My Love Mix-Up really stands out. I don't know if it's because I've just been in the perfect headspace for sweet rom-coms, or something changed about the storytelling of the actual manga itself, but this volume really made me giggle and feel warm and fuzzy and just gushy inside. I tend to forget how funny My Love Mix-Up can be and how it's a nice, warm-hearted romance on top of also being a funny comedic story as well. I think what changed in this volume is I can never say this bitch's name. Aoki and Ida's official start to their relationship. They're working out the kinks and Ida is finding himself becoming more jealous. Aoki feels less annoying as a character in this volume because he actually has a decent support system that understands the things that he maybe necessarily won't about himself, and he feels more like a competent character in this goddamn series. For being the protagonist, he's been pretty fucking annoying sometimes. Anyway, this volume is pretty standard as Aoki plans for his future, has to go to cram school, and starts a part-time job. The main contentions being his prejudiced tutor for cram school and their new co-worker at his work. I think this volume succeeds in the fact that Aoki is put together somewhat. He's not blabbering like an idiot like in previous volumes and has clear goals and intentions for this volume. Instead, in this volume, the romance floundering is left to Ida. He has to deal with jealousy for the first time and anger towards people who are harming his partner. The B-plot is the Valentine's chapter with Aida and Hashimoto, which is these two idiots on the front, and their rocky relationship as well, but we don't dawdle on it for too long, which I also appreciate since I got into the series for these two fucks. Anyway, solid volume, definitely need to keep collecting this series, and if I hadn't bought all of these fucks, well, these fucks, all of those fucks, and this volume down here, as well as these fucks here, I honestly could have, but no, I had to buy a shit ton of secondhand fucking manga. Anyway, volume 6, My Love Mix-Up. This is a lot shorter. This volume, we explored more of Aoki and Ida's relationship. Fucking shocker. I will admit, this was less eventful than the last volume, but I'm still kind of invested in this series as these 2 volumes have got me hooked into really wanting to read the next 2 volumes. As I said, if I had not bought all of these, then I probably would have, and I'm still very, very, focused on getting volumes 6 and 7. I want to get them at the same time, hopefully, but we'll just have to see because I am currently saving for manga, which is going to be in November. And now we can talk about August manga because I weirdly have a lot to talk about, which I didn't think I would when I started this month. Okay, so we're going to start with an update on Chainsaw Man, which I had intended to do before reading essentially 6 volumes, because these are omnibus fucking volumes of manga. Essentially 7 volumes of manga in one sitting, which, to be fair, I'm still reading this one. This one isn't getting reviewed today, but these 2, yeah, I fucking read those. I already wrote it down in my review. I'm just gonna fucking say it. So, Chainsaw Man chapters 137 through 139. Okay, so I know I don't like doing this, but with my priorities on script writing for this month and my fear of this video being the shortest weeb wrap up yet, I will be talking about the latest Chainsaw Man chapters, excluding 140. Also, since I haven't talked about Chainsaw Man for a while, so it's hard to explain what's going on in the series thus far. And we are also kind of in a very frustrating part of the series where whenever we take 2 steps forward, we take about 8 steps back. So I was actually really enjoying the Asa and Denji shipping, but no, they fucking took that back real fucking quick. Basically, in this series, currently the threat of the Nostradamus prophecy hangs above the world, and the devils know that the prophecy being fulfilled depends on Chainsaw Man living or dying. The Chainsaw Man Church is involved, and from what I'm understanding, they are the bad guys. Asa is also kind of being used, but in these 2 chapters we meet Fumiko Mifune, Denji's new bodyguard in disguise from Special Division 7, another new devil hunting division, as well as another weapons devil from the arc prior, Swordman, who we saw but really didn't know the identity of. And just to be clear, it's this guy, not to be confused with the Katana Man. His name is Mirisugo. He is the newest kid in class and tries to recruit Denji into the Church of Chainsaw Man, as he's thankful to Denji for killing Makima and setting him free. Denji mostly denies the offer, but Denji's priorities are Denji's priorities. Each and every chapter of the series ends with another new plot twist, and while I do still like the series, it can get super fatiguing at the same time with some of the endings, especially when they don't really lead anywhere in the next chapter. However, some of the endings, like chapter 139, are appreciated, not cliffhangery, and in most cases often comedic. Obviously, you already know my thoughts on Chainsaw Man, but I just wanted to update you guys on what was happening in the series and my personal opinions on the series before we get into the actual meat of this fucking video. That being Urusei Yatsura. So, I have had this volume for fucking ages because I saw it in Minotaur after I had bought, or as I was buying volume 2 of Urusei Yatsura, but I only recently got volume 3 of Urusei Yatsura, and I think I've had these 2. I've had this one since I want to say not June. Actually maybe June. I think I bought this when I went on that big manga buying spree when I had my little me date in the city. I'll have to double check that video, but I think that's when I bought volume 3 of Urusei Yatsura. I bought it from Minotaur, and so finally I was able to get both volumes, and I didn't fucking read them until August. So that is a solid 2 months that I've had these sitting on my desk, being like, I'm gonna read them. I'm too bored. I can't read them. Because these are notoriously hard to get into, but once you get into them, it's incredibly hard to fucking stop. So I didn't previously have this. I bought it last week because me and friend Mia, friend of the channel, we went into the city just to go have lunch after work one day, and we were just walking and talking and catching up in person. We just took a little detour down to Minotaur just to look. Once you start, you cannot fucking stop with this series, and I'm hoping that I will be good to pause on this series so I can read the rest of these fucks that I bought in this goddamn month. Anyway, Urusei Yatsura Volume 3. In this volume, we hit parts 5 and 6 of the series, and I've noticed for some reason, it really seems like Shinobu has been written out of the story in favor of some more moments with Lam and Ataru together. She shows up a lot less and only really in scenes where there is other women that Ataru is harassing, like with Sakura, which Which reminds me, part 5 is basically a beach episode for the latter half of that portion. The opening half is mostly about Sakura, the shrine maiden turned school doctor for some fucking reason. But the thing is, Cherry is her uncle, and he is also really lacking in this, much like Shinobu, and the pair only really appear in the beach episode part of this volume. Then of course, in this volume as well, we finally see Lum become an actual student of the school Shinobu, Mendo and Atsuru are attending. A new teacher character is also introduced in this volume, as well as another alien dame for Atsuru to be seriously harmed by, because he is still just a horny fucking bastard. In this volume in particular, I really liked the ongoing joke of Cherry and Atsuru using Mendo, or trying to like schmooze up to Mendo as if he's like related to them, or like they're his best friend or something. That's a really funny ongoing joke that I really liked. Honestly, for such a simple joke, it's executed so well and I really love it. For this series itself, particularly in this volume, I would have really liked to see more serious plot developments occur, as the seriousness in this series is on a very episodic level right now, but I can hold off on it at the moment. I was a fan of Kaguya-sama after all. Also, Atsuru, for some fucking reason, I realized as I was reading, really reminds me of Pingu. So that was volume 3. Moving on to volume 4. So volume 4 of Urusei Yatsura, this volume was really enjoyable and easy to read. Unlike all the volumes prior to this one, the story obviously continues from the last part, and in the last part, as I mentioned, we had a lot of Shinobu erasure. This continues in this part, particularly in part 1 of this volume, not so much in part 2, where the first time that Shinobu actually pops up in this volume is in chapter 3 and is there for a singular frame in chapter 3, labelled Atsuru retires. And Shinobu's presence really only regains prominence within the last 3 chapters of the novel. We also get to meet Ten in this volume, and he's such a fun little character. In one of the chapters involving Ten, which is closer to part 2 of this volume, I honestly really like it because it is a parody of the series, with a human girl being infatuated with Ten and him not being happy with it at all. It is honestly one of my favourite chapters, seeing as Atsuru subjects Ten to the same torture he has to feel with Lum pursuing him, and him not feeling the same affection for Lum, or so he thinks. And there's just this one page that is just so fucking funny to me, and it will never not be funny to me because it's just the irony of it all. I honestly adore it. Moving onward from Urusei Yatsura, we go on to a surprising development in one of my favourite BL manga, that being Dekoboko Bittersweet Days. So as I said, I went on a lunch trip with Mia, and we made a little impulsive little detour down to Minotaur. And as we went and looked at the giant manga wall in Minotaur, I noticed there was 2 new boards, an adult content board and a queer board. And I noticed this mainly because the horror board was gone and was replaced with the adult content board, and all of the horror stuff had been moved into a small like shelf. I pretty much ended up perusing the queer board because I figured it was a gold mine to find new queer manga that I probably would have walked by on the like actual main big manga wall. As I was perusing that wall, I see Dekoboko and I'm like, oh, that must be Dekoboko Sugar Days. But then I noticed Bittersweet and I'm like, is that a translation difference? Did my copy of Dekoboko Sugar Days like get mistranslated? It took me a solid 2 minutes to realize, oh no, not even 2 minutes. It took me about half a second to pause and go, oh oh my god, my favorite BL has a sequel. Dekoboku Bittersweet Days. I had to walk out with this. I had to. Dekoboku Sugar Days is one of my favorite gay manga ever. Now, I didn't know what I would be expecting from this, especially since I thought the first volume wrapped up very, very nicely. But this sequel is very, very much more lewd than the first volume. Like, the first volume had one chapter at the very end of the novel that was very lewd. So many chapters. It is definitely filled with more sexual scenarios between our main two characters, which, when my favorite thing about this series was the soft romantic elements of the first one, it was a little bit of a switch. The biggest takeaway I got from this manga is that it's kind of got the Ouran formula, that being that one party is part French, grandmother is in France, love interest has to convey their feelings so that the part French character stays in a long distance relationship with them, which I don't mind necessarily. But this volume certainly isn't as good as the first volume. I do really like it. It is cute, and it does make me nostalgic for when I read the first edition of this. I just preferred the first volume and the first story in general. I liked the first volume because it was more sugar, and this is bittersweet. So yeah, I do think that if you do like Ouran and the Ouran manga and how that ended and sort of wanted to see it from like a boys love perspective, that's considerably more shit, then maybe pick this up. The next manga, this came off the horror list. If you do not know what the horror list is, it is a list of manga that I have been suggested from multiple videos on MangaTube about what horror authors to read from, what series to read, and what short series to read as well. I picked out the most interesting ones or the most popular ones. They are on my list, and I have been trying to annihilate my way through that reading list. This manga's name is Fetish, and it came off that list. That was not a pun. Straight off the bat, searching fetish manga on Google, probably should have seen that coming. Plus, it being tagged josei and romance, I was honestly excited to read it. Personally, I liked that this book had a trigger warning at the very beginning of the story. So, off the bat, this novel is so much more creepy than erotic horror. Going into this, because it was labeled josei, horror and romance, I thought it would be similar to erotic horror, which to my memory was shoujo horror. So with this specific volume being josei, I didn't know what I was walking into, so I was basically basing it off of erotic horror because it is in a similar structure to erotic horror. This was genuinely more horrific, and when I say horrific, I mean creepy, which I actually really appreciated in this novel to some extent, and we will get into that when we break down each and every story. Where erotic horror was very romantic, this is much more creepy. So going into the actual stories itself, the first story, whose name sort of eludes me, was a little bit underwhelming for my personal tastes. It was very on par with erotic horror. But the second story, Love Letter, is really good. Playing on seeing one's phantom self and stalking. Very much being similar to the likes of that one Junji Ito story. I think it's The Infinite City, where at the very start of that story, the protagonist goes to move in with her aunt because her family is poking holes through her room to stare at her at night and creep on her. Love Letter, very similar to that. Very, very similar. And I actually really liked it a lot. Now, the next fucking story. All of Silly Lily. Freud would have just fucking adored this one. I hate it. 100% hate it. It started off great. Before any context of what was going on, when we find Lily being held captive in this story with the threat of her labia being torn off, ooh, gross, horror, gore, love it, disgusting, felt it, ugh.
And that's all you're gonna know about the story, which was my first impressions of like the first scene of the entire thing before the context. Because in my initial recording, I did give the full context of what happens in that story, and it made me physically ill to write it. It made me physically ill to read the actual story itself. It made me physically ill when recording it, and upon editing, it is also making me physically ill. So, I hate it. I hate this particular story, and the main reason is because it is incest, pretty much. Like, Professor makes a clone of his daughter, then you can sort of piece together what the fuck happens. So don't read it. No. Let's go on to another story.
Yuck. Disgusting. Then is the next story, Airport, which I just love. It's great. Yeah, it's so much better than the last one. A good short one to recover from whatever the fucking hellhole that the last one was. There's a man who owns a taxi who is freaking out because his heavily pregnant customer is miraculously not pregnant anymore. And he is having flashes of where this newborn baby was left. And then he turns behind him. And then the next story, the namesake of the entire book, Fetish. The namesake of the story, creepy guy has a fetish for injured women and pursues a teenager who is heavily injured. Creepy, genuinely would have been okay if I could recover from Sully Lily. Overall, if we could take out the Sully Lily story of this volume of fucking short stories, I would be fine. This would be a half decent fucking series. Would I still be a little bit grossed out by Fetish? Yeah, but it wouldn't have been half as bad. Well, this one clearly isn't half as bad as all of Sully/Lily. Just take out that story, please, because that's genuinely stomach churning, like disgusting. If we were able to take out the Sully/Lily story, I would be fine. This would probably be similar to erotic horror, and I would have been able to recommend it. But the Sully Lily story gave me such a level of psychological damage that I cannot recommend it to anyone, which is a shame because I think some of the stories are actually half decent. It's just that one that ruins it, and it starts off in such a good way for horror and just declines so fucking fast. It's also annoying that that story is the longest one in the set of stories, and that every character in each additional story is basically just a recontextualized version of the last. This series gets a 5 out of 10 solely because of Sully/Lily. It is such a gross story. Like, it started off well, ended terribly, abysmally even. Otherwise, the other stories could have had 7 or 10, 7 to 8 out of 10. It's a good level of creepy or gross. And what benefits the other four stories in this set is that they can be very similar parallels to real life in them, making that extra level of creepy. Save the supernatural elements of visions or people slipping out of reality into limbo. things like spousal abuse, stalking, mothers leaving their newborns to die in public places, men fetishizing anything about a woman, and being manipulated into those kinds of abusive relationships, is all very real and horrific things that I thought were portrayed decently in a short story series, but that they could also have been expanded upon further. I also like that the protagonist of each story is always varying from male to female as the protagonist role, and how both can be the cause of something horrific to occur. But Sully Lily had just pushed me to the fucking it just had to push the fucking envelope on that concept. And I'll give it to the series. It is certainly horrific, downright disgusting. Just Fetish was very disappointing. 4 out of 5 of the stories are great. One of them starts off in a great way and ends off making me feel physically ill. So I can't recommend Fetish to you, unfortunately, unless you want the single one-shot, but even then, that one's just a mediocre story that feels like it's been spoken 100 times if you are a woman. So I guess that was September with September anime, except it wasn't anime. I only watched one thing and it was a live action. Now, what you're probably expecting me to say is the One Piece live action. No, I'm still watching that. No, instead we're going to be talking about the My Love Mix-Up one action. That is what I watched for my anime of this month. If you do not know, My Love Mix-Up is one of my favorite romance series at the moment. It is the story of Aoki and Ida, and how Ida thinks Aoki has a crush on him when Aoki actually has a crush on another person, a girl named Hashimoto, and Hashimoto has a crush on Aoki's friend Ida, but Aoki thinks that Hashimoto has a crush on Ida, and thus My Love Mix-Up. It's weird, but I love it, and when I found out there was a live action, I had to fucking watch it. So, reading glasses the fuck on, otherwise I will not be able to read. So just before we begin, this is all notes that I took in the series, simply because I forgot to do a summary, so I'll do a mini summary at the end, but we're just sort of going to go through my notes that I took as the episodes went on. Pretty much up until the camping trip arc, everything is exactly like the manga, while cutting out some settings and characters. So in the actual manga itself, I also pretty much held these as I was like watching the series, but the first volume, word for word, page for page on the live action. But for the live action, they've cut out a lot of settings. So like Ida and Aoki in front of a konbini, Ida and Aoki going into Tokyo and having a little date. Instead, now that's at the school. They're doing a little date at the school. They're having a little lunch date at the school. Or if they do have a date, it is completely different order. Pretty much up to volume 4 is exactly how it is put in the manga. However, the scenario of the camping trip in the manga, it is a skiing trip. In the live action, they instead just go to the mountains, and not even for a skiing trip, for a camping trip, for an orienteering trip, which they do kind of do in the manga, but it is just slightly different. So instead of a winter trip, they took a summer trip or summer camp into the mountains. The main setting is the school, and they added some extra drama into episode 6, where there's a love rival that wasn't really there before. The initial interaction was Ida and Aoki running into each other and settling it the next day on the roof, whereas here in the drama, which this is a drama, that is the word that was stuck on my fucking tongue. Here they settle it before a volleyball game, and the manager of the opposite team interrupts and is the love rival, or so we think. In true My Love Mix-Up fashion, Aoki thinks the girl likes Ida, and the girl actually likes the teacher of the volleyball team. So she's just an episodic threat, but helps push Ida into understanding why he likes Aoki. Now, she could technically be a substitute for Aoki's co-worker in one of the later volumes. However, I am almost certain that this series came out before like volume 5, I want to say. Definitely came out before the series ended. Again, this is the plot of the manga but formatted differently, and some of the events take place later in the series than they should. Also, I don't know if the series, like the actual like dub of the actual script, sorry, of the show took lines directly out of the manga, or whether the translators did and took the like official English translation of the manga and started putting that into the subtitles. But there are just some moments where I had one of these just like cracked open in front of me and I was reading it and it lined up perfectly. I'm just like, you didn't. You did it! You did it! Ah! That I appreciated that a lot. I fucking love moments like that. As I said, some of the events are out of place slightly in terms of conversations and places, with most of the action being relegated to the school when some scenes take place otherwise. They also insert Aoki weirdly in some places where he does not need to be, such as Ida and Hashimoto's confession, especially when they're outside of the hair salon. In the manga, Aoki isn't there, and he's just like weirdly there in that scene, and then he's also not there afterwards. It's really strange. Also, this also applies to Aoki's tutor. Instead of being a college student tutor at a cram school, he ends up being a teaching assistant and appears in one episode and one episode alone. So, don't know why. I'm assuming this was like a small budget drama instead of like a big budget drama like The Wallflower. That one is definitely a bigger budget drama. So this series has about 10 episodes. It took 7 episodes to get through the first 3 volumes. And in episode 8, we just skip straight to volume 5 for no reason. Now, we do travel back a bit in a later portion of the episode, but still, you skipped a whole volume. Don't think I didn't notice. Episode 9 is an altered version of both the Valentine's chapters in Volume 5 and the Christmas chapters in Volume 4. It's the Valentine's chapters, but recontextualized to Christmas with a plot point from Volume 6. The date felt so real, and this is the date that Aoki is supposed to have in the first volume with Ida, or the second volume. The first date he has with Ida, that is what this date is supposed to be like, and it felt so real. Now, I think the reason it felt real is because the actors weren't acting, they were just having a fun little time and just being filmed. And that's why it felt so real. I honestly love that, but it felt a little bit parasocial, I'm not gonna lie. And then, also in episode 9, after the date from volume 1 or 2, they take then from volume 3. Episode 9 is just like half the series in one shot. And like, it works. It surprisingly works really well in the favor of the series. I'm assuming because of the runtime, they wanted the main story from the first 3 volumes, but they knew if they set up certain plot points in chronological order, it would set up for later points of the series for a runtime that they did not have. That is my assumption, and I do appreciate it, but yeah. Now, episode 10. Of course, to finish off this drama, they had to have Ida and Aoki confess. So they obviously did not take from the actual series in where like Aoki and Ida are dating half the time and like get close and very romantic and blah blah blah. No, in this version, Aoki and Ida are pretty much themselves from volume 4 or 5 for most of it. Just with events that happen at different points in the manga. And obviously, so the showrunners had to sort of make up how they were going to confess to each other and their ending. So one thing that I didn't expect was Ida's volleyball friends knowing that Ida and Aoki were a pair pretty much the entire time, and the fact that they like actually saw Ida and Aoki on their date. That was some drama that I fucking adored, and also didn't see fucking coming. The breakup plotline is the same from when it was in volume 4, but it is once again played out completely differently than volume 4 did it. So this is my little summary of opinions. So first of all, they picked the actors so well. I think the only actor that I'm sort of iffy on is Ida's actor, just because I feel like he's not like, he doesn't express Ida or do Ida as much of a justice as Ida probably should have, because like while Ida is sort of like plain face, he's still quite like, he has moments of like cuteness and being jolly and all that sort of shit. So this actor didn't necessarily have that half the time, but also he played Ida really, really well. In terms of like actual like acting, I thought he was pretty on point for Ida. Visually, I thought he was pretty on point. It was just like he needed an extra level. Aoki's actor was picked spectacularly. Also Hashimoto's actor was also fucking fantastic. Ida, I think Ida's was pretty good as well. When I was actually reading the manga, I had noted that Aoki changed when he got a job and he took his relationship with Ida seriously. So this entire drama, we just saw pre that, which did annoy me, because if you remember, I found pre like getting it together Aoki annoying. I found him actually quite annoying. Now the actor himself actually like lowered the blow for me in terms of how annoying Aoki can be as a character, and he actually turned that into a lot of humor, but he was still there, and we didn't get to see like put together Aoki all that often, and especially with Aoki being put into these weird scenarios, it's like, well, why did you do that? What was the reason? What was the reason? I do think that comparatively this series is very bare bones as compared to the actual manga itself. I really feel like if My Love Mix-Up was adapted into an anime, it would really, really flourish. But as a drama, it was pretty good. I thought episode 10 was fantastic because that's when the series sort of did its own thing, because it needed to conclude the series within 10 episodes. So I thought it was really good. It did its job well, and episode 10 honestly was pretty fantastic for me. I love Ida's like sudden passion for Aoki in the end, but I will say that having just the events of like the first 4 to 5 volumes be in this series, it kind of made Ida's sudden switch up a little weird, and that's what a lot of these series tend to do, anime or like dramas. If they're only taking from a couple episodes and then have to end, the last 2 episodes end up being like really fucking good. but the rest of the series is just kind of shit. I'm not saying this is shit. It's based off of one of my favorite manga at the moment. And it's pretty good. I liked the way that they rearranged some of the scenes, and I like how they didn't outright erase scenes. They just reworked them to fit certain settings, and I really appreciated that, because in some lower budget dramas they tend to just erase scenes because they can't like have it in this setting. I liked that they were able to move it around, but it was kind of obvious that they did that they made sure to keep all of the scenes in one setting, that being at the school. It did kind of take away from the closeness of Ida and Aoki's relationship, because you do get to see them outside a lot in this series, and that is what brings them closer, and that is like what makes them seem more like a couple instead of just like a weird high school relationship. But yeah, that is quite literally all that I really watched in September. Moving on to September manga. So I bought a fair amount of manga this month, and I keep fucking buying it. I did a bad thing, and I was having a very bad day because I had to work. I was also feeling violently ill. So what did I do to make myself feel better? I bought manga. Right after the fact that I had bought this manga and not read it at the time, and the comics, hadn't read those, still haven't read Assassination Classroom yet, but what did I do? I bought these. I then later also bought Volume 6 of Urusei Yatsura. We won't be talking about Volume 6 in this particular segment, mainly because I was going to get out Volume 5, but as I just said, it is pinned at the back of that pigeonhole. So for a representative in place of Volume 5, we have Volume 6. But I bought this, haven't read it yet. I've also since bought Volume 8 of My Love Mix-Up, pre-ordered that, still waiting for it to ship. I also bought more manga off of eBay. Oh, there's also more on the floor. There's so many down there. September manga. Okay, so yeah, I did the bad thing, bought manga. And because I was sick and had to wait like 5 hours between shifts, I read all of these in one sitting. And I started with 2226 just because this was short stories, they're really easily digestible, and I was having tummy problems, so I needed something very easily digestible. A couple months ago I reviewed 1721 a couple months ago, and I thought it was okay. I wasn't like a huge fan of it. One of the stories I kind of liked, but compared to like my Junji Ito, it wasn't the best. I have a much more positive opinion of 2226. I will be doing this over like per story, just because it is a short story collection. I'm just going to read out my mini opinion of my actual thoughts of the entire book as a whole. Overall, the stories in this set compared to 1721 are definitely higher quality, and I like that Fujimoto's shorts, you can see his thinking around Chainsaw Man. Now, so we're going to talk about all these shorts in this set. Let me just... Mermaid Rhapsody, Woke Up as a Girl Syndrome, Nayuta, The Prophecy, and Sisters. So starting with Mermaid Rhapsody. Actually a very romantic one-shot, very shoujo-esque, and similar to that of that one mermaid show that I've honestly forgot. It was one of my top rated anime last year. I cannot remember it for the life of me. I honestly love it. The story itself still had the Fujimoto flair of a tsundere character and a chick magnet, but still all around really well executed. Then is Woke Up as a Girl Syndrome. First of all, major trigger warning for this particular story is that there is heavy mentions of sexual assault within this one story in particular. I am not joking, it is weirdly present in this story. This is queer in the straightest way possible. Like, it's F to M, but the main character was assigned male at birth. It also talks about sex from a very straight perspective, like, no penis, no sex, but we'll have sex anyway. Weirdly straight. Anyway, it's so weirdly straight, but also vaguely queer. And obviously, with Fujimoto presenting as cis-het, it does make sense as to why this is the vibe of said story, but still. Next is Nayuta the Prophecy. This feels like it was foretelling part 2 of Chainsaw Man, mainly because of Nayuta and her older brother Kenji. They live in the world where Nayuta being labelled as the catalyst for the end of the world, and her brother Kenji has to protect Nayuta from the world. Honestly, solid. It's a pretty good fucking story, and it does feel very reflective of Chainsaw Man, especially seeing as Fujimoto is the author of Chainsaw Man. Anyway, this is like how the vampire story in 1721 felt very reminiscent of Makima, whereas this is more reminiscent of Nayuta. Then finally is Sister. Weird. And also kind of incesty. Not a huge fan of it, to be quite honest. I thought the plot twist at the end of the older sister actually painting herself naked at the end of the day was pretty hilarious. I thought that gave me a good chuckle in the middle of a fucking food court. I really didn't like Sister. I really thought it was weird and incesty. But overall, 22-26, as I said, much higher quality stories as compared to 17-21, and I actually recommend this more than 17-21. Obviously, if you get triggered by sexual assault, I would not recommend it, but some of the stories are definitely solid and I really liked it. Next would be, as I mentioned, My Love Mix-Up, this being Volume 7. Now, I pre-ordered Volume 8, and I swear to God, if it doesn't come within the next week, I will cry. Honestly, this is so fun, as with the rest of the series thus far. This volume, Ida and Aoki think through their futures and take a trip to Kyoto to look at their options for uni. And surprise! A one-bed trope, you know, just one of the weirdest fucking tropes ever. It's fantastic. I love it. I kid, not really. There was an attempted one-bed trope, and then it didn't happen because the author is a coward. I really did love this volume. I do wish that Ida did have a quicker realization of his feelings in the series, but I guess we are sort of just like waiting on Ida throughout the entire series, whereas Aoki is the protagonist. So I also wish for this particular volume there was more plot, as there was only 3 full chapters, which I hate when there could be 4 full chapters instead of 3 chapters and a one-shot. And I believe this one also ended on a plot twist, or just like a thread of information that keeps you on your toes and wants you to buy the next one, which I get, marketing strategy, but also I want to read the next fucking book. Overall, I liked the chapters, and the Ida and Hashimoto one was actually quite funny, and I really liked how their relationship has progressed, especially seeing as they are the second couple in this book, and I'm not the biggest fan of their relationship overall, just because they seem more like plot points than like an actual relationship. But it was pretty funny for a couple that I don't particularly care about. Yeah, moving on to the next manga, which I have so many trigger warnings for this one, because I didn't expect this to be the way that it is. It's only 2 volumes, but it's like 2 volumes discontinued, and I only had volume 1, this being Not Your Idol. Now, trigger warnings for both volumes of this series as I talk about it. Trigger warning for assault, sexual assault, child sexual assault, heavy misogyny, victim blaming, and stalking. This is an idol manga, so think something similar to Oishinoko, stuff like that. Just think idol animes that talk about the behind the scenes of idols. This is pretty much that. Visually, first of all, in terms of the art style, there's a lot going on, and it was very hard to read. Being sick, I don't know if anyone else experiences this, but when I'm sick, if I have a lot of visual stimuli, I cannot concentrate. So having that much visual stimuli, I picked up the book and put it down about 4 times, then went to read 22-26, and then went to read My Love Mix-Up before actually feeling able to pick this up. So the start of this is mainly just notes. So we're going to talk notes before I do my opinion blurb. So there is a lot of talk about not all men from this one pick-me-girl character dealing with the trauma of the man and women-only train cars. Ooh, I have the note of what the fuck? The switch up stalker romance question. This tries to do feminism and shows misogyny at full force, which I don't particularly want to see in my shoujo, especially when a lot of the misogyny is victim blaming. So, Volume 1 of Not Your Idol, also known as Sayonara Miniskirt, feels like a really weird version of the first episode of Oshinoko. Our protagonist, Nina, is a former idol who got attacked at a fan meet and got stabbed. She leaves her idol group, cuts her hair, no longer trusts men, and starts high school. May I add, I didn't write this down, but she's in a group where their whole premise is miniskirts, and it is the over-sexualization of idols, and particularly minors. Because she is, I believe, 16 or 17 in this volume. And the event that took place where she got stabbed had taken place 6 months earlier, meaning she was at minimum 15. And in volume 2, it shows depictions of her dressing in lingerie and stuff, which made me viscerally uncomfortable. That is something that I actually really dislike about this, is the over-sexualization of minors. It's that whole fallacy of like trying to show you the real world by doing the thing that you were trying to bring awareness to, if that makes sense. Like that whole piss poor excuse of the like director of Cuties trying to like show about the sexualization of children by sexualizing children. That is sort of the entire thing with this book. It's like trying to show you misogyny, rape culture, sexual assault, the sexualization of minors, all that sort of stuff, and then shows it all in these books. Which, like, it doesn't show it on a graphic scale, but it's still viscerally uncomfortable. When she starts high school, she meets Hikaru, the first man who she properly trusts since this event, 6 months after. However, it appears that Hikaru is her stalker and attacker. We find out this is false later, but by the way that the first volume ends, that is the opinion that we have. And she is in love with him. This is such a weird and dramatic story that had a switch up that I was not too hot on. The stalker romance is weird, but they also had a pick-me character who is very victim-blamey against women. To be honest, for the drama, I like it, and there's only 2 volumes, so for a spur-of-the-moment purchase, I was pleasantly surprised. Now, this is before I read Volume 2. I read Volume 2 online that night, and I have very differing opinions. I will say, my initial opinions of this volume, particularly, was very much the same as, like, where are you, bitch? Idle Dreams. It's very similar to Idle Dreams, in my opinion. If you smash Idle Dreams and Oshinoko together, you kind of get this, which it's not the best manga. It really isn't, but it's like so wildly dramatic that I sort of just go, interesting. It's like so messy, I had to read more. So we get into volume 2, which was online that I read this on. I wasn't a huge fan of this volume. Again, visually hard to read. I hated the sexualization of our protagonist as an idol who showed off her body, with the full context being that she was much younger when this happened. At minimum 6 months younger, which should still be under the age of 18, and potentially under the age of 16. There is a decent story for how pick-me girl type bullies are represented, and sexual assault, how it affects young girls, as well as the guilt you feel when a loved one is assaulted. But the way that it's done without any buffer, save from like Nina's best friends being like a breath of fresh air, it's way too much for 2 volumes, especially just the second volume. Especially when our pick-me can be a raging bitch and she had something awful happen to her. You end up feeling bad for her even if she ends up like pretending that everything is fine, until she uses the fact that she was assaulted and that trauma to coerce somebody else. The male lead is whiny and pretty annoying, and the annoying character Miku, while I do feel this, if this series had continued, her character arc could have been great, which Miku is the pick-me-girl bully character who had something awful happen to her. The weakness of our male lead, plus the lack of buffer between events, plus visual overstim, is all a little too much for me to handle and ends up ripping the story apart. The imagery of Miku lying there bruised and dirty is powerful as fuck, but the story could have made the next day in class feel a little less climactic and really drawn out the story. But seeing as there's only 2 volumes with 6 chapters and the series went on hiatus 3 years ago, I am assuming that this will not be completed. Overall, the series gets like a 5 out of 10. It started strong and had real potential, but it was all way too much. Like, I have felt uncomfortable with this series. I felt like interested for the drama. I thought it was just going to be like a very melodramatic series, and then suddenly the second chapter went so far south that I don't know what to feel. I am definitely going to be keeping the first volume because I actually found it really interesting. However, I won't be collecting the second volume, and I'm not likely to read this series again. And I'm not going to keep up with it if it does come out that the mangaka does release another volume. Speaking of volumes, we're going to be talking about Urusei Yatsura Volume 5. Please use your imagination. I know this is Volume 6, but pretend it's Volume 5, because we have a very, very short summary. The book started off super episodic, which is clearly just some filler stuff, before going into a 4-part story of Lum being tricked into an engagement party with Atere running after her. The Atere being a tsundere over Lum shit, I low-key love. Now, there was more stuff, but I don't remember, and I don't particularly care to remember, because it was mainly just that story of Lum being, like, engaged, attempted to be engaged off by her dad, and then it not happening, so yeah. And finally, we actually got to, read one of the secondhand manga that I bought, this being Orange. Now, I do have to put a major trigger warning for this series for suicide and brief mentions of domestic violence. Now, I want to make it crystal clear, this is a complete spoiler, but the whole plot of this manga is a time travel romance on trying to prevent a character's suicide. This character being one of the main love interests for our protagonist. If that is not to your taste, I 100% understand you not continuing this video, or you skipping ahead. Just be warned, that is the plot of this book. It is preventing a suicide. Now, for the rest of you who have decided to stay, we will be talking about Orange, a time travel romance series with our protagonist, or our main protagonist should I say, Naho, receiving a letter from herself 10 years in the future on her first day of school, or first day back at school, telling her about her new classmate Kakeru and how the version of herself from 10 years in the future and how she wants her to save him. Falling in love with him along the way, and with time jumping between the 26-year-old Naho and the sort of just entire gang of the novel, kind of constantly bouncing between past and present. In general, I love this like series so much. Chapter 9 being Kakeru's birthday, and the confession, I keep saying convention, and the confession damn well nearly made me cry.
Finding out that Suwa also had a letter was genuinely kind of insane, and also heartbreaking because Suwa was in love with Naho, and 10 years in the future Suwa is married to Naho and has a child. But also I love Naho and Kakadu so much. I love Naho and Kakadu. But I also love that Naho follows the letter, and as she follows it, the world progressively changes, and as it turned out, it was not just Suwa who had a letter, but the whole gang of characters except for Kakadu. We also get to see the life of Kakadu from the Kakadu's perspective, who passed away in the world of the 10 years in the future gang. Which I found really interesting, but also made me really anxious for what was going to happen in the ending of the story. Speaking on the final chapter, I had thought that the final chapter was a full manga length long, and this was solely because there is no contents page in these books. It's just like the chapters, and that's it. There's no contents page, and it made it so frustrating to read because I didn't know when was an author's note gonna happen, or when there was an completely different fucking story that we will talk about later in this volume. Now for the context of the final chapter, it finally honestly made me love Hagita, who is one of the main characters. He is so fucking out of pocket. I honestly love it. He's Psyche K if Psyche was not in fact a psychic and was kind of weirdly human. That is what he feels like to me. In the end, we realize that the future that we've been seeing is an alternate reality from the present day characters that we are seeing from Naho's perspective. And in this reality, Kakadu lives. He's filled in on the story, and the adult versions of his friends send him letters too, which was so fucking cute and actually genuinely made me cry, which was annoying because I had just put in eye drops. But Kakadu in the end is thankful for his friends for saving him and making him realize that he in fact wanted to live. The ending really leaving it up in the air as to if Naho ends up with Kakadu or Suwa, with Kakadu and Naho definitively dating at the end of the series, but we have no clue if Kakadu and Naho are dating 10 years in the future or not. In terms of the actual message of the manga, it's very live life without regret and had a very obvious anti-suicide message, showing how one's death can cause an effect on the lives of so many others, so much so that the people around you want to go back in time to see you live. With the author literally making a statement on the final author's note of the volume, reading that if the reader has a Kakadu in their lives, to take care of them as much as they can, and on extension to please take care of yourselves. I also feel super baited that there was a whole other story in this fucking manga that I didn't know about. I really thought we were going to see Kakadu's future. I wanted to see Kakadu's future. I'm going to try and find some fanfiction about this fucking series now. Also, the series personally gets an 8 out of 10 for me. In the end of volume 2 of this series, we have that much of the end of the manga. It was a completely different fucking manga. I feel so baited because I really thought all of that was the ending of the story. That makes me sad. But we're going to be talking about Haruiro Astronaut. I don't know if you can see Haruiro Astronaut. A short romance story inside the likes of Orange, and it did pay off the romance craving and the happy-go-lucky romance craving that I was feeling for this series. So, a short romance story about the twins Mami and Chiki. Mami is the cutest twin who gets all the boys, and Chiki is the motherly figure. Mami is constantly in relationships with boys and breaks up with them so often that it worries Chiki. Chiki can never get a boyfriend of her own, at least one that doesn't treat her like Mami too. So, when Mami ends up dating a guy that Chiki likes, she has to hold back her emotions until two cuties find their own interest in Chiki herself.
Mami's boyfriend's childhood best friend Natsuki, and the delinquent type Tatsuaki, both silently fighting for her love. This is a very love me not vibes, in the sense that it has way too many love lines going on at the exact same time, but it is super adorable, and I really loved the ending pairing for Cheeky. I thought it was so right and wonderful and fantastic, and wholesome especially, and amazing and adorable, and just the entire book is a really fluffy read, or the entire short story in the book, should I say, is a really fluffy read. If you want a cute shoujo romance, I would definitely recommend Haruhiro Astronaut. This gets a solid 8 or 9 out of 10 for me. I think 8.5 personally. So that has been all of my September manga. Now let's get into the Halloween spooky month, being October manga. If you didn't already see my video on it, I accidentally deleted all of my notes on my computer, my phone, and my iPad, because I didn't know that they were all connected and wouldn't be saved to the disk of my computer like I thought they would, because why the fuck would they be taking up space on my computer if they weren't on the disk? That means I have lost all of the data of my anime reviews for October. I'm lucky enough that I recorded in September like I always do, and that I have that footage of those reviews. However, I didn't have footage of any of October yet, and I actually watched a lot in October. So this next bit is going to be mostly improvised from the One Piece live action, Remember, Pompoko, Pokoroso, and Noshiska, Valley of the Wind. That one. That is going to be completely improvised. Any of them afterwards, because I do have a couple more animes that I want to watch this month. Any of them afterwards will be scripted, but those are the ones that I can remember that I watched that I lost the script to. And yeah. October anime, and I am your host, Kurumi. Much like with the cosplay I did a while ago as Cinnamoroll, I have decided to once again cosplay another Sanrio character. This obviously being the creepy queen herself, Kurumi. And I am actually very excited to cosplay her because I've got a bunch of cute accessories and shit. We move on to October anime, as I said. Now, this is, as you will have seen in the previous clip, post me losing all of my notes. So, I do have notes, but they are pretty winged, just by the fact that I was trying to remember everything I wrote down about all of these series. So, I watched quite a bit this month, and that's not even just in anime. I watched like a fair amount of live action movies as well. We're gonna start with something that I mentioned earlier in this video, that being the One Piece live action. So off the bat, I gave this a 7.5 out of 10. So I was one of those bitches originally when it came to One Piece, where I promised myself I would never watch One Piece. And then, when the live action was announced, I knew it was either going to be the messiest thing ever because it's One Piece and One Piece fans are nuts. And I became curious also because it was a live action done by Netflix, and Netflix aren't especially well known for their anime adaptations. So I was very, very intrigued, and then I found out that the actual creator of One Piece himself was heavily involved in the actual production side of One Piece. So little by little, I was intrigued to actually watch the series, but the thing that tipped me over the edge was as soon as it came out, my TikTok feed was flooded by buggy thirst traps. This is what my TikTok feed fucking looked like. Ignore the first slide.
Buggy the Clown has taken over TikTok and Tumblr.
All I had wanted to do was to find reviews of this live action and get a gauge of how well it is based on, you know, audience reaction, how much the mangaka was actually involved in the series, that sort of thing. Instead, all I got was Buggy. Every single fucking TikTok on my For You page was Buggy. And at that point, I hadn't even searched One Piece live action then. It just naturally flooded onto my For You page. The only thing fucking saving me from the flood that was Buggy was this snot rag of a cat.
You're dirty. Yes, you are.
My TikTok For You page was solidly Buggy and Wisp for a week. Anyway, I caved and I watched the series and I watched it with my girlfriend. And I can say that I did enjoy it quite a bit. It reminded me of the first time that I watched the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, but, you know, more colourful with more animated characters. And I stand by my vow that I'm not picking up this series as its anime. I'm not touching that fucking anime, but I will possibly read the manga. I'm in the first chapter of the manga, and the chapter count is daunting. I lost all my scripts, so I had gone into a lot of depth about the series, what I thought of the series, and all that sort of stuff. I do not remember my critiques all too well. I had planned to read the manga up until Luffy and the Straw Hats defeat the Fish People gang thing, arc, whatever, but I had a horror list to read. So I'm missing a lot more of my nuanced opinions or my more detailed oriented opinions about the series. Generally, I thought it was pretty good, but I felt like a lot of the characters, or some of the characters, could have been more animated, though Luffy really did make up for a lot of the more serious characters. Characters that I think could have improved their more animatedness was the likes of Zoro. He really could have been more animated, especially since I have seen clips of Zoro since, and he is more animated, as well as Sanji. Sanji really could have been more, personally, but I get that it's an introduction to his character. Still think that, like, the child actor who played Sanji was more animated than Taz himself. And this has influenced me to pick up the One Piece manga once I am finished reading all of my unfinished series that is sitting on this fucking bookshelf right here. We will get to that later. I didn't hate the series overall. Was there a little bit of a lull? Yes, personally, as pirate anime manga, pirate as a genre isn't my favorite unless it's in like fan fiction form. So, yeah, but I did enjoy the series. So, I'm sure you will too. And I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Next is another live action that is actually based on a manga that I've talked about in the past, this being Remember, also on Netflix, which for me got a 6.5 out of 10. I believe it was last year where I read the manga of Remember, which actually has an alternative name, that being Karada Sagashi, which I remember I was unable to pronounce very well, and I believe this was in the Weeb Wrap Up where I dressed as Waluigi. Again, notes are completely lost, but I remember this decently well. That was a fucking awful wink. So the first half of the film, pretty bland. Very on par with what happens in the manga. However, I believe the scenario itself is a little bit different, as I'm pretty sure in the manga, instead of like the red person being a random schoolgirl or random like elementary school girl, the red person is the classmate of our chosen group, not a random. But I have not read it in a while, and there could be an alternate version of Remember that I just haven't gotten a hold of yet. I was pleasantly surprised to hear Ado had 2 songs featured in this film, Missing and Rebellion. Yes, those have been on my playlist for a fucking while. But back to my opinion. When they're finding the body parts, especially in the first part, I didn't mind the movie as per se, especially when they're showing like a repeating cycle as a montage. I don't mind it, especially with Rebellion playing in the background. What I did mind was the sudden shift they had into like a slice of life style transition, as they can't really do much during the day and they have the cycle go on for so long that they just end up skipping school during the day because it's just one day to them. And these moments where the group bonds feel really artificial at this point in the film. It feels like it should be shown more in the horror aspects than going out and having like slow-mo time in the day-to-day, you know? I wasn't a huge fan of it. But all of this changes when they go to investigate a possible lead into who the red person is during the day. They go to the house where she's murdered, open up a wall, and there is a creepy doll thing that the red person carries around. I believe this doll's name is Emily. Now, this beginning to the sort of part 2 of the movie is very cliche, and the door closing did give me a bit of a jump scare. However, when they get to that night and the red person physically morphs into a deranged monster that fuses with Emily, becoming this huge, disgusting puppet thing, I genuinely had a solid 2 minutes of going, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Because the puppetry in this film is really good. It's not a CGI villain like you would think something like this would be. It is practical effects, and I was amazed. It legitimately scared the shit out of me, and what made it even better was that it was plot relevant, and that if you got attacked by it and got eaten by it, you got erased. Point blank period, erased. I legitimately had several moments of what the fuck is that thing when I saw it. I wasn't expecting it, nor was I expecting it to clearly be practical effects. While most of the movie does have CGI effects for like the deaths, which look so fucking goofy, the practical effects, especially that of the doll monster, is insane. So good. I fully had the what the fuck is that experience with the monster and all the deaths that it caused. Was there still CGI used on that thing? Yes, but it was predominantly practical effects, which I greatly appreciate, especially in a film like this. And that first image of it on the first night where one of the characters is going missing because she has been eaten really upped the ante on the movie for me. Admittedly, the counterattack with all the characters dying in the process was a little bit too long, but it was clearly there to show off this puppet that they created for the film, which at some points was very reminiscent of the practical effects of The Thing and of that whole 80s time period of practical effects in horror movies. Very, very similar. At one point, its jaw unhinges. Oh my god. Love it. Love it. The ending, where they forget, is a little bit underwhelming and ironic, given the name of the fucking film and series, but I didn't mind it. However, the after credit scene was a little more confusing, and I assume it is a never-ending cycle kind of thing. Last notes would be, if you like horror, you will at first laugh at this film, because it's absurd, it's predictable, that sort of thing. The deaths are so cliche and really goofy. Then, when it comes to the second half of the film, you will really, really appreciate it. It is so good and such a switch up, and one that I really, really appreciate. Then you really, really appreciate it at the introduction of the monster, and then promptly laugh at it again when you see how the monster dies. Jesus fucking Christ. I was also not expecting that one. It wasn't the best plot in terms of the actual plot. It does do the system of Karada Sagashi pretty well. I just think that there was some certain things that really could have been fixed and could have been polished in the film itself, especially with that bonding scene thing. Really didn't feel like it needed to be there. I feel inclined to score this higher than a 6.5 solely for the monster itself, because I really enjoyed that aspect of the film, but based on the entire film itself, it does get a 6.5 out of 10. It was a little underwhelming, but I cannot get over the mutated monster Emily thing. I really liked it. If you have to, if you are a horror buff or really want to see this film, I would absolutely recommend it just for that monster. So the next is a string of Ghibli movies. I was reading a lot of horror manga and needed sort of a palette cleanser for my movies. So for the first time I watched Pompoko, Poco Rosso and Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind. Now, I did not end up writing new reviews for this. I wrote one sentence for each Ghibli movie just because I was having a bout of fatigue when this happened. So, Pompoko, I rated 7 out of 10. It was lighthearted and liked it. Why did I need to see their balls? I get it's part of the lore of the actual mythological beings, but why did I need to see their balls? I genuinely thought it was really fun and the environmental message was really sweet. A little bittersweet on how it ended, but that is Ghibli. Next is Poco Rosso. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. Originally, I actually rated it lower than Pompoko, but for some reason, Poco Rosso stuck with me a lot more, especially with the line, "I'd rather be a pig than a fascist." Now, did I dislike how Poco Rosso was being a pig? Yes. He was making me uncomfortable as hell. I think it stuck with me more because when it comes to Ghibli films, the films that like are placed in between real life events, much like Grave of the Fireflies, Poco Rosso is set in between the two world wars, and is set in Italy, in a very real place. So I think it like hits that hard solely because it is in concept in terms of like place, time, the way it's framed, that sort of stuff. It is similar to Grave of the Fireflies. It is just a completely different aspect to it. I really like how the pirates are in this. I like this more than I thought, probably because my favorite thing about the World Wars was learning about dog fights. And the "I'd rather be a pig than a fascist" stuck in my head. Wasn't a huge fan of the dynamic between the girl and Porco, but generally enjoyed the film itself. Kind of wish they would have explained how Porco turned into a pig. They never explain that. He just sort of does. And only the young girl sees him as a human. Moving on to Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, I gave this a 6 out of 10. It was still very enjoyable, but was quintessential hero's journey. If you don't know what the hero's journey is, look at most films that have action in it. Star Wars. Literally, when you're watching Star Wars, pretty much every film is a hero's journey. Nausicaa is very much a classic hero's journey kind of story, with Nausicaa being a little more aware of the world than we know, which is usually not something that I see in Ghibli films. So we're sort of seeing this from the perspective of like the other people around her, whereas Nausicaa is a little more tuned into what's going on. But in general, the visuals are fantastic, the sound design is fantastic, especially for like it being an older dub where the audio is of slightly lower quality. It's still pretty fucking good. It was very like weirdly relaxing, even if it has like a very similar like vibe to Pompoko, or I mean like very similar message to Pompoko. It was just less enjoyable solely because it was just a classic hero's journey, and I did kind of just conk out halfway through because I was doing my cosplay for Kobeni at the time. Or I was getting into cosplay for Kobeni. So I did enjoy it. It was very pretty. It's Ghibli, of course it was. But I didn't enjoy it as much as Pompoko no Poco Rosso. So moving on, we go into a horror movie, and one that I actually have been meaning to watch for a while, especially since it is one of the most infamous anime movies of all time, this being Akira. Now, I've heard so many references to Akira in video games, in other anime, stuff like that, so it's time for me to actually watch the series itself. I do have some trigger warnings for if you have not watched Akira before and want to look into watching it in the future. There is a trigger warning for violence, body horror, assault, and death. So, what the fuck did I just watch? Genuinely, what the fuck did I just watch? I usually do a synopsis for each series or movie that I would talk about that I don't want to spoil, but I don't think I can here because the plot was so hard to follow. I kind of just strapped in for the ride half the time and was left with way more answers than I would have liked. So I'm just sort of going to jump into my opinions. First of all, I was disappointed that Akira was the threat and not the name of the main character. I thought it was like Battle Angel Alita kind of thing. No, Akira is the threat in the movie. I did not realize that, and I am very sad. And no, before you ask, I did not watch the English dub. I watched it in subs because I didn't realize the website I was watching it on could have dubs on it. So I did not get the classic
Leave me alone! Ah!
Akira!
Also, when I started watching this film, I had an ASMR video playing in the background because I wanted to see if the film worked before watching it, and so just as the explosion went off in the first like minute of the film, there was just a very loud squirt sound that played, and that made me laugh really hard, and I just need you guys to know the mindset I went into this film with. Breaking this up into parts, what did I like story-wise, technically, horror-wise, and overall? Story-wise, it was difficult to follow across the film. I wasn't sure why Kay as a character was required for the film, nor the link between her and the psychic children, nor why her little team exists, nor the connection to Ryu and this like Nezu guy. I was so confused about all of their plot relevance and why he wants the psychic kids as well. Pretty much the only character that got a full story and got full character relevance was Tetsuo, who most of the stuff happens to in the film. And with him being one of the two protagonists, this being Tetsuo and Kanata, it does make sense, but we don't understand nor know pretty much the relevance of any other character in the film other than Tetsuo and sometimes Kanata as well. Also, I think the fact that this takes place in a post-World War III 2019 world is a bit disorienting, especially having watched this in 2023. That'd be like me trying to currently predict 2053. Also, seeing as this place takes place in 2019 and Akira was a child in 1989 along with the other three kids, how old are these children and why are they still fucking children? Also, why do they still have the brains of children? I get that there is a scene where they are physically tested on. How did these people make it so that these psychics stay young just with very old faces? Also, why are they green? Why are they various shades of green and blue? Why? Then of course is the ending. Where did they create a whole new universe, assumedly a parallel one, seeing as all three kids, Akira and Tetsuo, disappear? How did these powers come to fruition in the first place, assuming that it's human testing on these kids? How did it happen? How did Tetsuo running into Takashi, like, on his bike, spark these psychic powers? Kanata is a funny protagonist for the film, and he's kind of the light-hearted one out of the entire film, despite the fact that he is pretty edgy sometimes, but I didn't fully understand his relevance as a protagonist until the very end. Technically, in terms of this film, spectacular. Genuinely, the animation, sound design, even the runtime of the film, amazing. Genuinely. Immediately, it was impressive, and I don't think that's undetested. Personally, I love specifically the lighting of this film, as well as the soundtrack and sound design of the film, and the purposeful uses of silences in tense situations. Generally, I am very big into sound design in films and the aesthetics in films. This one was fantastic. I really enjoyed it, and it was also a little uncanny how some of the plot issues are kind of relevant today. Then is the horror-wise. So this one is a bit all over the place. In terms of the climax of the film, it reminded me of two things which were probably inspired by Akira itself. The one, that being the ending to the Demon Slayer manga. If you know the ending of Demon Slayer, you would know that Muzan turns into a giant fucking baby, as did Tetsuo. I guess it's a representation of vulnerability of a villain in the moment, but it's still so bizarre to see. And then number two would be the video game inside. Now, I watched the Game Grumps play this game. At the end, in the final episode of them playing this game, Danny makes a comment that the protagonist turning into that blob of clones is very reminiscent of Akira. I would also say that Inside is very reminiscent of Akira in the way of its plot, theme, and tonal similarities too. It isn't one for one, obviously, but I would say it is pretty similar. But it is uncanny and I can't unthink of it. Body horror wise, I honestly love the trope of psychics just evaporating people once their powers get like super out of control and just bapping them out of existence like that. I thought it was fantastic when Tetsuo did it. It honestly never fails to impress me and also get a small chuckle out of me in the way that it happens. Also, what do you mean they shot him with a fucking satellite? They shot Tetsuo with a fucking satellite to neutralize him. What the fuck? Overall, I liked it. I think it did drag a bit and the plot was a bit hard to follow, but it was enjoyable enough. It was technically gorgeous, and despite being horror, was very appealing on the eyes. And the plot in general just goes to show this is what happens when you give an edgy teenager psychic powers that he can't control. It wasn't the worst. I just feel like it either needed to speed up on the relevance of plot points or could have added more. Assuming this was going to be in multiple parts, it makes sense why it was played out the way it did, but as it stands currently, it feels like the Avatar movies of anime. Technically impressive, but with a plot that drags and sometimes is hard to follow, making you feel like you're being dragged by it. Too long runtime, but with characters that you do get to know, mostly our protagonist and the like to some degree. 7 out of 10. It didn't move me, but I can see why it's so well renowned, and I am incredibly impressed by the visuals and production elements of this film. I will be reading the manga of Akira eventually, I hope at least, just so I can get a little more information on what the fuck was supposed to be happening, but yeah. Next is our two completely line-sided entries onto this list. One being Yamishibai Season 11, that I had no clue was releasing this year. If you didn't know, earlier this year I reviewed 10 seasons of Yamishibai thinking that there was only 10 seasons of Yamishibai. Recently, the 11th season of Yamishibai concluded. And this was the last thing I expected to go onto my review list. But the way that this happened was because I lost my anime list for this year, I decided to go through all of the weeb wrap-ups from this year specifically and write down all the anime that I watched, putting them onto a list to put onto my anime list directly. And when I got to Yamishibai, you scroll down to sort of see what seasons come next. And under season 10, there was a sequel. Usually there isn't a sequel if there's no sequel to that season. So I clicked on it thinking, oh, a new season of Yamishibai is coming up, only to find that it only had recently just finished airing. Let's talk about another 13 episodes of Yamishibai. Honestly, this season was really good. And this might be a bit biased, seeing as I didn't have to sit through another 9 seasons of Yamishibai in one sitting, but this season was actually really, really good. Pretty on par with season 2 or 3, with a constantly shifting art style, but the stories themselves were pretty good. They didn't feel stale or overdone. They do still depend on jump scares a lot and partially unfinished stories, but they're not leaning into sad stories predominantly anymore and have returned to the original formula of the second season of Yamishibai. And I loved it. Genuinely loved it. Still very Grizzly Tales-esque in their format, but that's just the show's format in general. Some of the standouts of this season include the Mother's Freakout in episode 2. Loved it. The art style of episode 11, it was so different from the rest of the series, and I really would have liked to see just an entire season of Yamishibai in that particular art style. I thought it was so fucking cool. I thought episode 12 was a little bit funny because they just really went, yeah! Multiple times in that one episode, and the final episode of the season is the only sad episode, and I actually really liked it. Out of 13 episodes, I found myself only lost on one episode, that being episode 6. And for a last minute addition to my horror list for this month, and especially one that came out this season, I really liked it. I give this one a 7 out of 10, which is surprising. Overall, the entire series still gets like a 6 out of 10 for me, but this one is better than a lot of them at the moment. And speaking of things that I didn't expect to put on this fucking list, I found out where I can actually watch the free movies and where I could find the full version of the free Take Your Marks series. Free Take Your Marks. Much like Yamishibai, me finally getting to watch all of Free Take Your Marks wasn't on my list of things that I wanted to watch this month. Before we begin, I have watched the first 2 episodes of this mini-series before. This is sort of like a prelude to season 3 and a prologue of season 2, but involving the characters of season 3, and you will have had to have watched High Speed at this point, which is really annoying still. I still don't like the characters of Ikuya and Asahi. I have watched the first 2 episodes, but I've only seen clips of the second 2, definitely never having seen the 4th episode. And honestly, it was really fun to watch. Unlike the 3rd season of Free, Take Your Marks was super fun and it brought up the most random topics that answer questions about the behind the scenes stuff as that you as an audience wouldn't really ask. Like, who's a better driver? Rin? Haru? Makoto? The answer? Not Sasuke. He will get us fucking lost. Anyway, the miniseries is slightly more silly than the series itself. Way less silly than the Eternal Summer OVA, which in the chronological timeline of the series directly predates this miniseries. So the way you'd have it, it would be High Speed, Season 1, Season 2, Season 2's OVA, Take Your Marks, Season 3, and then the 2 films. Which, that sudden switch up of the OVA to the miniseries is really funny to me, as this was definitely a pre-season release of season 3 and post High Speed, rather than a continuation after season 2, which I'm not mad at having seen season 3, but I kind of wish it was closer in tone to Eternal Summer, because preference. Now for some personal moments for episode 3 and 4, seeing as they were more of a first watch for me. In episode 3, I was so sad that the film that the Iwatobi Swim Club was filming was not splash free. It's all of the like costumes and set pieces and it's not splash free. I cry every time, especially since they tried to put Makoto in Rin's position, and I'm just like, that would have been such a good callback. But no, it was still a good callback, but it would have been an amazing one. The subs, while I was watching the series, kept cutting out, and this was the same for all 4 episodes. So I was missing a fair amount of context for certain scenes, leaving me to try and fill in the context, or fill in the blanks, which most of the missing subs was usually people saying like doseru or doseru no, something along those lines, which roughly translates to what should we do, which makes a lot of sense. Don't say anime doesn't teach you things. Episode 4. So, the miscommunication trope. I loved it in this episode, but it was so fucking funny to watch and also really frustrating because it was Rin versus Momo. Rin thought Momo was trying to go on dates with his sister. Momo wanted a toy that Rin had. Somehow Haru got thrown into the mix and thought Rin was quitting swimming again. Messy. I love it. It was so funny, and genuinely the one who set everything together, set everything straight, was Haru, which is so ironic because he was so very gay in this one. I will not elaborate. So having already watched half the series, I found the 4 episodes really enjoyable, if not a little annoying at some points. The more I saw Rin, the happier I was. It's my man. It's my man. He's been my man since I was 14 anyway. And I really wanted the series to dip away from season 3 characters. They didn't show up a lot, but they did show up a bit. And they did somewhat force them in as cameos into the story. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The characters of season 3 made Sosuke likable. I did not like Sosuke before season 3. In fact, I had a love-hate relationship with Sosuke prior to season 3. He is now one of the good ones. I very much dislike Ikuya and Asahi. Let's see if the 2 movies change that, though I haven't watched them this month. Sometimes I wish for the days where I was a season 1 purist and really disliked Sosuke and Momo. Generally, I enjoyed Take Your Marks. I gave this one a 6.5 out of 10, and that is all of my anime for October. So now let's move into October manga, where I have all of my notes and read a fuck ton this month. So let's get into it. Some of these I read in paperback form, some of these I read in physical form, and I have so much manga that I still need to read that I purchased. We're going to actually start with probably the first thing that I read on the first day of October. This being The Strange Tale of Panorama Island. This being from the horror list and was picked from MangaTube specifically, and that I was very excited to read. This one was like about a full volume's length, so I'd say maybe the length of Black Paradox, and I read this on the Internet Archive because apparently the Internet Archive has fucking manga on it. This story in general feels like a story that I have read before. Very Ito and Umez in style, especially in the way that the story ends. This is set in the 1920s. The story is that of Hitomi Hirosuke, a down-on-his-luck author trying to get his work published. Upon meeting one day with his editor, he is informed that the man that was almost a brother to him, mainly because they looked alike, mainly because they looked identical, has passed away, and this man was very, very rich, you know? Hitomi, wishing for the places in his book to become real, fakes his death and becomes, this is a hard name, Genzaburo Komodo Reborn for his own gains. Throughout the story, Hitomi manipulates those around him, and he creates Panorama Island, an amusement park for the pleasures of adults and life. Or rather, an island made like an actual panorama and made to be a utopic island of orgies and fun and frolicking nude. When Komodo's wife becomes suspicious of Hitomi, he kills her. Straight up, he kills her. And very quickly, people noticed, specifically people on the island. Not that they cared, they were too busy having orgies. But Komodo's wife's family cared and got a detective, Akechi, on the case. In the final chapter, Hitomi's utopia gets found out for what it truly is by Detective Akechi. After being found out, Hitomi admits the whole story and asks Akechi if he can get his affairs together before going to prison. A great buzzing light is shown in the sky, and a boom can be heard and seen throughout the island. Blood rain shines down, and pieces of flesh fall to the ground. Hitomi Hirosuke, having been found out, takes his own life for real this time, leaving parts of himself scattered around the island. So this was recommended to me via MangaTube, and it's a very nice horror, not particularly gory, more psychological, and leaves a lot to the imagination, but also spells it out pretty graphically for you. There is a lot of literary references, with Hirosuke being an author, but you don't understand them all. If you don't understand them all, then it doesn't particularly matter. I didn't understand most of them, except for the ones referencing Edgar Allan Poe. The aesthetics of Panorama Island is very 1920s post-colonial ideals of utopia, as well as 17 to 1800s colonial depictions of the architecture and cultural imagery and dresses of countries such as India, Indonesia, and Thailand. I'm probably missing more, but those are the main ones that I could identify. And with the whole point of Hitomi stealing Komodo's wealth, a lot of Western influences can be shown, and I see a lot, particularly in Panorama Island. I don't know why, but it's very specifically what the series reminds me of. Speaking of, I do like that when Panorama Island is shown, in most cases, it's shown as an actual like panoramic image in the actual book itself. It is a very nice touch that the artists include. Overall, it's a pretty good story and ended up with one hell of a bang. But not the most impactful horror story that I have seen, but it really is really built up to a solid ending. I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Next one is also from the horror pick list, very short, off of MangaTube, and the concept made me somewhat excited to read this, though the aesthetics not so much. This being Final Girl. So this is the shortest story from my horror list. Having read a review of the story, I was interested to read it, but seeing the cover, I was scared. This story is a one-shot basically akin to an isekai version of Scary Movie, where the main character gets turned into a girl that usually gets killed first in a horror movie, and he's literally in a movie. Before getting isekai'd, he'd been reading a list on how not to die in a scary movie, and guess what? He's now in a scary movie, this being our protagonist. Shenanigans ensue. The movie essentially is Friday the 13th, but in end, he, as the main girl, gets to leave with the final girl, and the cycle starts again. Generally the story was fine. It was a little disappointing as it is just an isekai parody and a parody of a horror movie and horror movie tropes in general, which has been done to death before and done in thriller at that. The purpose of the story really felt like it was just to get a hot girl to be victorious in a horror movie, but she's not actually a girl, so it's really cheap. It's a short series, so short review. This gets a 5 out of 10 for me. Moving away for horror for a second, we have My Love Mix Up Volume 8. I told you this was coming back. This volume was so cute. So in this volume, we're back from Kyoto, and as we are back, we see Aoki as his fully flustered self again, but in the context of Ida flustering him by becoming more bold with his actions, aka kissing him out of nowhere. I loved it. Finally, in the lovey-dovey stage, if not Ida definitely is, and it's emphasized by the fact that we see a lot more of a casual Ida in this volume. I'm pretty sure there's only one volume left of this series, and it's so adorable, and I'm so happy that I picked up this book. It's so cute and adorable. I don't want to spoil this volume too much, but I will say the artist themselves says that this volume and volume 7, Ida and Aoki are supposed to be looking at each other in terms of like the covers of the like 2 volumes. So cute. I will be displaying these 2 together like this. Fuck it, no I won't, but I want to. I love it so much, and I cannot wait for the final volume, which I think comes out in December. And back onto the horror list, we have Fukuju Toshi, chapters 1 through 3. So, this was once again off the horror list. It was short for what was available. There's supposed to be a lot more chapters and a lot more volumes, but I could not access it. I could only access the first 3 chapters. Not that I would continue past chapter 5 if I got up to chapter 5, because oh my god, I think I need to make a list of shonen horror and just put them, rate them on a scale from Green Worlds to Attack on Titan. I don't fucking know. I'm tired of shonen horror. Especially shonen horror that has a male protagonist become what he swears to destroy. It's been done to death, and Fukuju Toshi is one of those series. Now, I couldn't do my 5 chapter rule, as I said, because I am missing 2 chapters. I can only access 3 chapters. There seems to be only 3 chapters translated online. Here is what I could grasp from the first 3 chapters of the series. Kyo is our jaded to the world protagonist who has no purpose prior to the start of this series, and reminisces on a character on a cheap-ass t-shirt he's forced to wear as a part of a punishment game back when he was glitter-eyed to the world. After getting changed in the bathroom with his friend, they notice a sudden massacre has occurred outside while Kyo's gotten changed, and they didn't hear any carnage or screaming whatsoever, and the effects of what caused the massacre didn't occur in the bathroom. Surprise, surprise. But suddenly, Kyo's friend's clothes, the one who was in the bathroom with him, start moving on their own, and another one of their friends runs up to them because they were in a group of 4 when this happened. His shirt turns into a monster and eats her. Kyo and the 4th female friend, that's important, run away from the death and try to escape the scene when her clothes start to move. I think you're seeing where this is going. And the only logical solution clearly is to strip her and her bra from her too, even though it wasn't moving, it was just her blouse. Something that she points out. In trying to run away, they find that the massacre is also happening outside, and since they're in Shinjuku, there are a lot of people everywhere, They hear police are there too and try to run away, only to find that there's a force field of thread in their way. Kyo is then swarmed and transforms, kills all his attackers, and then when he comes to, he has no clue what happened. Doesn't that sound fucking familiar? This feels way too much like AOT meets the Undead Messiah, and a hint of Green Worlds as well. Also, of course, the shy teenage girl had to be stripped. Of course, Kyo couldn't give her back her bra. Of course, he couldn't give her the shirt he'd been previously wearing before changing into the shirt that he wore for a punishment game. It is one of those manga. The ones that I fucking hate. The concept is overdone, and despite being a unique monster type, it's not interesting, cause it feels like I was just rereading the start of Green Worlds again. Also, the digital blending of the monsters and the inking was a little too weird for me and just wasn't clean. This gets a 4 out of 10 for me. Moving on to another horror suggestion. This was $120 to get these 3 volumes. And that was on the cheap end. This is Octopus Girl, volumes 1 through 3, the complete series. Now, I said I watched, or read, should I say, The Strange Tale of Panorama Island on the Internet Archive. Octopus Girl is also on the Internet Archive, but only volume 3. So I had to try and find Octopus Girl anywhere, and it's really hard to find scans of this on the internet, so I went onto eBay to try and find it, only to find that it is a rare out of print book that people are selling for upwards of $300. Someone tried to get me to buy these books, and they were selling it for $350 USD. They kept knocking down the price, but babe, I am not paying that much to read a manga that I'm not all that interested in just for a video. And we'll get into my opinions on this, but the person that I bought this from, I'm so glad that they went down to $120, because that was my offer to them. These were originally $170, not including shipping. I paid $133 for this. So I had high expectations for this book. These are mediocre. So let's get into this review. Octopus Girl. So this series is by Toru Yamazaki. It's out of print, as I said, and I've heard good things about Toru Yamazaki, so I figured I would want his series as well, at least to read them. I kind of wish I had just read volume 3 on the Internet Archive, and that was it. With some impressive visuals of horror, the series is generally a vulgar comedy, which is not to my stylings whatsoever. It's like a more vulgar version of Soichi's Tales from Junji Ito. The story surrounds Takako, which her name is a pun on octopus, thus Octopus Girl. A girl who in the first volume was just an innocent goody two-shoes bullied horribly by 3 girls in her class. I thought it was starting off solid with this plot, and the fact that the first instant of a girl jumping in this manga, there wasn't a panty shot. Bare minimum. Very surprising, which it really shouldn't be. Until, of course, Takako's instant transformation into a half octopus creature, which she assumes her transformation is because of her bullies, and just suddenly murks them all. And her life as an octopus, she quickly becomes accustomed to, which is very strange. To which several chapters later, she meets a half eel girl and they become friends. Now, each story feels like its own one-shot, but each chapter kind of like threads together and blends kind of really well, making an actual story. However, with what this plot started out of, it was pretty disappointing with what it turned into. Most of the chapters, especially in volume 2, are just our 2 girls getting part-time jobs. And then wherever they go, chaos ensues. To put it simply, what I liked in this series was the images of gore. Toru Yamazaki actually draws gore really, really well. Some of the monsters and single panels are done super well and are, well, pretty good. But tonally, because this author kind of really fucking likes gross out humor, it gets flattened so quickly or shows up at really weird timings. And some of the moments are pretty funny, but I'm not the biggest fan of horror comedies, especially horror comedies with shit and piss humor. That is a lot of what this is. Also, one thing that does get a positive note for me is that the short stories at the end of each novel, Yamazaki is really good at short horror. So in each of these books, you would have maybe that much of the actual story and this much of any extra shorts or horror shorts. And Yamazaki does them so well. So well. They are, the short stories at the end of each novel are fantastic. They are actually usually have happy endings, which you don't tend to see, and they're really nice as opposed to the rest of these fucking stories. Anyway, Yamazaki is really good at horror shorts. From the ghost faces to just short, sad horrors. Like a mother not realizing she's dying. It was nice. What I think could improve? The plot. 100%. There was a lot that could have been done plot-wise, especially from the beginning, but was thrown away for a joke or to punish its characters, which I've mentioned in previous reviews I fucking hate. Now, you can tell me that the same thing happens to Soichi, but the difference mainly is that Soichi is an enjoyable character. These girls aren't really. I dislike this trope more because these characters are teen girls, 15 and 18 respectively, and I felt like more could have been done with their characters. Now that being said, they are a lot like Soichi. Same shit happens to him, but the difference is that Tatako and Takake have really shit personalities, which devolve more and more from the first chapters. And then there's the fact that while I applaud the series for doing the bare minimum and not doing too many panty shots, because after that first one there was 1 or 2 panty shots, not even 1 or 2, there is still a lot of nudity in these novels. Again, these characters are 15 and 18 respectively. From our protagonists especially, these two, their only goals in life is to be housewives, which isn't a bad thing, but for their characters with extremely unlikable personalities, it feels so very two-dimensional. The short stories do something that I don't see often in the horror sphere specifically, and that's have horror stories with happy endings, where the monster is liked by everyone, and I think that's why I like the shorter stories over the main story of Octopus Girl. Artistically, these stories are pretty damn good, but the plot lacks a lot of what I am looking for in horror, and in this case, artistic ability cannot make up for my personal flaws with these novels. And it was a little underwhelming in my opinion. It's very lukewarm, and mainly because of shorts, this gets a 6 out of 10. I will be keeping these. Seeing as I spent $120 on them, on 3 books that when published probably would have cost $15 each max, and that is me being liberal with them. Next we have Scarlet, which is short from the horror list again, also from MangaTube, and this one is ecchi. I was not originally going to talk about this because it is labeled ecchi, and I made a personal rule to myself that I would not talk about any ecchi on my channel, no matter how good the plot is, simply because of the other plot that's unavoidable. And when it comes to ecchi, reviewing plot while ignoring the lewd is pretty impossible, seeing as most of the time it's not just a romantic relationship, it's the sexual element will be pretty heavily intertwined with the main plot of the story itself and the main element of the story. I changed my mind with this story clearly, as you are hearing this part, and I have to make a caveat that this is an ecchi manga. It is also a yuri ecchi manga, but there are some uncomfortable elements. This is the story of Fine and Iris, a werewolf vampire creature and an actual werewolf. These two are bound to each other by a promise of Iris eating Fine's body once she is human again. And I don't mean in a sexual way, I mean literally. Fine is a part of an organization known as Leah, where they take down werewolves and stop the use of the drug elixir, which turns people into werewolves. Her goal is to get to the person making elixir, the true wolf, who in dying will free Fine from her curse. Now, as of note, this is a completed series, solely because the manga got cancelled before its prime. It was setting up itself to be a really good story, similar to the likes of Black Butler, but with an age-appropriate, assumedly main character. There does seem to be an age difference, but with Iris being a supernatural being, I am not so sure about the age thing, and I'm gonna turn a blind eye because they never say ages in this story. But there was one thing in the story that I could not turn a blind eye to, and that was the succubus character was in a child body. Now, the succubus character doesn't do anything physically or has anything done to them physically. They also dressed in Lolita clothing. That was weird, and the most sexual thing done with this character is that there is adult naked women around them. Completely adult. They don't touch her. I think they make out at one point, but it's just like a singular frame. That was uncomfortable. But luckily, there is no sex with this character. Thank fuck. Just one or two very suggestive panels with these adult women. Generally, I really like the story. The vampire-esque werewolf romance, the start of a clearly grandiose plot that I wish could have flourished. And yes, chapter 7 being just a solid sex chapter was pleasantly surprising. Since until that point, I was convinced that this was just a lewd series. Also, I forgot that the dynamic duo is together because Fine will go crazy if she doesn't suck Iris's blood. And it's always very intimate when it happens, thus why I assumed most of the ecchi in this was just lewd and that, but no, there's an actual proper sex scene chapter even. Unfortunately, this was rushed because it was cancelled, so we got a brief glimpse at a potential end to the actual series if it had continued and flourished. In terms of horror, I think I'm desensitized to horror because the only horror that was in it was violence and a little bit of gore. It was way more romantic and lewd than horrific, except for the fact that there was the succubus in the child body. That was pretty fucking horrific. But other than that, I liked it. I really wish it had gotten its time to develop into a proper series. It's an awesome vampiric werewolf romance, and if you're okay with ecchi, then I would recommend it. 7.5 out of 10. Next on to more horror and more shonen horror. I should just remove every single shonen horror that's on this fucking list. This was short. This was one of the shorter series. That's why I fucking have it on here. A plain hikikomori is the last person on Earth, gets possessed by his half-sister, and becomes super OP, finding out that he's kind of human, and the love interest is a lolly. This concept has been done so many times before. And yes, this is shonen horror. It is the same formula as shonen horror. However, this is kind of the worst one because it's just hard to read due to the sheer amount of telling and not showing. The alien species tells us everything and doesn't show it for us to see. These sentiments of the protagonist being a human get hammered in, and on top of that, it is a boring concept. None of the characters are connectable and have no true heart. The characters that did, we had for less than 2 chapters to get to know, and that is a lolly that has nothing. Who the protagonist ends up kissing, which is viscerally uncomfortable because the character is visibly smaller and younger than the protagonist. 2 of 10. Not worth the read for the pure mediocrity of the actual series itself. This series also got cancelled, much like Scarlet, and I'm glad it did because it would have been a mind-numbing read. Now we get to move on to my favourite horror, Junji Ito. So Black Paradox, I was supposed to buy a story for my girlfriend that I couldn't find, so instead I bought myself 2 books. We will talk about this one later. Black Paradox, so trigger warning for this: attempted suicide, attempted group suicide, and as always, general body horror. This is Junji Ito. Surprisingly, this was not on my horror list, as I don't tend to put Junji Ito on my horror list, but it would not be October without me reading Junji Ito. So, Black Paradox. This is a story of 4 people who met on a website called Black Paradox to all kill themselves as a part of a group. We have Maruso, who is plagued with anxiety, Barachi, who hates her appearance due to a birthmark. We have Pitan, who feels inferior to a robot made in his image, and we have Taburo, who keeps seeing a doppelganger. Each chapter is weirder than the last, with Maruso meeting the doppelgangers of the people she's supposed to kill herself with, eventually defeating them and meeting up with the real deal. They try to take sleeping pills when Pitan dies, and his body swells with all of these mysterious pearls, known in the series as paradonite. The souls of the people of the world in shiny spherical form, which can power anything and everything and glows so beautifully. Slowly, each member of the Black Paradox group have their greatest reason for killing themselves be the portal to paradise, where these pearls are stored. With the help of a doctor, Dr. Sugar, taking advantage of each person and becomes the ringmaster for distributing the paradonite. The story ends with the group looking into the future, especially that of Dr. Sugar, and in the end continuing the Black Paradox project for the betterment of humanity, even if it means people losing their souls and disappearing forever. I actually really like this way more than I thought I would. It wasn't the most horrific like other Junji Ito stories, but it was definitely really interesting and worth reading. Kinda just for the characters and the plot. It's definitely not the most captivating story, but for like the short one-shot stories that we've been getting recently, it's definitely the most captivating. And I like this significantly more than I like Censor, and it's investing enough to where I'm not dozing off or losing my mind somewhere else when reading this. Unlike how I have felt in some of the other Ito stories, it's perfectly average for Ito, and I actually like it a fair amount. 8 out of 10. Especially compared to the last fucking one. Now, I believe I have 2 more from the horror list, so let's just jump into Kiriko. This is probably one of the shorter series from my list, and I was very, very excited to read this one. Take the premise from Pumpkin Night and Remember, of a schoolgirl in a group of classmates turning into a monster after her death or subsequent suicide, and you have the premise of Kiriko. And unlike the done-to-death formula of shonen horror, I actually don't mind the repeating theme of these kinds of horror stories solely because these kinds of horror stories are either A, unique to one another, or B, the goriest things you can ever imagine, and occasionally C, short. So I'm not reading 80 chapters of the same mind-numbing fucking plot and it actually properly develops. and am not flashed or forced to witness a teenager being stripped just because. Kiriko is in concept similar to both Remember and Pumpkin Night. However, 17 years after her death, her 6 classmates have a class reunion at their school on the date of her death, all being sent an invite from the mysterious K. One by one, they get picked off by the girl's ghost-transformed monster in progressively gruesome ways, with the rest having to find a way to escape the school and Kiriko. And I really like this story, not only because of some of the visuals that are fantastic, especially of Kiriko herself, but also because this is genuinely really funny, and not intentionally funny, but like funny in a way that you would watch and commentate on an old horror movie with like a friend or something like that. Think how I tore apart Green Worlds, but instead of me really disliking the plot or thinking that it's super boring, I actually liked the plot of this story. For example, the deaths of one of the characters, Masao. Masao in general has some stupid one-liners that I thought were kind of funny, but the way he dies is so fucking comical. He finds Kiriko in the music room playing the piano, and for context, he is a musician. He starts playing along with his guitar and singing. The next thing we see is Kiriko standing above him, and he asks, "Since when did you get so big?" The next thing we know, there is a rod through his face and his body is mangled inside the piano. The rod through the face was fucking personal. As well as the bitch slap of death to the person who summoned everyone to the school in the first place. Deserved. Speaking of Kiriko's height, every time she kills, she gets bigger. And not only bigger, I mean like taller, and especially more grotesque. And while her appearance isn't the most disgusting, I grew up in like the Slender Man era, the way that she moves in this manga is horrifying. From a scene where 2 characters are having an argument and you can see her silhouette coming up in the window, to her head scraping against the roof of the hallways, to her eventually being so big that she bursts out of the school in a very Attack on Titan fashion. It's all really effective, and that is probably the most horrifying. Not her appearance, but just the way she moves, especially when she starts running on all 4s, which is saying a lot, as this is manga and characters don't fucking move actually. I also love that the story actually puts you on Kiriko's side, not by necessarily hating on the main characters, but rather A, on the humorous side, but B, the way that they show her backstory and reveal her death. And it explains why she looks a certain way in her monster form. Then of course is the ending, which is left up to interpretation of whether the protagonist got out alive or not, or if Kiriko made her own personal world for him. Personally, I took it as she's always watching him, but that is up to you. I personally gave this a 9 out of 10. I really enjoyed it, but it did have its obvious flaws. Then, for the last entry from my horror list for this month, we have Downfall. This is a horror list, this is short, and I had wanted to read this prior to actually fucking reading it. I don't know how this ended up on my horror list when this is in fact a drama, and a depressing one at that, and quite gross as well. I'm also annoyed because I'd been excited to read this one, having had it on my to buy list for a while. I now no longer have it on that list, nor do I really have that list because of the Great Note deletion event of 2023, which makes me even more frustrated at this manga, but also slightly grateful because this was the review I was writing when the Great Deletion event of 2023 happened. So this kind of saved my manga list. As plainly as possible, I didn't like it. Pretty much after the notes deletion thing, I didn't really want to write this review anymore, so this is the simplest way I can put this, as plainly as possible. I didn't like it. It's a self-loathing narcissist who can't look outside of himself and blames everyone else for his misfortune. And he just gets a little bit of writer's block as well. This has sex in it. This has essay in it, pretty graphic essay as well. I wouldn't recommend it because while it's depressing, it's not depressing in a moving way. It's just depressing. This gets a 4 out of 10. The art style was nice, and I appreciate this review being the one that saved the script. Finally, we move on to Look Back. Now, this is by Tatsuki Fujimoto, the same creator of Chainsaw Man. I have reviewed 2224 and 1721 by him before as well. I've read Chainsaw Man, reviewed that obviously, and I've been seeing a lot of good things about Look Back. Now, I do have to mention, trigger warning for mention of death and massacre. I only say that because this isn't horror. I only typically put trigger warnings on anything that I think is really, really graphic or anything that isn't obviously horror, unless there is something very specific that I think could trigger people. Even then, I don't do my due diligence half the time as well. I will usually put it on screen in post, but Look Back is a slice of life. From Tatsuki Fujimoto, Look Back is honestly a somber tale of two kids who want to make manga, dealing with the loss of someone who is important, especially someone you start a journey with. I don't want to spoil it too much, especially since it is this short, but it surprised me that this was a manga from Fujimoto with how slice of lifey it was and how sad it was. And the back in time parallel world aspect in the conclusion, I surprisingly really liked. It didn't retcon anything, but it was welcomed, I guess. I would definitely suggest this even if you don't like Fujimoto's other works. Generally, I gave it a 9 out of 10. I thought this was really great, especially for a one-shot. And that is all my manga.
Thank you guys so much for watching this far, and seeing as you have watched this much of the video, I decided I would give you the November weeb wrap up a day early. Now, I said November and December wouldn't be part of this video, but I decided, seeing as I record these weeb wrap ups once a month, and then compile them at the end of the 2-month period, that I would give you guys the November weeb wrap up. So, hope you guys enjoy what I watched and what I read in November. So we'll be starting with anime. November anime. Would you be surprised if I said all of my anime was just Attack on Titan? Because I certainly wouldn't. Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 3, Part 2 was released. This was the finale of Attack on Titan, and I did have a video come out this month about Attack on Titan and my history with the series, so we're not going to get into my history. Mainly just that I've been watching since 2014, 2015-ish, and I've been watching for a long time and have been a big fan of Attack on Titan. That being said, I very much enjoyed the first special more than this special. I was actually a little underwhelmed, I'm not going to lie, and I didn't like Mikasa kissing Eren's decapitated head. Before I continue this full disclaimer, I actually fully knew what would happen at the end of the series, what would happen in the last episode, solely because I actually, when it came out, read the final chapter. I didn't know how we got from A to B, but I read the final chapter, and so to see everything in the final chapter, for the most part, happen in the final episode, I was underwhelmed. My best friend loved it, my partner loved it, I was not the same opinion. I was pretty underwhelmed, and it felt pretty page for page of the final chapters with only subtle differences. I don't have a lot of notes for the final episode. I definitely preferred the special beforehand, but I did absolutely love Levi fucking murking
Zeke. That probably was first the most epic part, and second the funniest fucking part of the entire special. I also nearly did feel quite emotional when Jean and Connie were going to be turned into Titans. Why did Jean's Titan look like that? They really wanted to push the Jean agenda here. And speaking of Jean, I really do wish we saw who Mikasa ends up with at the very end of the series. I know it's supposed to be ambiguous. I personally think it is Jean, as do many people. But I wanted to see who. And speaking on the credits of the actual special itself, I was really impressed. I love how the actual singer for the ending theme was Mikasa, and when Mikasa dies in the ending, the singer changes. I thought that was so fucking cool. And how as soon as Mikasa dies, the cycle starts again, and the tree grows super huge and stuff. I thought that was really cool. I also felt weird because in the actual special itself, Zeke's speech did cause me to have a panic attack and an existential panic attack at that, which isn't fun to do. 2 more things. 1, what the fuck was the thing that happened with Armin and whatever the Beast Titan thing was? I can't remember the name. I have rarely seen that animal in picture books or whatever. What the fuck was the tongue thing? What the actual fuck was that? If I see fan art of Armin like that, I will cry. Also, last thing is that I actually really loved Eren's crybaby scene. It really felt like we were seeing the real Eren for the first time in a long time, especially since if you've kept up with the series and not gone back to the very start of the series before the final episode, you've been sort of like left on cryptic Eren for like 3 years now. So seeing a reminiscence of Eren in the first season, I really appreciate that, and I really liked it because that's Eren, not this Sigma male genocidal maniac. He is our crazy suicidal maniac. Also, Jean saying that Eren was a suicidal maniac in the like last moments when he tried to kill, when he was trying to set off the bombs. Yes, I fucking loved that. Yeah, overall, it was really impressive. It was definitely a very good finale episode, but I definitely preferred the episode prior just because of the like actual fear it put into me. That was good fear. Hanji's like death in that special, and just the elevated stress that happens, and the cliffhanger it ends on. Overall, I gave this special itself a 7.5 out of 10. Didn't hate it, didn't love it. Loved the original special first. And speaking once again on Attack on Titan, we've got Attack on Junior High. Now, I, full disclaimer, had actually already watched about 10 of the 12 episodes back when they were airing in 2014-ish, 2015-ish. I don't remember when, but I remember having access to them and watching them. I did what most people did, and because Attack on Titan was over, went back to watch Attack on Junior High because I saw people really enjoying it on TikTok, and I don't particularly remember enjoying it. I just thought it was extra Attack on Titan content, and this was our second season that we got at the time. That's how old I am. I remember when Attack on Titan didn't have a second season back in my day. Anyway, to be honest, yeah, I got influenced by TikTok, decided, sure, I'll watch it. I don't remember finishing the season, so I'll finish the season. I only needed to watch the last 2 episodes, and to be 100% honest, I am not the biggest fan of Attack on Junior High, mainly for the parody aspect, seeing as this is a horror series and all that sort of stuff. It isn't my thing. It is a parody of season 1 along with the OVAs, which I don't remember, I think there was 3 main ones and then 1 extra one, or extra promotional material that I saw. I cannot remember. But Attack on Junior High was the first season of Attack on Titan, and what we knew then, along with the OVAs, which is anime only stuff. Which is understandable as it came out after the success of the first season, and for this watch through I watched it in English and I literally had it on the background and was not invested in the series whatsoever. It was like, because I'd watched it before, I had remembered all the important scenes, so I got really bored with it really quickly and just put it in the background while I was doing other shit. I was only ever invested in the last 2 episodes, and mainly in Armin's character as well. Everyone else felt like a really embarrassing caricature of themselves, especially Jean and Mikasa. Eren was kind of the same. Sasha was enjoyable. Cody was enjoyable. I love that Marco was still alive, and the last 2 episodes weren't all that entertaining, though I did get inspiration for cosplay because I'm thinking of cosplaying this Armin right here. It's very tempting, very, very tempting, but as you can see, I don't look good with blonde. So overall, I gave Attack on Junior High a 4 out of 10, solely because I like Armin's characterization and the references are fun, but not what I'm looking for after the conclusion of the main series, especially with the tonal shift of Attack on Titan over the years. I don't even remember liking it back then because I clearly dropped the series. I at least liked the first 1 or 2 episodes of Attack on Junior High, just not the entire series. So yeah, that is all of anime for November. And now, finally, we get into November manga. We have quite a bit. I did a bit of shopping because it was my birth month. All came to a slow around the last 2 weeks of November. I was really into reading at the very start of November, but sort of burnt out a little bit just because I have so much manga here. I bought so much manga over November because I was like, it's my birthday, I can do it. And as you can see, I have a new series I haven't started. I still haven't read Urusei Yatsura. I still haven't read. So I bought a lot, including some of the volumes I bought here. My main goal before I started reading any other manga was to get through manga I'd already bought on eBay, which as you can see, I got through 3 volumes, which isn't too bad. I could have done better. Granted, I did start reading a 4th volume, but we'll talk about that series in this section. What I will start with, however, is none of those. It is Watakoi Love is Hard for an Otaku. This was recommended to me by my best friend in the entire world. She wanted me to watch the anime, and I actually pre-bought a cosplay for this character here because my best friend recommended it when we found a suit thrifting. So we're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll get this and I'll wear it when I read or watch Watakoi. I'm actually like very impressed with Watakoi, though it was a little bit difficult to start getting into. Love may be hard for an otaku, but this book is hard to read. So it took me several weeks to actually read this, mainly because it felt like half the time I was missing a lot of context to the thing, but it is a cute, fun, one-shot-esque series, but the format of the book, with the chapters being split into 2 parts by shorts and excess panels, it's a little difficult to read. And it's difficult to read because I'll like put it down thinking, okay, I've read 1 more chapter, and then the next time I pick it up, the next chapter is still the same chapter, it's just been split in half, which makes it really annoying because I'll forget what had happened in the start of the chapter. Don't get me wrong though, I do like this manga. It's cute, it's fun, and I like the characters. The female characters are relatable, but it gets hard to read sometimes, especially in my brain not working at the time. You know me, sometimes I'm reading and I'm forcing myself to read for this series. Sometimes I felt like I was doing that, but by the end of the book I actually really liked it. sometimes it felt like it crawled on a bit, similar to like how I felt with Urusei Yatsura. It gets hard to get into and it feels episodic, but it is in the end very, very enjoyable, and over time that got more concise. I'm hoping the same will be said here, but overall I thought it was a really fun story and cannot wait to get the second volume. Overall, I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. I thought it was really cute, but pretty difficult to like mentally get into. Moving on, we go into one of the books I actually bought off of eBay. I bought the entire set of 3 for $30, which is about $10 a book, though the listing was actually $1 a book. I just paid $30 for shipping because the person didn't do combined shipping, which is really fucking annoying. I am talking about Escape Journey. Now, first disclaimer, this is a BL. I'm not going to review the series pretty much after this volume solely because of something that happens in the middle of this volume. I'm still going to read the rest of the series to see if I can want to keep it on my shelves, since me personally, the thing that happens that's really, really frustrating, annoying and disturbing, I can mentally check out for that, but I know a lot of people absolutely fucking cannot. So, the majority of this story is average. It is a very average college BL, but I am straight up gonna say I do not recommend this for the same reason I am hazy on most BL that is out there, which makes me nervous for that Moon and Sun manga that I brought up before. There is a blatant depiction of rape, and it is violent in this slice of life looking fucking series, and what is even worse is that it is brushed off with a simple "I am sorry." It is never brought up again. It's never resolved properly. One of the love interests, the love interest, assaults the other character, says sorry, and they have a happily ever after. This happens too much in BL, where it frustrates the fuck out of me, and so if you don't like that, don't read this series because it's not worth it. The whole reason I haven't immediately chucked this out is because I got it for essentially $1 and I am like, I'm just gonna finish the series because it's messy, and as I said, because of the amount of BL I've read, I can check out of that little plot point, but I know most people absolutely fucking cannot. This is by no means the first BL to do this, nor will it be the only one, and I couldn't look past it like in terms of a reviewing standpoint. The rest of the series is tame and average, nothing to call home about, and certainly nothing worth reading as compared to other BL. So, straight up, I do not recommend Escape Journey just because of that. It's triggering content, and this series isn't worth it. It straight up isn't. In terms of the actual story of the first volume, ex-boyfriends meet up again in university. Their turbulent love blooms before them. The first volume is cute to the most part, and I can't help but cheer for Naoto. However, I have a big issue with the dubious consent and then straight up rape in the manga. Taichi uses Naoto for sex a lot, and it's literally a plot point in the novel that he uses him so much for sex. But when they have a fight, his only outlet is sex, which leads him to assault Naoto. Naoto is completely dissonant to that and takes it as a regular fight between, and woe's me, I'm still in love. And this isn't something in just Escape Journey that happens, it happens a lot in BL that I have read online in the past, especially sexually geared ones, and it's really annoying. It's why when in my Sleeping Dead review, when sexual assault is mentioned, I cheer on the book because it is the bare minimum to reference that the other character has assaulted them. This as a one-shot is okay. Save the assault, but now there's like 2 more volumes and Naoto is very naive on what family is. I also didn't like that because found families exist and you don't need to be related or married to be a family. I also didn't like that, but again, Naoto is a very easy character to root for, so I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place with this book. I like it for the most part, but really dislike Taichi and how his issues are never really brought up. Will this be explained in other books? I have no clue. I've just started the second volume and have only really gotten through maybe a third of it. I'm only about a third through the second book. I'm not going to review the series again, simply because of the way it brushes off such a serious fucking topic. And I don't appreciate it. Like, this is sort of like one BL too far for me. And as I said, I can be dissonant to the topic and continue to read the series, but I know a lot of people can't. Thus, I'm not fucking recommending it. And it has fully soured my experience for the rest of the series because, as I said, the rest of this book was cute, but nothing to cheer on about. And if there's 3 other books, what other content am I going to see that is other than this slice of life, light-hearted series that I expected going in? Overall, for the entire series, I give it a 4 out of 10. There is some enjoyable parts. It's not a revolutionary series, so what can I say? It's like nothing like other BLs that I have recommended or talked about does probably the worst thing that a BL does and glorifies sexual assault. So, speaking of a BL, one that is actually very good, My Love Mix-Up. Final volume. Okay, so I have so much to talk about. Annihilated this within 40 minutes of me actually getting it in my hands. First of all, I fucking hate TikTok. I had a major plot point for this book ruined for me by TikTok, by having one of those things where it shows you the chapter on the like carousel things. They showed me one of the chapters in My Love Mix-Up, and it was one of the final chapters, and it ruined a chapter for me. I didn't even go through the carousel. I went on to the first panel that showed up, and it ruined an entire chapter for me. At least that is what I thought until I got 2 chapters in. But bait and switch, baby. Bait and switch. Oh, I love this author so much. They didn't go down the route that I thought they would. I'm so glad the mangaka didn't go down the extra drama route. This volume was all about tying together loose ends and completing the series, and with Aoki finally letting himself present Ida to his family as his boyfriend, Hashimoto and Ida got a happy ending, and we got a sweet kiss between Aoki and Ida at the end. I love it so much, and there is no weird sex scene at the end. I'm genuinely so happy with how this series ended. If not slightly underwhelmed, but as someone who wasn't too interested in the series altogether to begin with having felt burnt out by Love Me Love Me Not, I am so happy to have found the series and fallen in love with it the way that I did. Overall, I give this book probably an 8 out of 10, and I'll give the entire series itself a 9.5 out of 10. But yeah, I love My Love Mix-Up, and this was such a pick-me-up after Escape Journey. More BL, we're going for Go For It Again, Nakamura. So, funny thing, I was going through my manga list and adding it to my anime list, and the thing that happened last month where I found out there was another season of Yamishibai, which there is another season of Yamishibai coming out as well. When I was adding Go For It Nakamura to my anime list, Go For It Again Nakamura came up. So we're getting a little series, and this one was actually more disappointing than the first one. I actually liked the first one as a one-shot. The wonderful one-shot that everyone had run to their artistic mediums to recreate the cover actually was the start of a mini-series, and I'm kind of disappointed with this one. I don't know what it is about BLs this month, and making me uncomfortable, but at least the main character isn't exactly interacting with what is making me uncomfortable in this series. Again, it is the love interest. Hirose that is making me uncomfortable. So the uncomfy thing about Hirose is that he is very clearly crushing on their teacher, and the teacher is partially reciprocating the attention, and he should be arrested for it. Which I fucking hate. He takes Hirose to get his hair cut, and I hate it. At least it seems like the mangaka is trying to reassure us that their romantic pairing isn't going to happen by not only having the teacher shut down some of Hirose's interest, and by having Nakamura misunderstand a conversation they're having to be similar, to be a similar mindset to us as the reader. As well as the mangaka having a gag where Hirose thinks Nakamura is a lolicon and everyone else look down on him because of it. But I genuinely could be grasping at straws with this one. I'm still liking Nakamura as a character, and the story itself is okay, but the relationship between Hirose and the teacher is making me wildly uncomfortable. And reading this right after reading the start of the second volume of Escape Journey isn't exactly what I needed, to be honest. I gave this a 5 out of 10. I really liked the first volume and was kind of disappointed upon the second volume. So to get away from the disappointment of BL, we have a romance series by one of my favorite mangakas, this being Bisco Hattori, the creator of Ouran High School Host Club. We have been reading Millennium Snow Volumes 1 and 2. I'm going to show the second volume cover because I actually like it a lot more than the first volume cover, because the first volume cover kind of just looked like Tamaki, and the character on the front cover has black hair. I also found out about this series off of TikTok, so I must let you know about that. And yeah, it's Bisco Hattori, so it has a very like bratty vibe to it, similar to how Ouran High School Host Club, all of the hosts were fucking annoying and Haruhi was just like the straight man in it, which is so ironic to say. So Chiki is a girl with a life-threatening heart condition, leaving her in bed rest at the hospital. When she encounters a boy in the yard of the hospital she stays at, not just anyone though, a vampire. After a series of heart attacks, the vampire Toya gives Chiyuki some of his blood and she starts living her life as a regular girl, and Chiyuki does not leave him alone whatsoever, with her goal to be his bride and live 1,000 years with him. At least I think that's her goal. At the minimum, she wants to be with him for a while. And with the introduction of volume 2, we have another vampire versus werewolf manga. Not gonna lie, I thought this would be a vampire versus vampire series, but I was pleasantly surprised with the conventional dynamic. I thought volume 1 was pretty good, but I don't super appreciate the tsundere dynamic between Toya and Chiki, but I still can't get over the visual similarities between this and Bisco Hattori's previous successful series. I enjoyed it. I didn't have a lot to say about it. It's just really enjoyable. Then is volume 2. I don't like the cousin with the big brother complex in chapter 9 specifically, but overall the rest of the book was super enjoyable and super romantic. Overall, I'm warming up more to Toya, and Satsuki is a really fun character, but not yet a viable love rival in my eyes. Also, how Hattori clearly loves gothic and dark aesthetics outside of the obvious vampire theming. I really liked it and I really enjoyed this story, so I give it a 7 out of 10 just far. I have actually ordered, I believe, the omnibus for the 3rd and 4th volumes, mainly because I couldn't find the 4th volume online anywhere, and I found plenty of listings for the 3rd volume, but I found one listing for an omnibus of the 3rd and 4th volume, so I was like, fuck it, let's just get that. Now, moving on to an actual disappointment to me, this being Junji Ito's adaptation of No Longer Human. This has been on my list to collect for a long time. I bought it on a whim because I had birthday discounts, and you would have seen in my manga unboxing for this year's Scorpio season. This is one of the books I got and was really excited about. I really regret that excitement because I didn't enjoy this book, but I am actually tempted to get the There's another adaptation, manga adaptation of No Longer Human, and I also want to get the actual novel itself because I want to compare No Longer Human from Junji Ito's perspective, someone else's manga perspective, and the actual novel itself, because I think that'll be really interesting. But I really didn't like this book at all. Instantly, first chapter, trigger warning for multiple depictions of sexual assault across the entire book, child sexual assault, incest, sex, and murder. Depictions are shown implicitly and explicitly, mostly explicitly. Junji Ito's, I'm not gonna hold this the entire time, this is fucking heavy because it's a big ass book. I read this within like at least 3 hours. Junji Ito's interpretation of No Longer Human is so fucked. Like, I get the original work is depressing and fucked up, but like, wow, I didn't realize it was that fucked up. First of all, so much sex, like an unbridled amount of sex shown and depicted in this book. Also, a lot of the sex shown is assault, and I don't think I'm comfortable with it in general. Second is the translations of some of the characters, like the character named Sister. Is she a cousin? Is she a sister-in-law? Cause she isn't his sister. The main character's sister, that is. I'm not going to describe what's going on in the actual series, but like, the character of Sister isn't his sister. She at most could be his cousin, but it doesn't look like that they are related. So I don't know if it's like sister-in-law or something like that, or sister to his cousin, which would also be his cousin. Based on context, the character of Sister, I can only assume is sister-in-law of the cousin who was divorced at some point. It's honestly a wild ride, and I can't help but absolutely despise the character of Hiroki, because when everything goes well for Oba, he just like shows up. And Oba is the main character, by the way. But like when Oba is having a good time, everything's going well for him, Hiroki shows up and ruins everything. Also, Osamu Dazai makes an appearance in this novel where he apparently doesn't in the original, that's why I want to compare it. Ito has like inserted Dazai into his own story, the first chapter being the death of Osamu Dazai himself, and the ending is so fucked, with Oba actually ending up with his cousin that he got pregnant. I was actually hoping for a happy ending for Oba. But let's be real, it's Junji Ito, and on extension Osamu Dazai. Was this man really gonna get a happy ending? But from all of this, from my issues, I actually also want to talk about some of the influences I've seen, and while I don't know when Ito would have read Dazai's work, I feel like there are some themes or ideas from at least No Longer Human that influenced some of Ito's works, or some of Ito's works that influenced his adaptation of No Longer Human. Could be grasping at straws for one, but the way that he drew Yozo at the end of chapter 4 seemed very reminiscent of how he drew the pretty boy at the crossroads in Love Sickness. I think this could be one of the series himself, one of his series influencing this interpretation. I'm not sure the placements of which came first, Love Sickness or this, in terms of like the actual novels released itself, like in Japanese, not in English. But I would say there's like huge similarities between them, definitely. Obviously No Longer Human is adapted way after, but I can't help but draw similarities. Same with the fact that Tomiya from the Tomiya series sharing the name with Dazai's suicide partner, and Ito changes her name in this series. I'm assuming to avoid like similarities to Tomiya, because that's his main work and like people would thread it together with this. But the fact that like Dazai's suicide partner was named Tomiya, and that I believe I read online on the like Wikipedia page, people thought she was like dragging him to his death or something along those lines. I don't 100% recall, but that really feels similar to the influences of like Tomiya in Junji Ito's adaptation. I could be grasping at straws. I just thought that was a little bit weird, and I actually wonder if that's how Ito chose the name for Tomiya, but I could be completely wrong on that. I also believe that the insert of Dazai in the end may be Ito's way of connecting himself to Dazai and explaining to the audience, at least, how Dazai's works sat with him, with Ito. But that could just be me being parasocial. Overall, I was super mixed on this book. It's similar to I Am a Cat in that the philosophies of the book are like similar, and while I can see the morbidness and absurdity in the novels, it's sometimes hard to follow and less enjoyable. This is also the third book about a low-life author that I've read in 2 months. And while I like it more than Downfall, I somehow like it less than Panorama Island. Which it can be argued that Oba is actually an artist, not an author, but he ends up being a mangaka at some point. Overall, I give this a 5.5 out of 10. I thought it was decent. It was decent. It was okay. Just, there's so much sex in this, oh my fucking god. Moving away from the grim and grisly for a little bit, we have this book, which like you would have seen in my Scorpio season video, but that actually I picked up as a set piece for that video when the next book that I'm going to talk about is the one that I actually bought for Scorpio season anyway, this being The Moon on a Rainy Night. Now, this was a spur of the moment pickup. I wasn't actually going to buy this book. I was going to buy, I believe, a Junji Ito novel. I think I was going to buy Soichi's Tales, and then I saw this and put Soichi's Tales down because this was cheaper. But this is so cute. Like, oh my god, this is so cute. This has become one of my favorite series very quickly. When I was looking for books to potentially buy for my birthday and a book to get for B-roll of my Scorpio season birthday video. Yes, I didn't actually buy this on my birthday. I bought this, I bought The Drifting Classroom for my birthday, or volume 2 for my birthday. But when I read the synopsis, I was immediately interested. And this story is one that instantly hooks you from the gorgeous character design, the plot of this mysterious girl who ends up not being so mysterious, but instead hides herself to prevent herself from getting hurt. That was a bit of word vomit, because I'm not sure how to actually describe the synopsis of this book itself. I'm just gonna read the blurb on the back here. So, hearing with the heart. One rainy night, Saki is rushing to a piano lesson when she crashes into a beautiful long-haired girl, dropping her sheet music in the process. Saki stutters an apology, but the girl simply hands her back her sheet music and leaves without a word. Saki begins her first day of high school the following morning, only to find the stranger from the night before sitting at the desk next to hers. She learns the girl's name is Kanon, and she is not quite completely deaf, but very hard of hearing. Though Kanon needs to be close to people to read their lips, she tends to push people away with her icy demeanor. Though one kind gesture, Saki slowly begins breaking down the walls around Kanon, even as she feels something new blossoming within her. Gay. Okay, so I loved this. As someone who doesn't have a disability, I connect to the main character Saki and thus have a view from an able-bodied person, and I make that distinction because of how Saki treats Kanon in the story and how I perceive it as being good. I like how Saki went through the process many able-bodied people will have around people with disabilities, but treats Kanon still like a regular person, which is bare minimum, obviously, but goes through the extra effort to make Kanon feel safe and recognize that they are friends. While Saki is still being unsure if she's doing enough or too much. From an able-bodied from an able-bodied person's perspective, it is relatable, minimally informative, and it is a cute start to a romance that isn't using the disability as the romantic element. The actual person of Kanon is the romantic part of this series. That is what I cannot stress enough. It's not romanticizing the disability, it's romanticizing the person with the disability. To me, it's the perfect fusion tonally to One Dance, Is Love the Answer, and Whisper Me a Love Song with, once again, music lesbians. But I think the romance element that I like the most is that our lead knows that she is a raging lesbian. Unless it's a comedy, the only characters that I tend to see that know that they're a lesbian off the bat is usually the love interest. So to see a character knew already that she is a lesbian and have it be inferred to us, the audience, right off the bat, but not outright stated until the end of the volume, really makes the story so fucking enjoyable, especially since Saki's goal is mainly to be Kanon's friend and supportive to Kanon, with the romance taking a backseat, and that I think is the best part. The romance that forms out of a friendship where romancing the love interest takes a backseat to the actual plot itself. And I also love the art of these two fucking characters throughout the book. It's so pretty, it's so nice. Kanon is designed beautifully, and same with Saki. Saki is gorgeous. I love this art style, it's so cute, and I cannot wait for the next fucking volume. I finish a good series, I pick up another good series. Knock on wood. I give this an 8 out of 10. This is genuinely one of those series that has left a really positive mark on me. Last but not least, oh my god, my hand hurts from gripping around this microphone. Okay. The Drifting Classroom, Volume 2. Trigger warnings for child death, violence, and the plague. So now this one was my birthday purchase. And I'm actually happy I bought this. I liked this volume so much more than I liked the first volume of The Drifting Classroom, mainly because the first volume feels like hit after hit after hit. The issues in this volume, however, feel like they flow into each other really well and actually sort of make sense to flow into each other really well, and are like hinted at in chapters way before they actually appear. That's what makes this like sync together really, really well. You have the conclusion to the alien bug arc, which kills a bunch of kids. Then drought, which equals plague, which then is brought back to drought, worrying about the food supply. The asshole Sekia is back, which is fucking frustrating. These weird mushrooms are appearing everywhere, turning kids who ate them into monsters, with the mother monster coming to get them. It talks religion, it talks fear. I love it. I honestly really, really fucking enjoyed this. As I said, I liked it a lot more than the first volume because there isn't a little fucking misogynist making his presence known quite explicitly. Bruh. Honestly, all the male characters outside of our protagonist are really annoying, and the sudden mystery of them questioning how they got there in the first place, and how it's probably the protagonist's fault, which makes the ending honestly super interesting until it leaves off on a cliffhanger. Wow. Love that. Now I have to shell out another $50 fucking for the last perfect edition volume. Love that. That won't be happening for a while. This review is honestly a little nothing when it comes to the actual like book itself. It doesn't give a lot. I just liked it more than I liked the first volume. It was a big upgrade in quality and a big downgrade in like my frustration with the series. It's pretty awesome. I severely liked it more than the first volume, and I gave it a 7 out of 10. Now that is all for my November manga. Let's move on to December manga. Thank you guys so much for watching this video for its entirety. If you did, if you jumped around, then fine, okay, I get it.
But thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys come in and enjoy the final weeb wrap up of the year tomorrow with our New Year's weeb wrap up for November and December. Thank you guys again so much for watching this video. Hope you guys enjoyed, and seeing as you've sat this long through my video, if you could hit like and subscribe, I would greatly appreciate it. If not, then do what you want. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.